Chapter 301. How to Save a World 101. Planning currently in progress. Professor Daniel's expression contorted. His eyes were filled with grief and pain. What had Neo gone through for him to say he was fine with those injuries? There is a lot I would like to say, but I guess time's up, Neo said. We'll meet next time. The world around Professor Daniel shifted. When he could see again, he saw Neo surrounded by countless writhing maggots and towering, thousand-eyed pillars. Every time the scene changed, Professor Daniel only saw Neo fighting. He could guess a few hundred years passed every time he blinked. The name of the phenomenon were seen around him changed again and again. He saw Neo go from barely fighting against the maggots to being able to clash against them as an equal. The scene shifted once more. Neo was now breathing heavily. He sat atop the gigantic, twitching corpse of the maggot. A part of his abdomen was missing. He was focused on treating his own injury with shaky hands. "Long time no see," Neo said when he noticed Professor Daniel. His voice was hoarse and his smile faint yet serene. But Professor Daniel could see the loneliness in his eyes. There was no way he was sane after being alone for centuries. Neo walked up to Professor Daniel. His movements were slow, burdened by pain and exhaustion. He pressed his forefinger on Professor Daniel's forehead, and a surge of energy flowed between them as he transferred his intent. The intent was imbued with vast knowledge. Professor Daniel saw fragments of Neo's memories. How he had come to the shadow world, how they had failed to protect the child of Mana, how everything was destroyed by the angel, and how Neo had become the last living human. "Take your time to go through the information. We'll talk next time we meet," Neo said. The scenery shifted again. Professor Daniel's surroundings melted back into the void. His ability was to see fragments of someone's future. To be exact, his soul would appear in the future and observe the target for a short moment. Then it would go farther into the future, observe again. Then it would go even farther and observe again. It would keep repeating for several cycles. When the skill ended, Professor Daniel's soul would be pulled back into his body. He couldn't control the duration of the observation period. As a result, the scene kept changing before he could fully understand Neo's situation. The visions blinked too quickly. Thankfully, Neo used intent to bring him up to speed. Professor Daniel appeared in a barren land. The soil was cracked and lifeless beneath his feet. Melted rocks filled with purple cracks jutted out from the ground, and a pale mist lingered in the air. When the distortion around him calmed down, he saw Neo fighting once more. He was now capable of pushing back the sea of maggots and the thousand-eyed pillars. As long as he could keep growing stronger at this pace, he could one day reclaim Earth from the angel. Yet Professor Daniel's expression wasn't a good one. His lips were pressed into a thin line, and his brows furrowed with concern despite the happy news. "Their shadow trial came to save the child of Mana?" he muttered under his breath. "Child of Mana, Sphinx. Real name, Celine Selim." Professor Daniel knew who she it was. The knowledge clawed at his mind like an unwelcome truth. "This sounds like a sick joke," he whispered with a hollow voice. Finally, things were making sense for Professor Daniel. He covered his face with his palms, sighing as the weight of the revelation pressed heavily on his shoulders. Moments later, Neo mowed down all the enemies surrounding him. Blood splattered across the cracked earth as the last creature fell. He approached Professor Daniel. "I take it you understand what is happening now?" he asked. His voice was calm but tinged with exhaustion. "I do," Daniel replied. "That's good." Neo swung his sword. The black blade left a trail of blood on the ground before he returned it to its sheath with a metallic click. "To be honest, I wasn't sure we would meet. You saw my future before we came to the past and caused the world to end. Technically, you should have seen this moment back then. This moment is. The paradox sent you to my future. And since my future is this world unless I leave, I predicted you would come here." Neo smiled bitterly. It was a complete gamble, though. The timeline of events was, of course, jumbled up, but Neo wasn't bothered. Events like this were paradoxes. It was like trying to know if an egg came first or the chicken. You can send people into the past, right? Neo asked. I need you to use your abilities so that we can save Child of Mana. Professor Daniel was in soul form. He could send Neo to the past, but only in theory. I can't do it, Professor Daniel said. I'm too weak now, and you are too strong. Professor Daniel's time travel worked similarly to throwing stones upstream. The people were pebbles, Professor Daniel was the thrower, and the river was the river of time. Professor Daniel's strength determined how far he could throw the pebbles upstream, back in time. Currently, he was too weak. He could barely send someone back by 5 years, let alone 1,863 years. The weight of the pebble the target sent back in time mattered too. The heavier, stronger a pebble was, the more difficult it was to send them farther back in time. Right now, you are capable of wiping out a civilization. That's a paragon, Professor Daniel said. I can't send someone so powerful back in time. Awakened or mythic demigod. I could do it, but not anything higher than that. I am not the one whom you'll be sending back in time, Neo said. Anyway, there is something I need to do here before we do this. I'll get back to you later. Before Professor Daniel could question what he meant by that, the scenery around him shifted. Chapter 302, Fourth Stage of Blessing, Hell's Descent. He appeared in a place with a heavy atmosphere. Red lightning streaked through the roiling black clouds above. Gigantic red swords descended from the sky while parting the clouds. They struck the thousand-eyed pillars, towering, twisted structures that seemed both alive and ancient. Each impact sent a shockwave rippling outward. The resulting explosion engulfed the area in a blinding inferno, reducing everything in the vicinity to cinders as the air filled with the scent of burning ozone and scorched earth. Far into the distance, beneath a storm-choked sky where thunder rumbled like the drums of war, Neo was fighting a 100-headed giant maggot. The ground trembled with every clash. Fissures spread like spiderweb across the earth. Mountain peaks in the distance crumbled as shockwaves rippled outward. The intensity of the battle was far higher than what Professor Daniel had seen between Neo and Angel before. If previously they were fighting, now a full-scale war was raging between the two. Neo had grown strong enough to force the Angel to fight at full strength. Their blows could shake the sky and tear apart the continental crust. Despite growing stronger and stronger, Neo was far from victory. The writhing pillars and maggots surrounding them were all part of the Angel's body. Neo had to kill them all if he wanted to defeat the Angel. It seemed nigh impossible. Knowing this, he focused on subjugating the Angel instead. Divine Swordsmanship 7th Stance, Tenraisen. A vertical white slash erupted from Neo's blade, illuminating the battlefield like a pillar of divine light. The attack split the earth, creating a chasm several kilometers deep. Lava bubbled far below, painting the abyss with a crimson glow. Neo had no time to speak with Professor Daniel. His focus was on the battle with the Angel. The scene around Professor Daniel shifted once more. What he saw next was a continuation of the battle, yet the surroundings had changed drastically. The landscape was unrecognizable. Giant swords made of a hardened red metal were plunged into the ground. Some were broken, some looked new. The skies eternally gray, and the air heavy with the scent of scorched earth and ash. Professor Daniel could no longer tell how many years had passed between these moments of observation. However, he could sense that both Neo and the Angel had been fighting without rest. Neither spoke, nor backed away. Their clash was like two wild beasts fighting unrestrainedly. The world trembled as their fight continued. The aftermath could lead to the rupture of Earth as a whole. Suddenly, the scene shifted again. The chaos had dimmed. No longer did the heavens crack with divine energy or the earth quake endlessly. The intensity had lessened, and the world, though scarred, was no longer breaking apart. It seemed the war between Neo and the Angel was finally reaching its conclusion. In the silence, broken only by the wind whispering through the ruins of the battlefield, Professor Daniel heard Neo's voice. This is the end. Fourth stage of blessing, Hell's Descent. The ground trembled as crimson chains erupted from the scorched earth. They surged towards the writhing maggots and the thousand-eyed pillars. The chains wrapped around them, tightening with a sound like grinding metal, and dragged them downward with relentless force. The pillars toppled with a thunderous crash. Their fragments splintered across the blood-soaked battlefield. The maggots shrieked. Yet the chains of hell didn't break. They did not let go. Neo had a hell within his soul. The fourth stage of blessing allowed him to manifest that hell into reality. He forced the chains to keep everything bound. Since the maggots and the thousand-eyed pillars were parts of the angel's body, he had to chain all of them to truly subjugate it. Neo remained silent as the angel crashed to the earth. It shouted, hurling curses and venomous insults at him. He only stared back at the desperate angel. Indescribable emotions burned within his gaze. 2,478 years. It had taken him nearly 2.5 millennia to subjugate the angel. Finally, he did it. Neo closed his eyes. He savored the moment. When he reopened his eyes, his gaze had returned to its usual icy calmness. He had subdued the angel, but he was far from victory. The world hadn't been saved yet. Professor Daniel. Neo approached his master. "Thank you for waiting for me," he said with a faint smile. "It's all right." Professor Daniel's face didn't show much emotion. His usual stern features remained composed, though his eyes betrayed traces of lingering concern. He had managed to calm down after finally having the time to sort his thoughts. He had to keep his head clear if he wanted to help Neo. Now, with a steady breath, he asked, "Who are you planning to send to the past?" "My intent," Neo answered. He extended his palm forward. His fingers parted as a soft glow ignited in the center. His intent materialized as delicate, dancing white threads, weaving and swirling gently above his hand. "I'll transfer my techniques and enlightenment into the intent," Neo continued, "and will send this intent to the past. Anyone who comes across this intent can inherit my techniques." Neo failed to save the world, and he couldn't go back to the past. But it was fine. As a failed hero, he had a wealth of experience. He would use it to raise a new, proper hero. Neo's eyes locked onto Professor Daniel's. "My successor will be the one to save the child of mana." Silence stretched. Only the noise created from the shouting and hurling of curses from the angel lingered in the air. "You will lose your enlightenment and techniques if you use this transfer technique. Is this why you wanted to defeat the angel before you sent your intent to the past?" Professor Daniel asked. He knew about the transfer technique. It would strip Neo of his hard-earned techniques. Neo smiled when he noticed Professor Daniel's concern. He shook his head. "I won't lose anything. Most people's enlightenment come from momentary inspiration. But my enlightenment come from understanding my techniques completely. I can regain the enlightenment easily. For others, regaining enlightenment was nigh impossible. Enlightenment came suddenly to them. But Neo was different." Chapter 303. For a better foundation. But Neo was different. "You can send my intent back, right?" Neo questioned. "I can try." Losing his enlightenments and masteries didn't matter to Neo. He could easily get them back. "This is a good choice. I lost too much while rushing to grow stronger," Neo thought while looking at his scarred hands. His goal had always been to be the strongest. And yet he was giving away his powers. There was a reason for it. The angel grew stronger as the two fought for centuries. If the angel's strength had not grown, Neo could have defeated it 2,000 years earlier. To match up with the angel's pace, he had to make a lot of compromises. It led him to make mistakes which made his foundation weak. It was just like with his concept of darkness. The concept of true darkness was stronger than the concept of emotion and the concept of Pathfinder. Pathfinder gave high temporary stats in exchange for sacrifices. The user of this concept could devour everything, but the gains were temporary. The gains could range from 30 to 500 stats, depending on what was devoured. This was when the user was at expert mastery lowest. Reaching expert mastery peak would increase the stat gain several-fold. Emotion granted low permanent stats in exchange for emotions. The users of this concept could devour only emotions. Needless to say, the low here was significantly higher than what darkness users without concepts could get from devouring normal objects. True darkness allowed the user to devour anything, and the chances of receiving stat gains increased. The pace of receiving gains was slow, but they were permanent, unlike Pathfinder, and the user had infinite things to devour, unlike emotions. This was enough to understand that true darkness was better than emotion and Pathfinder. But in the short term, true darkness was the weakest. Neo had encountered similar things as he progressed on the path of world energy, and he had made many mistakes. But if I give away everything now, I can redo everything and become the strongest. You should double think about this, Professor Daniel, unaware of Neo's thoughts, said. His voice was calm, but it still revealed the tension in his furrowed brows. You'll lose. I'm not lose anything. I'm making use of it, Neo said firmly. Besides, I can get them back easily. But I'm not sure we can fix everything even with this. The amount of white threads dancing over Neo's palms increased. They grew brighter glow. The energy crackled softly, twisting like living strands of silk in his grasp. He started to infuse his enlightenments and masteries over it. The threads pulsated with every technique he poured into it. Professor Daniel wanted to tell Neo to not give away everything. His expression worsened as he saw Neo's hard work of thousands of years disappear into the ball of intent. However, Neo did not stop. This was what Neo was. He always walked the path of his own beliefs. He hadn't grown strong because he was afraid of losing a bit of strength. Sigh. Stop looking like that. I'm not giving away everything. My will is still with me, Neo said when he noticed Professor Daniel's countenance. The professor looked as if he was watching his own child die. His lips were slightly parted and his face was pale. The white threads started to wrap around each other, forming a glowing sphere that pulsed rhythmically. Stats, elemental masteries, sword techniques, enlightenments. Neo put as much as he could into it. The ball of intent began to swell with condensed brilliance. As he started to put his world energy directly into it, Professor Daniel stopped him. Don't put energy into it. That will increase the intense weight, and I won't be able to send it back into the past. If everything Neo had put into the intent was a bullet, then the energy was the gun. Putting the two together would make it no different from a powerful demigod. Either only energy could be sent back or the techniques. Neo was sweating heavily by the time he was done. His chest heaved up and down, and his eyes looked tired. Professor Daniel stared at the white ball of light floating above his hand. Anyone who inherits that thing will burst apart like an overcharged battery, even SSS rankers. How will someone inherit it? Professor Daniel asked, despite knowing the answer. That will happen only if they inherit my intent all at once. I've made sure that won't happen. Neo had upgraded Kane's transfer technique. The changes would allow step-by-step inheritance of techniques instead of receiving everything at once. This is it. Can you send this back? Neo asked as he looked toward the ball of intent. It contained centuries of his hard work. What he was doing now was a necessary step to create a better, stronger foundation for himself and to fix the past. He had to do this. Instead of answering, Professor Daniel hovered his palm above the ball of intent. He closed his eyes, concentrating. A faint hum filled the room as ripples of energy pulsed from the sphere. Just then, the world started to shake. The angel, bound by chains, was trying to break free. The chains rattled violently as it strained against its bindings. It was making use of the opportunity now that Neo had given away his masteries and enlightenment and weakened. Can you stop doing that? Neo asked the angel. You lying asshole, the angel shouted. Why the fuck are you acting like a melodramatic bitch? These chains haven't weakened for shit. Give away your powers properly if you're going to do it. The angel felt wronged. It had thought it could escape, but it seemed Neo was still quite strong. Listening to it, even Professor Daniel frowned, his concentration breaking momentarily. Why is it cursing so much? I don't know, Neo muttered. The angel had not picked up Neo's way of speaking after thousands of years being together. Definitely not. And you shut up. I'll deal with you later. Neo increased the output of world energy. He transferred the energy into the hell inside him, strengthening the chains binding the angel. Will and mental strength were something that could not be transferred. With them, Neo could produce world energy without any issue. Professor Daniel focused on the ball of intent. The sphere of light hovered below his palm. I think I can send this back. However, this is the best we can do. Don't worry. I'll look over the guy who gets this and make sure he saves the child of mana. Professor Daniel frowned. Neo should have known what Professor Daniel wanted to say, yet he gave an answer to something else. Shaking his head, Professor Daniel started to use his time element. A faint aura enveloped him, distorting the space around him. His aura grew denser, pressing down on the area as if the air itself resisted the bending of time. Space seemed to collapse around Professor Daniel. He grabbed the ball of intent. Since normal time manipulation won't work for the amount of time we have to cover, I need to lessen the load. I'll be using an anchor point that exists in this world and the timeline where he has to send this intent, Professor Daniel said. Go ahead. Neo nodded. The only thing that was present in both places was Professor Daniel. His words meant the intent would appear near his own young self. Knowing this, Professor Daniel's sadness and grief appeared in his eyes. Chapter 304. Divine System. Don't be like that. This is the best for both of us, Neo said, knowing why the painful look was present in Professor Daniel's eyes. The time around the ball of intent warped. It disappeared and reappeared in the past. Age of Gods. A ball of light floated above the bedroom of a young boy. The room was silent except for the soft whisper of the wind outside. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting pale streaks across the wooden floor and the disheveled bed where the boy lay. Unaware of the ball of light, the boy was peacefully floating in the sea of dreams. His cheeks were stained from dried tears. His face expression continued to change as if the sea of dreams were turning into stormy nightmares. The ball of intent floated into the chest of the boy. It didn't release the enlightenments and techniques stored inside it. Neo's consciousness appeared inside the ball of intent. Just like how he could split his consciousness between himself and his intent clone and control both, he could do the same with the ball of intent. It was a loophole that Neo used to see what was happening in the past. Ugh. This is making me feel like my head would split, Neo groaned. As a ball of intent, he could only move for now. He focused on the scene before him. In a modest bedroom dimly lit by the pale light seeping through the curtains, young Daniel Selim lay fast asleep. The blankets were slightly rumpled, and a cool breeze drifted in from a cracked window, making the curtains flutter softly. Neo stared at the sleeping figure, then gathered his focus, pressing his will forward and embedding thoughts as intent into the young Daniel's mind. Binding divine system, Daniel shifted, murmuring under his breath, his face scrunching slightly. Let me sleep for a few more minutes. Binding divine system, the intent projected by Neo manifested inside Daniel's mind. Stronger this time. The words echoed like a whisper in the depths of his thoughts, jolting him awake. His eyes blinked open in confusion. I said let me sleep. His voice trailed off as he looked around the empty room. Silence greeted him. Huh? I'm sure I heard someone. Daniel frowned, his eyebrows knitting together. He leaned over the side of the bed, peering underneath where a few books lay scattered. Celine, come out. I know it was you. The underside of the bed was empty, save for the books and a forgotten sock. The silence deepened, broken only by the faint creaking of the wooden floorboards as Daniel shifted. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Divine system successfully bound. Newbie package has been gifted to host. Whoa! Daniel flinched, his heart racing as he scrambled back. His foot caught the edge of the blanket, and he tripped, crashing into the wall with a dull thud. A groan escaped his lips as he clutched his forehead. The pain brought slight tears to his eyes. What was that? He rubbed his head. His breath slowed as he scanned the room more carefully this time. The pale light revealed nothing out of the ordinary. Yet he remained vigilant. After the apocalypse, the world had become unpredictable. Monsters lurked in the shadows, and danger could manifest without warning. Was it a monster's voice? Daniel thought. But I've never heard about a monster that can talk. Neo chuckled faintly, observing how cautious Professor Daniel had been, even as a child. The scene warmed him slightly despite the strain on his mind. Splitting his mind between two timelines, one present in the future and one in the past, was making him feel as if his mind would be torn apart. But he persisted. Focusing once more, he sent another surge of thoughts as intent into Daniel's consciousness. This time he added a visual intent, accompanying the message. Please say status to check the menu screen. What the hell? A translucent blue screen suddenly materialized before Daniel, illuminating his face with a soft glow. He swung his arm instinctively, but it harmlessly passed through the screen. Who are you? Daniel shouted. He thought the screen was a monster. I'm Divine System, host. Neo kept up his act. Telling a child to save the world was not simple. There was a high chance Daniel would refuse. It was better to act like a system, pass down his powers gradually, and direct Daniel's thoughts towards saving the world and his sister, who would get kidnapped by Typhaon soon. We don't have much time before Typhaon tries to kidnap the child of mana. System, Daniel muttered. He had read a few novels he found while scavenging the town outside the walls. A system was something the protagonist received. It was a cheat that allowed the protagonist to become the strongest in the novels. I got something like that? Daniel thought, his wide eyes reflecting the pale blue glow of the screen. A smile appeared on his face. Excitement bubbled within his gaze. However, he quickly reeled in his emotions and his smile faded. How can I be sure you aren't a monster? It is easy, host. Please open the newbie package and use the rewards. Then you will know I'm not a monster. Newbie package? Daniel asked. He remembered something about receiving it, but he had been asleep and hadn't paid much attention. Open the newbie package? Daniel muttered, unsure of how to open it. Rows of text, made from Neo's visual intent, appeared before Daniel. Congratulations on opening the newbie package. You have received Time Stop Slip X3, Strength +1, Constitution +1. Power surged within Daniel's limbs. Heat spread from his chest as if flames had been ignited inside him. His seed of existence trembled from the influx of strength. Neo wasn't worried. He transferred only a small portion of the strength stored inside the ball of intent into Daniel, carefully restraining the flow. He knew giving too much too quickly could harm the boy. Only when done slowly could Daniel make the powers his own. Chapter 305. Guide to Raising a Hero. Fortunately for Daniel, the ball of intent had bonded to him. Since it had appeared in the past by using Professor Daniel as an anchor point, it could exist only around the younger self of Professor Daniel. St. Status. The young Daniel muttered. Daniel Selim. Level 0. EXP. 0/10. Stats. Strength 3. Speed 1. Dexterity 4. Constitution 3. Trait. Skills. None. Quests. None. Items. Time Stop Slip X3. These stats are good or bad? Daniel whispered. Daniel gained 1 strength stat and 1 constitution stat from the newbie package. He was effectively 30% stronger than his self from 5 minutes ago, if he believed the system, that is. Maybe I should check, Daniel muttered. He glanced around the room. The wooden floor creaked underfoot as he shifted. He pulled the dagger he hid beneath his pillow. The blade gleamed faintly under the moonlight seeping through the window. It was his weapon of choice as a scavenger, one with which he regularly went hunting. He hadn't fought against a monster yet, though. He was an unawakened human, unlike his twin sister, and she never let him fight the monsters. Here goes nothing, Daniel said under his breath, tightening his grip on the dagger. With a sharp exhale, he slashed at the wall. The blade went an inch deep into the concrete with ease, sending small fragments scattering to the floor. Daniel was stunned. He stared at the mark, unable to believe his eyes. Before this, he couldn't have been able to damage a wall so easily. Wow, is this for real? He whispered, his voice shaking slightly. Yes, host. The stats increase your physical abilities. When you start leveling up and reach milestones, you will unlock skills and receive even better rewards. Better rewards? Daniel asked. Indeed, host. To compare, while you are now strong for a human child, it is nothing much. The strength of newly awakened humans varies from 10-15 per stat. If I gain stats, will I be as strong as awakened humans? He asked with excitement. Yes, host. You can also become an awakened human through leveling up. Divine System's job is to help you become the strongest under the heavens. Daniel had to calm down his excitement forcefully. His breathing slowed as he clenched his fists to keep steady. For better or worse, Celine had taught him to doubt everything. Why are you trying to help me? Question cannot be answered. Host's level is too low. Daniel tried to question the system's purpose, its identity, and the identity of its creator, but the system kept refusing him with the same vague responses. He sighed and asked, So how do I level up? Daniel! A familiar shout echoed through the house. The wooden door to his room swung open with a loud creak. A girl, similar to Daniel but more mature, entered in haste. Her long brown hair framed a face that bore a striking resemblance to his own, though her posture was more confident, and her presence was more commanding. Celine and Daniel were twins. Since she was an awakened, she had grown physically a lot faster, which was why she looked to be in her late teens despite being the same age. The neighbors heard you shouting. Are you okay? Her words caught in her throat as her eyes landed on the deep gash on the wall. Did you do that? I guess yeah. Someone enter the house? No, Daniel answered nervously, shifting his weight. I had a nightmare and He instinctively hid the information about the divine system, unsure why but feeling it was safer kept secret for now. That's all? It was just a nightmare? Yeah. Celine sighed, the tension in the room deflating like a balloon. She shook her head, and a tired smile crossed her lips. Come down. I've prepared food. Okay. Daniel watched her retreating figure as she disappeared down the narrow hallway. The soft clinking of plates echoed faintly from the kitchen below. The two of them lived alone in a rented house inside the iron-fortified city, a place known for its towering walls and strict security measures. The house was modest, but it was not easy to get it. Not for twins with no guardians like them. Damaging the wall like Daniel had done would strain their already tight wallets. He glanced back at the damaged wall. He had slashed it without thinking, blinded by excitement. Guilt came flooding in as he realized what he had done. Celine is just as old as me, yet she is much more responsible. She didn't even scold me for damaging the wall. Sighing, he decided to freshen up. Just then, the system screen sprang up, glowing faintly in front of him. Tutorial quest. Leveling up. Kill a monster to reach 10 EXP and level up. Rewards. Overclock skill trait awakening. Trait? Awakening? Daniel had to double read to make sure he wasn't dreaming. His heart pounded louder than before. Won't I become an awakened if I awaken my trait? Yes, host. For Neo, all he had to do was simulate Daniel's seed of existence, and it would awaken Daniel's trait. He gave Daniel a quest instead of doing it directly. It was to solidify his image as a system. Hooray! Daniel couldn't believe it. The system was far better than he could have imagined. Awakened humans were the elite group. Only a small portion of humans could awaken, and they were the best of the best. They were treated like kings everywhere. Unfortunately, awakening of traits was dependent on luck. There were rumors saying that experiencing life-death scenarios could awaken traits too. However, it was not confirmed. I can become an awakened just by killing a monster. Daniel had to take deep breaths to calm himself. He felt like his life was finally turning around. Present. Neo's body started to break. A portion of his left hand slowly turned to dust, disintegrating into fine particles that drifted away like ash. He tried using his blessing to regenerate the wound, but nothing happened. More injuries began to pile up on his body. Deep gashes and spreading fractures, as if reality itself was rejecting his existence. You have to stop, Professor Daniel said. Or at least stop connecting to your intent that I've sent to the past, or you will. He didn't complete his words. However, their meaning was clear. Time would erase Neo. Currently, Neo existed at two different points in time at once. Neo himself was in the present, and by sharing his consciousness with the ball of intent, he existed in the past too. It was a paradox. No one could exist at two different points in time simultaneously. If not for Neo having the eternal skill which gave him 50% resistance to everything, and himself being an ascender after awakening world energy, he would have been erased already. Nevertheless, all he could do was resist. He wasn't immune to wrath of time. Slowly, time was erasing his existence. His body was crumbling into dust. "It's a fine," Neo told Professor Daniel. "This a much is nothing." Neo's voice was weak and disjointed. "It is nothing? You can't even talk." Professor Daniel clenched his fists and kept his thoughts to himself. Chapter 306. Guide to Raising a Hero 2. He wanted to force Neo to stop. But deep down, he knew what Neo was doing must be done. To save the world. To save the past. Neo had to carry the burden alone. Cracks started to appear on Neo's body. Each crack brought searing pain, but Neo did not let out a single complaint. He had to concentrate or he couldn't maintain consciousness in both places. The passage of time became uneven for him. If he stopped concentrating even for a moment, while 1 second passed in the present, an hour or even a day could have gone by in the past. The disjointed flow of time was tearing apart Neo's existence. However, Neo refused to stop. "Just a bit more," he thought, gritting his teeth. "I have to make sure he saves the world." Neo clenched his jaw and increased the output of world energy, trying to strengthen his crumbling body with it. A faint, almost imperceptible light surrounded him, flickering weakly like a candle in a storm. He was giving the job of saving the world to a child. The least he could do was be there for him and guide him. Age of Gods. A month had gone by since Daniel received the divine system. Contrary to his suspicions, the system was genuine. He awakened his trait thanks to it. His social status improved with his strength. From a scavenger who hunted for scraps in broken buildings, he became a hunter who protected the city by defeating the monsters outside of the gate. "Why do I have such a useless trait?" Daniel shouted as he ran through the street, rows of monsters following behind him. The city around him was a ruined expanse of cracked asphalt and shattered buildings, the air thick with dust and the stench of decay. Daniel Selim, level 5, EXP 14/5, 000, stats, strength 20, speed 21, dexterity 23, constitution 20, trait, blessed by time, SSS rank. Skills: Overclock LV3, IAI/LV1, Dragon Dance/LV2. Quests: none. Items: Time Stop Slip X2, Healing Slip X3, Instant Kill Slip, works on a single target below or on user's level X5. Shop unlocks at level 10. Daniel had been happy when he awakened an SSS rank trait. The trait sounded like it would give him some overpowered abilities. But it didn't do anything. It was a scam. A scam. "Give me something better." As he shouted, more and more monsters ran behind him. Their growls echoed against the cracked walls. The shadows of their twisted forms stretched long under the broken streetlights. It didn't take long for their numbers to reach hundreds. Daniel's level had stagnated at level 5, which was why he had decided to use one of the system's precious rewards to level up en masse today. The first step was to bait hundreds of monsters, much to his dismay. One wrong step and he would become their breakfast today. "Come, follow me," Daniel taunted the monsters. He led them towards a narrow street. The air grew colder as the passage narrowed, walls pressing closer. At the street's end, Daniel suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked back at the monsters. They were rushing towards him like a sea. The ground trembled with their steps, and they had a savage look in their eyes, hunger burning bright as they closed in. Just when the nearest monster was about to pounce on Daniel, he opened his mouth. Use time stop slip. Time stop slip has been used. Host's level is 5. Time stop duration, 5 seconds. Daniel felt like someone was squeezing his core and forcefully taking mana from it. The energy to activate these time stop slips was no joke. It was as painful as holding his breath for minutes. However, the result was worth it. The monsters stopped mid-rush. Some floated mid-air. Some had their jaws snapped open. None of them could move. The time had been stopped by Daniel. It was not just the monsters. For 5 seconds, only Daniel could move in the world. Activate skill Overclock and Dragon Dance Slash. A powerful red aura exploded out from Daniel's core, illuminating the surroundings with a crimson glow. Overclock LV3 activated. Host stats have been tripled for 5 minutes. Caution. After skill duration ends, host stats will be reduced by 50% for 1 week. For Overclock to work, Neo forcefully strengthened Daniel's seed of existence and core for a short duration. It gave Daniel a short temporary boost. However, it put a burden on his seed of existence and core, which was the reason for the debuff after the skill duration ended. Dragon Dance Slash LV2 activated. The world became monochrome for Daniel. He could see a path of light weaving through the throng of monsters. His body moved on its own, following the lines as he slashed. Daniel moved at such speed that he disappeared from the front of the group of monsters where he had been standing. A split second later, Daniel appeared far behind the monsters. The duration of time stop ended. The monsters could move again. They realized Daniel had disappeared. However, before they could find him, their bodies suddenly split into thousands of pieces and they fell, dead. The scent of blood filled the air. The once threatening battlefield was now eerily silent, broken only by the soft whisper of the wind carrying the remnants of Daniel's crimson aura. LV3 Twin-Tail Scorpion killed. XP plus 3. LV4 Blue Taurus killed. XP plus 4. LV5. LV. Countless screens flashed before Daniel's eyes. You have reached LV6. Free stat plus 1. You have reached LV7. Free stat plus 1. You have reached LV8. Free stat plus 1. You have reached LV9. Free stat plus 1. You have reached LV10. Free stat plus 3. Congratulations for reaching LV10. EXP converter has been unlocked. You can now use your EXP to level up skills. Titles have been unlocked. Shop has been unlocked. Leveling up will now heal injuries and exhaustion. Daniel's smile grew brighter with each passing second. He forgot the fatigue of the battle momentarily. He punched the air despite being physically exhausted from using Time Stop and Dragon Dance Slash together. Main quest has started. His eyes shone and he grinned from ear to ear. The glowing blue interface reflected in his pupils as he stared at the screen in disbelief. Finally, I'm getting a quest after so long. His voice echoed faintly through the empty road. Only the corpses were a witness to his ramblings. He hadn't received a quest since the first 3 tutorial quests. His skills had come from those early challenges. Without them, he would have died dozens of times by now. He had come to understand the true power of the skills gifted by the system. A single skill was worth more than a single level. And a new quest meant a new skill. Main quest, Calamity, Father of Anomaly, Typhon, has set his sights on your sister, who is the child of Mana. A month later, his subordinates will reach your location and kidnap your sister. Protect Selene from Sovereign of Wind, Charybdis. Rewards: Level up Slip X3 Parry Skill, Level Scanner. What? Instead of happiness, the quest gave him a deep shock. Chapter 307, Main Quest. He couldn't believe his eyes. Why would someone want to kidnap my sister? Daniel had no idea who Typhaon was, but he did know Anomalies was a name for the dangerous types of monsters. If Typhaon was called Father of Anomalies, he had to be much more dangerous. Why is someone like that targeting my sister? His joy of leveling up was replaced by newfound worry. He started to go out on longer hunts to increase his leveling pace from that day. As time ticked on, he decided to confront his sister. "Do you know anything about Child of Mana?" he asked her. According to the system, his sister was the Child of Mana. It sounded important. Unfortunately for Daniel, Celine did not know anything about being Child of Mana. She asked why he was asking her something like this, but he dodged the topic. A few days later, he decided to tell his sister about someone targeting her. She laughed it off, but it only made Daniel feel more unsettled. When she didn't believe him, he sought help from the leader of their city. The leader was a kind man. He was D-rank, the strongest awakener in the city, and a figure of quiet authority. He had helped the siblings since they were kids. It was thanks to the leader's support that they could rent a house after their parents were lost. His office, lined with ancient maps and worn tomes, felt almost too calm for the storm Daniel felt inside. The leader agreed to protect Celine if someone attacked her. However, Daniel could see the leader had not taken his words seriously either. The brief nod and reassuring words felt hollow, as if dismissing his fears as overreaction. "I should try to hire guards from the outside." Daniel tried to hire a mercenary. He needed money for it. Money he didn't have. After the apocalypse, consumable and luxurious goods had become currency. Society had reverted to a barter system. The old world's wealth was meaningless now. Daniel had nothing to pay the mercenary. He had hunted quite a lot of monsters during the past weeks. The fangs and claws he had collected gleamed faintly in his pack, but they were hardly enough. With it, he could hire one C-rank awakener at best. And that might not be enough to keep his sister safe. System? Is there a way for me to get stronger fast? Leveling up. I would do that if I had EXP. I've been killing monsters non-stop since the last 2 weeks, but I can't even reach level 20. Daniel shouted at the system. His anger persisted for hours before he felt fear taking over. "System, can you please give me skills? Even a good quest would work," he begged. Even though he knew only a little about Typhaon, Daniel understood enough to know he couldn't protect his sister from Typhaon and his subordinates. He was weak. Damn it! Damn it! Until the main quest arrived, he had been on cloud 9. He thought his life was finally taking a turn for the better. The system was an opportunity for him to stand above others, to rise. But all of it had been an illusion. "Celine, let's run away," he told his sister one day before Typhaon's subordinates were supposed to arrive. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body was trembling with suppressed fear. For Daniel, his sister was his world. She had awakened early and sacrificed so much for him. He wanted to save her at all costs. "Calm down. Let's drink a coffee first," Celine said gently. She didn't laugh off Daniel's worry when she noticed his pale complexion and the way his hands fidgeted restlessly. The two siblings sat together at the wooden table in their small, candlelit cabin. The aroma of coffee mixed with the scent of damp earth from outside as rain tapped softly on the roof. Midnight air hung heavy, filled with unspoken dread. Daniel was thinking of ways to run away with Celine. He had trained relentlessly over the past month, pushing his body to the limit. Against all odds, he reached level 20 in just 4 weeks. His efforts had earned him several titles and rare system items. And yet, in the corner of his heart, he knew he couldn't stop Typhaon. Running away was their only choice. Just then, the clock struck 12. Daniel sensed a foreign presence. The winds picked up. They formed tornadoes, ripping apart the city in a matter of seconds. Awakeners, their weapons, bunkers, everything was torn apart within 10 seconds. The once bustling city was reduced to rubble. Dust and debris filled the air, choking the remaining life out of the ruined streets. Everything happened too quickly for Daniel to make sense of it. A faceless humanoid monster with a white body descended from the storm-ravaged sky. The monster's feet touched the cracked ground. He looked around, searching for something. A smile appeared on his face when he found Celine. The monster tugged at his finger. The winds howled louder. They picked up Celine, who was injured and had lost consciousness, and brought her toward the humanoid monster. "St. Op. MHM? Someone's alive." Chirabdus, the sovereign of winds, was amused when he heard Daniel's weak voice echo. He had used enough strength to kill everyone except the Child of Mana. I didn't think there would be a C-rank awakener in such a backward region. Under Kyrabdis' amused and surprised gaze, Daniel rose, using his sword as support. Blood dripped from his wounds, staining the cracked earth beneath him. Give my sister back. Kyrabdis didn't hurry to take the Child of Mana back to Typhaon. He watched Daniel with interest, looking forward to seeing what he would do. Use the healing slip. Healing slip used. A gentle power burst forth from within Daniel. It enveloped his body, glowing faintly against the storm-darkened sky. His injuries started to heal as warmth spread through his body. The cost of the power made Daniel feel as if someone was squeezing the mana out of his core. That's a powerful healing ability for a C-rank awakener. What is your trait? I said. Daniel ignored Kyrabdis' question and dashed toward him. Give my sister back. Kyrabdis flicked his finger, and an air bullet shot out. The compressed wind pierced Daniel's abdomen before he could react, leaving a giant hole in his stomach. Daniel froze. He looked down, noticing the gaping wound where his flesh had once been. Blood soaked his torn clothes and pooled on the shattered ground. Can you heal from that? Kyrabdis asked in amusement. Slowly, life disappeared from Daniel's eyes. He kept trying to claw towards Kyrabdis during his last moments. His trembling fingers digged into the rough, broken soil. Use healing slips, Daniel tried to say. His lungs had been destroyed. The pain made him unable to speak physically or mentally. He could only struggle trying to gather his thoughts. I need to think. Use healing. He didn't have much time left. His vision blurred, and his pulse slowed to a whisper. At the last second, a glowing screen appeared before Daniel's eyes. Host's health has fallen dangerously low. Would you like to use a healing slip? Chapter 308. Emergency Main Quest. YS. A healing power, much stronger than before, burst forth from within Daniel. A radiant golden energy surged through his body. His heart regrew, followed by lungs, organs, muscles, and skin. Each cell knitted back together with glowing threads of light. Activate Overclock. Overclock LV7 activated. Host stats will be enhanced by 7 times for 20 minutes. Kyrabdis' surprise only increased when a red aura materialized around Daniel, crackling with raw, unstable energy. IAI/. Daniel returned his sword to its sheath. The world seemed to slow as he drew the blade in a single, fluid motion. The steel sliced through the air cleanly. The blade landed on Kyrabdis' body and shattered. The fragments scattered like shards of glass, unable to break through the defenses of the Sovereign of Winds. A barrier of wind rippled where the strike had landed, completely unscathed. Daniel was stunned, yet he quickly regained his calm. He used the momentum of the slash to spin on his foot. He twisted, aiming to land a kick on Kyrabdis, but his body failed him. His strength gave out and he collapsed headfirst into the dirt. What? No matter what Daniel did, he couldn't move. The weight of exhaustion pressed down on his body like chains, pinning him to the ground. His eyes started to droop. Don't fall asleep here. Not now. Having used 2 healing slips, Overclock and the IAI/, all of which drained energy from his core, he had emptied himself completely. He couldn't move anymore. His trembling fingers twitched feebly, and his breathing slowed. Oya. Exhausted already? Kyrabdis grinned. Seems like you were using some kind of forbidden incantation to heal yourself, and now it backfired on you. The Sovereign of Winds lost interest in Daniel. Self-destructive Abelites were nothing special. He was about to stomp Daniel's head into a pulp, but he stopped when he felt a chill crawl up his spine. An intense sense of bloodlust was locked on Kyrabdis, thick enough to make the air feel heavy. The Sovereign swiftly looked around, searching for the source of the bloodlust. The bloodlust was enough to make Kyrabdis tremble. Clearly, its owner could defeat him easily. Is it an SSS rank awakener? Kronos? What is he doing here? He must be after Child of Mana too. When he failed to find the source of bloodlust, He swiftly ran away before whoever was radiating the bloodlust could kill Charybdis. Sto. Daniel could only look at the monster as it took away his sister. Main quest failed. Moments later, Daniel lost consciousness. Neo, who had been the source of the bloodlust, could only sigh. He could have taken over Daniel's body to rescue Selene, but he did not do it. The ball of intent had techniques but no energy source to use them. Neo would have been forced to use Daniel's mana. The strain would have killed Daniel before Neo could use even one technique. Even if Neo killed Charybdis at cost of Daniel's life, it would have been useless. Typhaon would keep sending more monsters if Charybdis failed today. In other words, Neo had always known the Child of Mana would be kidnapped today, and they had no way to stop it. Although he had been strengthening Daniel, the speed wasn't good enough. Selene was kidnapped exactly when Jack and I arrived in this world. That means we have 8 hours to rescue her before Typhaon takes over her mind. Neo clicked his tongue. It was impossible to save the Child of Mana now. Jack and I won't come to this timeline either. Jack already left the Shadow World, and I'm here. Since only one timeline could exist at one point in time, only one person could exist at any one point in time. It meant something like future Neo and present Neo meeting would never happen. If future Neo came to the past, either the actual Neo of the past would be erased, or the future Neo would take over the body of the past Neo. This meant Neo had only Daniel to make use of. Daniel woke up a few days later. He was in a dimly lit medical room set up inside a tent. The scent of herbs and antiseptic lingered in the air. The place was filled with the low hum of whispered conversations and the occasional groans of the wounded. Rows of cots lined the tent, each occupied by the injured, some bandaged heavily, others unconscious. "Don't stand. Your injuries aren't healed," the nurse told Daniel, gently pressing a hand on his shoulder. The woman wore a simple white tunic stained with blood. Her expression was kind but firm. "We are from the neighboring city. Our scouts came to your city when they detected the surge of mana, and then we found the city destroyed." Daniel was in no condition to listen to the nurse. His mind felt foggy, and his body was weak, but the pain in his chest wasn't from his injuries. He looked around. Where is my sister? Can you tell me her name?" the nurse asked while looking through a list of names they had rescued. "Selene." The nurse flipped through the pages with a growing frown before shaking her head. "I'm sorry. There is no one named Selene in the rescued people list." "Amanda, what are you saying to a patient who just woke up?" The tent flap snapped open, and a tall doctor with graying hair stormed in. His face was stern as he snatched the list from the nurse's hands. He looked at Daniel. "Young man, you can ask about your sister later. For now, rest. Focus on yourself." Daniel didn't answer. His gaze was fixed on the glowing screen that had appeared before his eyes. "Main quest failed. You have failed to protect the Child of Mana. Emergency main quest initiated. Quest details. Join Awakener Association or Titans. Reward. Knowledge of World Time Spell." "World Time Spell?" Daniel asked, blankly. After losing Selene, his mind had become numbed. It was as if he couldn't feel pain. He didn't even ask System why his body had failed at the last moment during the battle with Sovereign of Winds. Instead of dwelling on the past, all he thought about was how to rescue Selene. "Host, it is a spell that will allow you to return to the past." Daniel's mind churned. Only special awakeners could join the Awakener Association and Titans. You either had to have a powerful trait or at least B rank. "I need to grow stronger quickly." He tried to stand. His legs trembled. The doctor placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Where are you going?" "Hunting." He had to level up. The system's reward meant Daniel couldn't save his sister anymore. It hinted he had to go back to the past to do that. Daniel wouldn't accept such a solution. "No." The doctor's voice was firm. When Daniel tried to move despite the doctor's dismissal, the doctor spoke harshly. "Young man, I know you must be feeling bad, but if you fight monsters in your current condition, you'll die." "Then I'll just die." The doctor frowned when he noticed the empty look in Daniel's eyes. It was clear Daniel was in a dangerous state of mind. The doctor decided to use force. Daniel couldn't stand up when the doctor, and awakened, pressed his weakened body down. He clenched his teeth. "Use healing slip," he muttered under his breath. The doctor couldn't stop him from leaving if he was healed. Using a healing slip outside of battles or emergency was wasting them, but Daniel had to go out and hunt right now. He had to use every moment if he wanted to be stronger. Neo didn't respond immediately. Although Neo had used only a small portion of his techniques for Daniel, the fact remained Neo and Daniel were far apart in strength. Neo's techniques burned Daniel's body, soul, core, and seed of existence. During the battle with Charybdis, Daniel's seed of existence had almost burst apart. If Daniel didn't grow slowly, he wouldn't have time to adjust to Neo's powers, and it would cause his death due to being unable to handle the power. "I said use the healing slip," Daniel shouted when the system didn't respond to him. Neo sighed. Using healing slip. Chapter 309, Typhaon Awakening. Daniel's injuries healed in front of the doctor's eyes. "See, I'm okay." Daniel stepped out of the medical tent. He left behind surprised gazes on others' faces. After leaving the city, Daniel forwent everything that wasn't needed to keep himself alive. He only ate and slept the bare minimum. All of his time and focus went towards monster hunting. His fame in the city increased as he hunted more, stronger monsters. Rumors spread of a lone hunter like wildfire. As much as he wanted to rush out and save Selene, he understood he had to grow stronger first. He couldn't defeat Typhaon alone either. He needed more awakeners to support him. "I need to join an organization and get their support." Time passed. Daniel became known as the Anomaly Hunter after having successfully taken down 3 anomalies. He was approached by Titans and the Awakener Association. Before he could make a choice, a voice echoed in his head. "Daniel!" It was Selene's voice. Familiar, broken, trembling. "Help! Help me! Please! I'm alone here. It hurts." Daniel nearly lost control of his emotions. He would have left for the savage expanse that very moment if not for the system's cold voice dousing water over his head. Intrusion of highly dangerous entity detected. Alert! Alert! Deploying system defenses. Blocking all foreign mental interferences. "Why did you do that?" "It was my sister." "Host, it was not your sister." The voice might be hers, but do you really think Typhaon, the father of anomalies, will let her talk to you? "It was Typhaon who spoke to you." Neo's voice remained calm and emotionless. He explained what Typhaon had planned. Typhaon wanted to start a war between awakeners, using the energy from their clash to awaken himself fully. "If you know all this, then what is happening to my sister?" Daniel questioned. Neo didn't answer. "Tell me." Neo remained silent. "Tell me," Daniel roared. A notification glowed before him. The reward for the emergency main quest is World Time Spell. In other worlds, his sister was dead. The knowledge pressed on his chest like an unbearable weight. The only way to save her was to go back in time. That's what the system was telling him. Daniel ignored system's warning. He would save his sister. He joined the Titans, explaining his plan to save his sister, a child of mana. But he had withheld the truth. Typhaon's awakening. He feared the Titans would refuse to help if they knew the full extent of the danger. "I would rather let the world be destroyed if I can save my sister." It was borderline madness, yet he clung to that resolve. Neo had severed Typhaon's mental link with Daniel. Without it, Typhaon couldn't force a status screen to appear for Daniel to prove his sister, a child of mana, had been kidnapped and was pleading for salvation. In Neo's timeline, Daniel had shown Ares his status screen. However, nothing similar had occurred in this turn. Daniel suspected the Titans wouldn't help because he couldn't prove she was a child of mana. "We will save the child of mana," Kronos declared, much to Daniel's surprise. "What?" Daniel's voice trembled with disbelief. "You'll help save my sister? But I can't prove she's the child of mana." "I trust you." The words struck Daniel harder than he expected. He wasn't a child anymore. too old to believe in blind faith. Kronos must have his reasons. Yet, the only explanation Daniel received from Kronos was, "My intuition tells me to." The relationship between the Awakener Association and the Titans deteriorated further. The Awakener Association refused to aid in saving Daniel's sister. They wanted to stop the Titans from doing the same, but the Titans stood by Daniel. Small skirmishes erupted between the two factions. "Host, this will allow Typhaon to awaken." The system's words formed coldly, clinically in Daniel's vision. Daniel ignored it. Neo, watching from the sidelines, had his hands shackled. As much as he wanted to intervene, doing so would risk Daniel's life, and without Daniel, Neo couldn't save the world. "Host, at least start the construction of the world time spell." Daniel agreed to build the world time spell. He showed the magic circle diagram to Kronos. Kronos was surprised. The spell Daniel gave him was the exact spell he was planning to build himself, but complete. His eyes narrowed. A glint of suspicion flashed in their green depths. "Where did you get this from?" Kronos asked. Daniel dodged the question. Surprisingly, Kronos didn't pursue it anymore when he noticed Daniel's reluctance. Kronos ordered the construction of the spell. Since the spell's diagram was already complete, it was supposed to take only 10 to 15 years to inscribe it on Earth. Time was needed to collect mana-conducting metals for the magic circle and make the magic circle durable. The task required the combined efforts of thousands of skilled craftsmen and mages working tirelessly. 15 years was quite less than Neo's turn. It had taken them 40 years to build the world time spell previously. For months later, Typhaon woke up. The skies darkened as an unnatural storm gathered over the horizon, crackling with dark lightning. The Father of Anomalies had collected enough energy. Titans and the Awakener Association had to put aside their differences and join hands. Their alliance couldn't do much. Typhaon took only 3 weeks to conquer Russia and China. Smoke choked the air as entire cities were reduced to rubble. Over 60% of the population living in those countries were wiped out. The rest were transformed into monsters by Typhaon. Emma, Rhea, Persis, Athena, and countless more high-ranking Awakeners were dead. The battlefields were littered with broken weapons and blood-soaked corpses. Typhaon was overwhelmingly strong. More would have died if not for Kronos and Gaia leaving their stations to protect civilians. However, after Gaia stopped her continuous synchronization with the world core, countless natural disasters hit every place in the world. Tsunamis drowning coastal cities, earthquakes splitting the earth, and hurricanes tearing through the skies. It seemed the end of the world was near. Ash filled the sky, and hope seemed all but lost. Suddenly, Typhaon stopped its assault. The Father of Anomalies declared he would let humans live if they served him as their king. Chapter 310, Advantage of Information. His voice echoed through the mind of all humans. To show their allegiance and enter under Typhaon's rule, humans would have to let Typhaon transform them into monsters willingly. The news brought both terror and relief to the survivors. Some wept, clutching their loved ones in fear, while others, broken by despair, considered surrendering to the darkness. "So, all of you are alive?" Kronos asked. He was having a meeting with the few remaining high-ranking Awakeners. The atmosphere was grim. The dimly lit room was filled with the scent of damp earth and the faint crackling of a dying hearth. "Zeus, Kronos, Daniel, and me, that's all?" Gaia asked. "Kronos, where are the other Titans? There is no way you two are the only Titan left." A portal to another world with hostile aliens opened in the Bermuda Triangle. The air seemed to grow colder with his words. "We had to divide our forces between Typhaon and the portals, which, dividing our forces weakened us, and we lost on both fronts." His words were no different from saying Kronos and Daniel were the last Titans left. He sighed bitterly. "What about Ares and Apollo?" Kronos asked. "Since Sunshine is still alive, I take it Apollo is alive too?" "For now, yes," Gaia replied quietly. Apollo and Ares had been part of the reinforcements sent to rescue Emma and the others. Emma was dead. However, there was no news of Apollo and Ares. "So, what's the plan now?" Kronos asked. He looked at everyone before his gaze stopped at Daniel. Daniel was in tatters. His clothes were torn, and his face bore the marks of dried tears. He had an unfocused look in his eyes. While fighting Typhaon's minions, he had come to realize something terrifying. The monsters knew too much about Awakeners, their powers, weaknesses, and even effective counters. It was why Typhaon's army had overwhelmed them so easily. They had an overwhelming advantage of information. Information. It was the domain, the child of mana. Clearly, Typhaon had extracted the information from Selene, the child of mana. It meant Daniel's sister was dead. The system had been telling him the truth. The truth Daniel had been trying to ignore for years had become too heavy to ignore. He had caused the world's end for a pointless rescue mission. "It's not your fault," Zeus suddenly said. His voice was calm, yet it carried the weight. He stared at Daniel with a calm, powerful gaze. By now, all of the Awakeners understood Typhaon had woken up by collecting energy that was released from their battles. The devastation around them was proof enough. But I hid the information from you all. That Typhaon was collecting energy." Daniel's voice trembled. His eyes were filled with guilt. Zeus shook his head firmly. "I'll say it again. It's not your fault. Typhaon could collect energy from the air and from the earth too. Even if you had warned us and we didn't fight, he would have woken up a few years later." Zeus closed his eyes as he added, "The fault is ours, for not being strong enough to protect the younger generation." His words made Kronos look away, his jaw tightening as he clenched his fists. Gaia bit her lips. Her emerald eyes were misty with sorrow. None of the three present in the room blamed Daniel for what he did. They knew the pain of losing someone close. They understood why Daniel had made his choices. The one they blamed was themselves, for not being strong enough to stop this catastrophe. Suddenly, Kronos broke the silence. "There is a way," he said. He looked directly at Daniel. "The world time spell. It's barely 40% done, but if we can use it, we can go back to the past and change everything again." Daniel's breath caught. Hope flickered in his eyes, but doubt lingered. "Are you sure it will work?" Gaia asked cautiously. "I am." Kronos nodded without hesitation. "And if we fail? It won't be worse than what is happening right now." Kronos' lips curled into a grim, weary smile. For the first time in weeks, Gaia chuckled softly, though the sound was tinged with bitterness. "Fine. We'll help you complete the spell." Without another word, Kronos, Gaia, and Zeus divided the job among themselves. The original spell sends people back 30 to 50 years. We need to go back only 8 years to the past to stop Typhaon. I will remake a new world spell diagram using the original as a base and decrease its performance. Since we decrease the performance, it will decrease the spell's complexity and decrease the chances of its failure too. A simpler spell will take less time and resources to be inscribed on the earth, Kronos said. I will connect the spell to the world core for the energy supply, Gaia said. I will take care of inscribing the spell onto the earth, Zeus spoke up. Kronos, instead of sending me the complete spell diagram, keep sending me the parts of the magic circle whenever you complete a part. It will save us time. What about the materials? We need mana-conducting materials. Where will you get enough mana materials to cover the earth? Kronos questioned. I have my ways. A heavy silence followed. Kronos stared at Zeus. He seemed to have understood what Zeus was planning. Most of the monsters now were once human, Kronos said. You don't need to dirty your hands. I will do it, Zeus replied. Zeus left. Daniel watched in confusion. He didn't understand what they were talking about, nor was he in the condition to understand. His thoughts were in shambles. Yet he still spoke up. I will help too. No, you won't, Kronos said firmly. With a snap of his fingers, a green energy bullet shot from his hand and struck Daniel, freezing him in time. The world seemed to halt for Daniel. He could think, he could feel the passing moments, but he couldn't move, speak, or even age. He had been trapped in a stasis-time prison by Kronos. Why did you do that? Gaia asked with narrowed eyes. We need to protect him, Kronos replied. Gaia tilted her head. Kronos noticed her confusion and explained. If we can complete the spell, we need to choose who to send to the past. The natural choice is me since I have high time mastery and resistance. But I can't survive a regression of 8 years. I'm not strong enough, he admitted. Chapter 311. Last Hope. So we will send the kid to the past? I don't think he can survive the strain of time travel if you can't either. Believe me, he can. His trait increases his resistance to time deaths. Daniel was able to hear them, but he couldn't do anything. Gaia, after hearing Kronos, looked at Daniel with a solemn expression. Good luck, kid, and sorry. You are the last hope of our world. She left the room along with Kronos. Left alone, Daniel could do nothing but curse himself for his past mistakes. If only he had done better. If only he had not been selfish. System. Can you remove the time prison? Negative, host. Neo could destroy the time prison. However, he didn't. Right now, Daniel was in a dangerous state of mind. If he was allowed to fight, there was a chance he could self-destruct. While Daniel was being protected against his will, Kronos, Gaia, and Zeus did their parts elsewhere in the battle-ravaged world. Kronos designed a new, weaker version of the world-time spell. Gaia prepared to connect the world core with the magic circle as soon as it was completed. Zeus slaughtered monsters. Everywhere he went, only rivers of blood and corpses were left behind. He used the blood of monsters to build the magic circle. All monsters could use mana. Their mana-rich blood served as an excellent conductor for the spell. He was exhausted, fighting day and night. His breaths were ragged. Yet he neither complained nor stopped. Lightning danced along his broken skin, forcing his body to keep moving. The monsters, under Typhaon's control, fought him without caring for their lives. They threw themselves into Zeus' path happily. When Typhaon transformed them, he ensured they would obey his commands with no hesitation. The two sides clashed endlessly. Zeus's body broke and broke and broke. But he didn't care. He continued to move ahead. He fought like a mindless slaughterer. Humans, monsters, aliens. He crushed anyone who stood in his path. He had no intention of falling before he completed his task. The rivers of blood left behind by Zeus slowly connected, forming magic circles. The runes sparked with unstable energy. Kronos' expression was grim. He had expected Zeus to do this, but it was surprising and despairing nonetheless. Wouldn't a magic circle made from blood have less durability? Anyone can stop just one river of blood and the spell would fail, Gaia asked Kronos when they met a few days later. It's fine. I've added fake parts to the magic circle. Typhaon won't know what to destroy. He can just destroy everything, she countered. He can't. As if on cue, a second sun appeared in the sky. Its range increased, shining over the entire world. The air grew thick with the scent of burning ozone and the distant cries of combat. The sun shot powerful waves of holy energy, attacking the monsters everywhere. Apollo? Gaia's eyes widened. He was alive. Yes, he is engaging them right now and buying time for us. They hadn't told Apollo about the plan. Only yesterday, Apollo had suddenly called Kronos and told him they were ready to help. He must have known what we were going to do with his trait of future visions, Kronos said, his gaze fixed on the radiant sun above. Where was he until now? Gaia asked with furrowed brows. Hiding and gathering strength. Gathering strength? Apollo isn't the only one who is buying time for us. While Apollo was igniting his life to serve as fuel for sunshine, Ares was fighting the three sovereigns of Typhaon. At the same time, an unknown awakener, capable of manipulating seas, appeared on the coast of Russia. The icy winds howled as he lifted a part of the Arctic Ocean and submerged half of Russia with the freezing waters. Typhaon's territory was attacked by sea, air, and land, while Ares, Apollo, and the unknown awakener capable of manipulating seas kept Typhaon busy. Zeus was inscribing the spell on Earth. The 7-Day War. For 7 days, the world witnessed countless clashes of behemoths. The sky burned crimson with holy energy. By the end, Apollo had burnt his body and life away. He crumbled into dust, and sunshine dimmed away into non-existence. The golden sun vanished, leaving a lingering warmth that soon faded. Ares' body was torn apart by the slicing winds of Charybdis, the sovereign of winds. His blood stained the ground, soaking the broken earth as his weapon fell from his grasp. The awakener who appeared in Russia was caught by Typhaon and beheaded. His corpse, pale and lifeless, was paraded across Typhaon's territory, an example to show what would happen if anyone, no matter how strong, rebelled against Typhaon. Zeus fell. During his last breath, he self-destructed his core, summoning an avalanche of lightning that killed countless monsters, causing the rivers of blood to grow. The world time spell was completed. The spell was inscribed on the earth successfully. Kronos and Gaia moved quickly. They didn't have much time before Typhaon damaged the magic circle. Kronos protected Gaia while she connected the world core and world time spell's magic circle. They were successful. However, Typhaon was able to harm Gaia. The father of anomalies could connect to the world core. He had been lying in wait for Gaia to kill her when he connected to the world core. Although she was able to escape Typhaon's ambush momentarily and connect the world core and world time spell, the injuries claimed her life. Kronos wasn't left unharmed either. He had been fighting non-stop for weeks. The exhaustion caught up to him. Just when Kronos was about to be slain, Daniel appeared and saved him. "How are you here?" Kronos asked. The exhaustion made his mind muddy, and he had lost control of Daniel's time prison. It was how Daniel could escape. Kronos chuckled when he realized how Daniel was there. Tears began to fall from Daniel's eyes. The sight of watching Kronos, who was like an older brother to him, laughing as he was dying, was heartbreaking. It was a reminder of his mistakes. "Kronos, you should be the one to go to the past. You are a better choice than me. I did nothing, even in the last battle." "Daniel." Kronos cut off Daniel and looked at him with a smile. "I didn't try to save Child of Mana because of my intuition. Tell my past self this when you meet him." Chapter 312. Attempting once more. "Wait, what do you mean?" Before Daniel could question him, Kronos activated the world time spell. A blinding light erupted. The once deafening sounds of monsters faded. The world around Daniel went dark. Silence engulfed him. Suddenly, a powerful current smashed into him. The waves surged stronger with time. Daniel tried to stay afloat desperately. The current twisted and turned, dragging him along. Days, weeks, months, he lost track of time as he swam against the river of time. His body ached. His mind screamed, but he refused to give up. Just when Daniel thought he could not continue any longer, he heard a voice. "I'm sorry. There is no one named Celine in the rescued people list." "Amanda, what are you saying to a patient who just woke up?" The smell of antiseptic filled his nostrils. The beeping of medical monitors echoed softly. Blinding white light burned his vision as he blinked awake. The sharp scent of a sterile medical room was unmistakable. He looked around, noticing the doctor and nurse staring down at him. The nurse, Amanda, had a panicked expression, while the doctor maintained a professional calm. "Patient Daniel, are you okay? How are you feeling?" the doctor asked. Daniel looked at his arms. He pinched his cheek. Pain returned instantly. It was proof. This wasn't a dream. He had returned to the past. "Ha ha ha." Daniel's laughter echoed hollowly. He covered his face with his hands. His shoulders trembled. What the hell? He couldn't stop his tears as he laughed bitterly. Everyone he cared about had died. They died because of the mistakes he made. He returned to the past to fix those mistakes. But, ha ha ha, is this a sick joke? He woke up 3 days after his sister had been kidnapped by Charybdis, the sovereign of Typhaon. He couldn't save her. A few minutes later, Daniel exhausted his tears. The doctor left after giving him a checkup, leaving to look at other patients. The sterile scent lingered as the machines beeped steadily beside him. Daniel lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling with a blank gaze. "Use healing slip," he muttered few seconds later. Healing slip is being used. A faint, golden glow surrounded his body. Daniel's injuries began to heal. The physical pain in his limbs eased as the magic worked through him. The ball of intent within Daniel Neo had returned in time with Daniel. Daniel had grown emotionally. This is good. Neo felt a sense of relief. Daniel's emotional growth was important, or else Daniel would break before he could save the world. However, something is wrong. We should have returned 1 month before Daniel's sister was kidnapped. Did the spell fail at the last moment? Is it because Kronos didn't have time to run proper checks? An error of a month was acceptable in a spell that could send the user 8 years back into the past. Neo and Daniel had been just unlucky. They couldn't been sent to the exact date they had planned, a few days later or a few days earlier. Was it really luck? Fate commanded cause and effect and luck. Fate might be trying to stop us from changing the past too many times. Or maybe it was just simple bad luck. Neo hoped it wasn't fate. Daniel stood up after having his injuries healed. The white hospital bed crinkled as he shifted. The nurse nearby was about to stop him until she noticed his wounds had completely closed, leaving only faint scars where the injuries once were. "Thank you," he said to the nurse, his voice steady yet distant, before leaving the room. The hallway outside was brightly lit, the polished floors reflecting his determined stride. Daniel's plan was simple. He would meet up with Kronos and reveal what had happened in the past. Just then, a screen materialized before Daniel's eyes. It has been detected that host has undergone regression. Adjusting divine system, please pick one of the rewards. 1. 10% of pre-regression stats. 2. Any one skill from your previous life, the skill level will be reset. 3. Any one system item. Daniel's seed of existence had grown stronger after the ordeals of previous attempt. It allowed Neo to pass down his techniques and stats more generously than he normally could. Daniel was surprised to see the rewards. He hadn't expected it. "I guess I'll choose a skill." He could get stats from leveling up and items were expendable. Skills, on the other hand, were powerful, non-expendable, and harder to acquire than stats or system items. "Which skill would you like to choose?" "Time stop," Daniel said. Time stop LV1 unlocked. After choosing the skill, Daniel moved toward the west. The dense forest was shrouded in mist. Monsters and beasts hid in its undergrowth. He killed the monsters he encountered on his path and leveled up. It took him months to reach the headquarters of the Titans. The fortress-like structure looked otherworldly. Daniel could have reached the place quicker, but taking his time was better. He had used it to grow stronger. He walked up to the receptionist sitting at the guest floor of the Titans' headquarters. The marble floor gleamed under the golden chandeliers, and the massive hall was filled with the quiet murmur of conversations. "I want to meet Kronos," he said. "Sir, you can't meet." The receptionist stopped speaking when Daniel suddenly let out his aura. The atmosphere shifted. A crushing pressure filled the hall, causing glass ornaments on the nearby tables to tremble. The guards sprang into motion. They surrounded Daniel and pointed their weapons at him. "Get down on your knees. Raise your hands," the guard leader shouted. "Ha ha ha. Calm down." Daniel chuckled. "I said, on your knees. We will shoot you if we detect any mana." "Shoot with what? Your weapon is missing." The guard leader froze. His hands, once holding a bow, were now empty. His eyes widened as he looked at Daniel, who was now twirling the same bow between his fingers with a smirk. "When did he take it?" The guard leader was shocked. The other guards moved, but suddenly their weapons vanished. The sound of steel clattering echoed as the weapons reappeared at Daniel's feet in a neat pile. "How about we talk like civil people instead of fighting?" Daniel grinned. He had used time stop to steal the weapons. "You damned brat." Suddenly, one of the guards pounced toward Daniel, his face contorted with rage. Daniel reacted instantly, using time stop once more. Silence engulfed the hall as the guard halted midair, frozen in place. Daniel was about to shift his position when a voice echoed from behind him. "I never expected to see a child able to control time so finely." Daniel spun around when he heard the familiar voice. Kronos stood there. With a snap of his fingers, Kronos shattered Daniel's hold over time. The frozen moment dissolved like glass, and the flow of reality resumed. The guard, now freed, lunged forward, his attack just inches from Daniel's face. Before it could connect, Kronos intervened, raising a hand. Time seemed to ripple as the guard's movements ceased abruptly. "Sir!" The guards saluted, their stances stiffening with respect. Kronos gave a curt nod, his gaze never leaving Daniel. "Follow me." "Huh?" Daniel blinked. "You know me? I don't. But you are here to meet me, aren't you? Let's talk in my office." Kronos's expression remained unreadable. Daniel forced a rueful smile, suppressing the disappointment. He had hoped Kronos would remember him, but it seemed his expectations had been too high. The two walked through the corridors and entered Kronos's office. Chapter 313, Whisper of Time. Kronos told Daniel to sit while he prepared tea. The room was dimly lit. Watching Kronos retrieve teacups from a cabinet, Daniel mentally prepared himself. His fingers tapped anxiously on the armrest of the worn leather chair. "I need to explain everything about the previous loop. But will Kronos believe me?" Suddenly, a screen flickered to life before him. "Host should not reveal the information about the future." "Huh? Why?" Daniel was baffled. "Fate. Revealing about the future will turn fate against you." Daniel frowned deeper. He didn't understand how fate could attack him, but knowing the system, it wouldn't have warned him unless the danger was real and immediate. "If I don't reveal I'm from the future, how will I gain Kronos' trust? Host needs to think about it himself." Daniel's mind churned like a stormy sea. The system hadn't forbidden him from saying he was from the future, only from disclosing information about it. Was there a loophole? "Here." Kronos' voice pulled him from his thoughts. The man placed a steaming cup of tea in front of him. The porcelain cup was delicate, decorated with swirling silver patterns. The gentle heat radiated against Daniel's hands as he picked it up. Watching the steam spiral into the air, an idea slowly formed in his mind. "Kronos," Daniel began. "I'm Daniel Selim, and I'm from the future." Kronos raised a single brow, yet his expression remained calm and unreadable. He didn't show much of a reaction. "Can you prove it?" Kronos asked. "I can't. I'm sorry." Daniel hesitated, then shook his head. His grip on the teacup tightened as he continued. "But I know something that might earn me your trust." Kronos leaned back. A playful smile curled at the edges of his lips. Regardless of whether Daniel was telling the truth or not, the current situation was, at the very least, entertaining to him. "And what might that be?" Daniel exhaled slowly. His gaze met Kronos, unwavering. "You want to save the child of Mana." The room fell silent. Even the crackling fire seemed to quiet, as if holding its breath. Kronos' smile faded. He remained silent, and his expression shifted to something far more serious. "I don't know the reason for it," Daniel continued. "You always said you wanted to save the child of Mana because of your intuition. But at your last breath, you said the reason was something else." Kronos' hand paused mid-air, his fingers resting lightly on the rim of his cup. "Something else? What was that?" "I don't know the reason. You didn't reveal it." Silence descended between Daniel and Kronos. Kronos seemed to be thinking about something. His sharp eyes narrowed as he stared past Daniel into the distance. The only sound was the crackling of the candle's flame and the faint rustle of fabric as Kronos shifted slightly. His voice broke the stillness a few minutes later. "How do you know about the child of Mana?" "She is my sister, Selene Selim. She was kidnapped a few months ago by Sovereign of Wind, Charybdis." "I'm sorry. It's okay." Daniel had come to terms with the fact he couldn't save his sister. The pain was still there, like a wound that refused to heal, but he had steeled himself. He would make Typhaon pay for harming her. "Can you show me another proof instead of just this?" Kronos asked. Daniel's brows furrowed. "Something that can reveal I'm from the future, but doesn't reveal the knowledge of the future." He thought hard of a way to prove it. An idea came to him. "Can I get a pen and paper?" "Sure." Kronos passed him a paper from the file placed on his desk and his pen. The desk was cluttered with scrolls and half-written formulas, symbols etched hastily as though caught mid-thought. Daniel began to draw on it. Kronos leaned closer. His expression was neutral until recognition dawned on his face. The drawing seemed to be something akin to a magic circle, but its intricacy far surpassed the crude sketches scattered on Kronos's desk. His eyes widened a few seconds later. "That's the world time spell I'm creating," Kronos said. "But my spell is only in prototype stages, whereas yours is complete." Daniel smiled faintly. The face Kronos was making was worth the effort. The world time spell had been given to Daniel by the system. He had used it during his last confrontation. Using it again, just earlier, shouldn't be a problem. "Do you trust me now?" Kronos didn't respond immediately. Instead, he opened his desk's drawer and took out a small, crystalline recorder. Daniel looked at him with confused eyes. "This device lets me record the voices of time." Daniel knew what the voices of time were. Anyone who came close to time deaths could hear them. Kronos continued, "You asked me why I wanted to save the child of mana, right?" Daniel nodded. "It's because of this." Kronos played the recorder. A distorted voice echoed from the device, crackling with static. "I'm Black Medium Square, who interfered with the past 4 Black Medium Square." The voice continued to break due to the interference. Some parts were lost to the crackling sound. However, Daniel could tell there was something unmistakable in the voice. Pain. Agony seemed to drip from each word, as if the speaker were barely holding themselves together. Due to Black Medium Square, the past changed, and it caused the world to be destroyed. The voice stopped abruptly for a few seconds. Then, the speaker resumed, audibly struggling to suppress the tremors in his voice. "Black Medium Square to save Black Medium Square. Protect the child of mana from Typhaon." Neo, who had been listening silently, was stunned. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the recorder. "That's me. That's the time whisper I left behind." His mind raced. Not all the words left behind by Neo were clear, but the general meaning was unmistakable. Neo finally understood why Kronos had helped him in his timeline, and why he helped Daniel in Daniel's timeline. It was all because of the whisper of time that had traveled to the past. The cause and effect were reversed. Kronos helped Neo, the world was later destroyed. Neo used the whisper of time, and the whisper of time traveled to past to Kronos, which made Kronos help Neo in saving the child of mana. Due to the whisper of time, the effect came first, then the cause. "Save the child of mana from Typhaon to protect the world," Daniel said. His fingers curled into fists at his sides as he stared at Kronos. "This is the voice of time you've heard. But are you sure you can trust it?" Daniel added, "What if that voice of time is trying to fool us?" Kronos shook his head slowly. "I don't think so," he murmured. "I've seen dreams. Visions, if you'd call them that." He pressed his lips together. His gaze became distant, as if he were staring into a void only he could see. "Every day, I see the same dream. Our world completely destroyed. Only a single man is left. He keeps fighting, dying, reviving, dying, reviving." His voice cracked. The haunted memories, nightmares, were too painful to even think of. In this endless hell, he keeps fighting to defeat the entity who caused the world's end, Kronos said. "You think that guy is the one who sent the voice of time to you?" Daniel said. Chapter 314, Paradox Loop. "Yes, I think he managed to send the voice of time to the past, and he hopes we can save the world." Kronos chuckled. "In fact, I think the one who sent you the completed world time spell is also him. The world time spell would have been completed in the future, and that's where he is." Daniel neither denied nor agreed to Kronos' claim. The world time spell came from the system, not from the guy in Kronos' dream. "Are you sure those dreams are real and not dreams?" Daniel asked again. "Those with time affinity can see unaltered pasts through dreams," Kronos replied. "I see." Daniel turned his head. He stared at the clear sky through the window, where streaks of pink mixed with the blue of twilight. "A guy who is fighting alone." He shook his head. No way that's true. It's too absurd. No way someone can stay sane after experiencing that much loneliness and pain. After Kronos trusted Daniel, the two joined hands. They revealed the news of Typhaon collecting energy to awaken. At the same time, they began preparing the world time spell as a backup plan. Typhaon could not collect energy from the Awakener's battle due to Daniel's meticulous planning. The father of anomalies was forced to absorb energy from the air and earth instead. His speed of awakening was reduced greatly. Daniel didn't let go of the opportunity. He trained and leveled up at an extremely fast pace. He helped other Awakeners reach their true potential earlier. The Titans and Awakener Association completed the world time spell a lot faster. This time, it was not the inferior version but the true, complete version. Then, it happened. Typhaon woke up 5 years later than he did in Daniel's timeline. The Awakeners' preparations had helped them resist Typhaon. Only for 1 year, that is. Their plans were crushed by the overwhelming might of Typhaon. The skies had darkened with storm clouds. The ground was littered with the ruins of shattered cities as countless Awakeners died helplessly. The father of anomalies was undefeatable. With no other choice left, the Awakeners decided to use the world time spell. This time, Daniel wasn't returning to the past alone. Dozens more Awakeners were going to the past together. I failed this time, but next time we will win, Daniel thought. His heart was heavy with loss, but he was determined to change the outcome of their defeat. The world time spell was activated. Bright light engulfed Daniel as runes spun around him in a complex pattern. His senses dispersed. He couldn't see, smell, or taste. A powerful wave rammed into him, disorienting and endless, like being cast into the heart of a maelstrom. He swam against the current for what felt like years. Other presences flickered nearby. Perhaps they belonged to Awakeners who struggling against the river of time like him. Those presences disappeared with passage of time, one after another, until only Daniel remained. Maybe they weren't the Awakeners, Daniel thought. It was possible the power of time crushed others who were time-traveling with him. But Daniel hoped otherwise. He continued to swim for what felt like decades. Just when he was about to give up, a voice echoed. "I'm sorry. There is no one named Celine in the rescued people list." "Amanda, what are you saying to a patient who just woke up?" Suddenly, Daniel's consciousness snapped back. He woke up in a hospital room. The scent of antiseptic lingered in the air. Machines beeped softly in the corner, monitoring his vitals. Daniel massaged his head, feeling the lingering ache from the strain of time travel. The sterile white walls seemed unfamiliar yet oddly nostalgic. Why am I at this point of time again? The spell should have sent me a few years further into the past. Daniel didn't understand the cause of it. Was the spell flawed? Unlike Daniel, Neo was sure of it now. Fate had started taking action against them. It wouldn't let Daniel go beyond the time where he had regressed to. "Use healing slip," Daniel muttered. A gentle blue glow enveloped his body as his injuries rapidly mended. His breathing steadied as the pain vanished. He signaled to the concerned doctor that he was fine and, without another word, left the hospital room. As he stepped out of the medical tent, the fabric flapped gently in the breeze, and the scent of herbs lingered in the air. A screen materialized before him. It has been detected that host has undergone a second regression. Adjusting divine system, please pick one of the rewards. 1. 20% of pre-regression stats. 2. Any 2 skills from your previous life, the skill level will be reset. 3. Any 2 system items. The rewards increased? Daniel was pleasantly surprised. Choose pre-regression stats reward. In the last timeline, Daniel had wasted too much time trying to level up. Besides, he already had the time stop skill from the previous loop, a trump card that was stronger than other skills combined. Since I'm already at A rank, I don't need to waste my time leveling up anymore. I can meet others quickly. A faint smile appeared on Daniel's face. He wasn't the only one who had regressed. He was looking forward to meeting them. Present. Half of Neo's body had crumbled away. His figure was barely holding together. Arcs of red lightning sparked off his fractured form. Professor Daniel's expression was filled with regret. The realization weighed on him like a crushing tide. Finally, he knew everything. He had discovered who had given him the system. During the Age of Gods, Professor Daniel had regressed thousands of times, desperately trying to save the world. He had failed countless times, witnessing tragedy after tragedy. He was the only one who could regress. Others couldn't return to time with him. Traveling more than 5 years into the past killed others' time-traveling selves. Only Professor Daniel's future self could return to the past without being erased by the river of time. What kind of sick joke is this? Daniel's voice echoed hollowly in the desolate silence. He knew what would happen from this point onward in the Age of Gods. He had experienced it himself over and over. However, he couldn't tell Neo the truth. It would create a bigger paradox than the one they had created already. It was you who remained with me all those years. His voice broke as he spoke. Professor Daniel had gone insane after regressing countless times. He had cried, raged. He had indulged in carnal desires. He had turned into a villain and helped with the destruction of the world. The divine system remained with him through everything. The system had become his mental support. It was because of the system that Daniel always regressed by using the world time spell. It was at the system's urging that he didn't forsake the world. Although he hated it, he wanted to save the world. Damn it, damn it. Professor Daniel clenched his fists. The knuckles turned white. Tears streaked down his face. He recalled the end of the divine system. It would happen again. Just like how the divine system had burned everything to support Professor Daniel, Neo was burning his essence to support the young Daniel. It was a loop, a tragedy. Yet, Professor Daniel couldn't stop Neo. Stopping Neo was no different from letting the world end. All Professor Daniel could do was watch as Neo was erased by time for creating a massive paradox. A paradox that would save the past, present, and future. A paradox that would kill him. Suddenly, Professor Daniel heard an ear-piercing voice. Black medium square at E at DASA black medium square. The voice of the angel was unrecognizable to Professor Daniel. It gave him a massive migraine. He felt as if his skull might crack under the pressure. What are you doing? Professor Daniel asked the angel. The angel frowned. It had tried to speak normally. However, its voice, filled with corruption, had turned into a mind attack. After conversing with Neo normally for ages, the angel had forgotten its voice was an attack in itself. Neo was the weird one for being able to understand it and talk with it without being corrupted. The angel understood it couldn't talk with Professor Daniel. It shouted at Neo, "Wake up, you fucking bitch!" Its voice echoed through the desolate world. "If you are going to die, die alone. Why are you pulling me down with you?" Chapter 3:15, Becoming a Godslayer. The angel understood that if Neo managed to save the world, the present would change. A lush world filled with life would appear instead of a world filled with maggots and decay. Vibrant forests, clear skies, and rivers singing with life. The opposite of the rotting gray husk they stood upon. What would happen to Professor Daniel, Neo, and the angel? Professor Daniel would return to the future, from where he had come. Since it was a paradox loop, nothing would change for him. However, Neo and the angel had nowhere to go. They were errors. They existed in the destroyed world, not the world filled with life. If Neo succeeded in saving the past, the present would change. The destroyed world would vanish, along with Neo and the angel, and be replaced by a world filled with life. "Stop it, you self-sacrificing asshole. You don't need to worry," Neo suddenly spoke. His voice was weak, trembling like a dying ember. "I'm not dying until I become the strongest. You can't even talk. Stop faking." The angel swallowed its words when it sensed a change in the air. The surroundings grew ominous. The dimly lit battlefield seemed to shiver as if acknowledging the overwhelming force building within Neo. Dark clouds swirled above, and faint whispers of energy echoed across the empty space. Neo's presence was swelling. After giving away all of his techniques, he had become hollow. He was, however, regaining strength at an unprecedented stage. Ascension. So you know what this is? Neo spoke through his ragged breath. Until now, Neo's seed of existence was filled with techniques he created from the world energy of Earth and his own world energy. His seed of existence had been impure. Giving away everything turned out to a blessing in disguise. His seed of existence became pure. It was a coincidence. Neo hadn't known he needed to give up everything he had gained from Earth and keep only what belonged to him would help him become one with world energy. My primogenitor skill was supposed to tell me all this. But it always gives cryptic answers, Neo thought bitterly. Half of the slots of the primogenitor skill were locked. To explain why, one slot's answer was, defeating an elder dragon and absorbing its heart would allow you to increase your energy generation and recovery rate. How was Neo supposed to find an elder dragon when everyone was dead? The other slots of the primogenitor were locked behind similarly impossible to complete answers. Finally, I can rebuild my body with world energy and complete my ascension. The air vibrated violently as world energy poured out from Neo like an endless tide. It surged and coalesced, painting the broken world in hues of blue and silver light. The surrounding mountains trembled, and nearby rocks levitated, pulled upward in defiance of gravity by Neo's awakening force. The world energy replaced his breaking body piece by piece. His golden blood turned blue. The world energy condensed further, becoming physical and turning into muscles. His bones regrew much stronger than before. Organs, nerves, skin, hair, nails. His entire body was reforged with pure world energy. Neo exhaled. The ground cracked beneath him as his presence pressed outward. The once stale air now pulsed with death and intensity. He could feel a power similar yet different from mana and divine energy flowing through his veins. He had become a true ascender. Only the angel understood the importance of Neo's ascension. Ascenders were called by many names: God Slayers, Heaven Breakers. These were the beings who defied the fate given to them and forged their destinies with their own hands. Looked enough? Neo asked. He had become a Heaven Breaker. However, it didn't change his current situation. His body started to break again. The erosion of time, which had slowed after he ascended, was unstoppable. The pace of erosion was increasing again, slowly yet surely. Time wouldn't stop until it had erased Neo entirely. While his body was breaking, Neo's gaze was fixed on Professor Daniel, who stood amidst the rubbles. From his looks, it seems he thinks the past he remembers now was caused by my actions, Neo thought. But is that true? Right now, Neo, the angel, and Professor Daniel were the center point of a paradox loop that spanned over thousands of years. As central points, they could recognize the flow of change in time. The angel understood Neo was causing the past to change. It remembered the original timeline. So did Neo. But was the same true for Professor Daniel? Is the timeline he remembers the original one? Neo pondered. Is it really true that my actions right now are what happened in the original timeline too and what saved it in the end? Neo wasn't sure of it. Professor Daniel had grown weak. He was no longer the powerful force that swept through the Age of Gods. It was entirely possible he couldn't recognize the change in timeline, and his memories were being overwritten by time. It might have led him to believe his current new memories were the original memories. Unlike a normal loop that spanned over 5 years, the current loop Neo was creating spanned over thousands of years. To be able to sense the flow of change in time for such a massive loop, they had to be powerful as well as the center point of the loop. Neo, Professor Daniel, and the angel were center points in the current loop. Professor Daniel, however, didn't fulfill the requirement for strength. I think his memory are being rewritten by time, Neo thought. He doesn't remember the original timeline and thinks that the timeline I'm creating now is original timeline. Of course, Neo could be wrong. When he met Professor Daniel while awakening time element, he remembered finding out Professor Daniel had gone through countless time loops during the Age of Gods to save the world. Professor Daniel had said he became weak as he exhausted himself during those time loops. Fuck. I don't care anymore what is original timeline and what is not. It's too confusing. The world gets saved. That's all I care about. Neo turned his head and looked at the maggot nearest to him. The angel's body was the thousand-eyed pillars and the countless maggots. Talking to one of them was the same as talking with the angel. "What is it?" the angel asked when Neo stared at it. "Tell me how to upgrade the world time spell." "What?" "The world time spell failed when I used it, but it worked when Daniel used it," Neo said. The answer was obvious. Void. After the angel appeared on Earth, it corrupted not only Earth's world energy but elementals too. The world time spell was a complex yet delicate spell. A small internal error could cause it to fail easily. The spell was created to make use of normal time elementals. The corruption of time elementals by the void caused the world time spell to fail during Neo's timeline. Daniel hadn't defeated Typhaon yet. However, he would do it someday. It would lead to Angel's descent. If the angel descended, the time elementals would get corrupted. Then the world time spell wouldn't activate. Daniel would die along with everyone. Daniel's defeat was Neo's defeat. Neo wouldn't be able to save anyone. To stop this from happening, Neo had to upgrade the spell before Daniel defeated Typhaon and the angel descended. Kronos and others couldn't upgrade the spell. They didn't have the void element to know how it worked and make changes to the spell according to it. Only Neo could do it. He needed to use the angel for it. "Why should I tell you?" "So you do know how to upgrade the spell." The angel realized it had fallen for Neo's trick. TCH. This wasn't the first world the angel had wiped out. It was far older than Neo and had seen a lot more. The angel knew how to tweak the world time spell, so it used corrupted time elementals to work. "I won't tell you." The angel's words were cut off, struck into its throat, when Neo plunged the sword into the maggot nearest to him. The maggot let out a shrill, ear-piercing cry as its body writhed and crackled with energy. Neo crouched and stared the maggot, the angel, in the eye. His face, breaking apart yet being held together by red lightning, looked terrifying to say the least. "Answer me or die," Neo said. Chapter 316. Making a Deal with the Angel. The Threat of Death. Until now, Neo couldn't kill the angel. Only angels or gods could kill other angels. Neo was neither a god nor an angel, but he had awakened world energy. He was a god-slayer now. "You think I'm afraid of death?" Maybe not," Neo said. "Shall we find out?" Neo raised his sword. The crimson glow of his broken body intensified as arcs of red lightning crackled around him. Divine Swordsmanship 7th Form, Tenraisen. A white slash shot out from the sword, radiant and devastating. It split apart the ground, causing the world to shake violently. The air churned, and the ashen white clouds were bisected, revealing the deep, endless void beyond. The angel roared in pain. The maggots twisted and writhed as the world energy gnawed at its insides. Its cries echoed like thunder, reverberating through the shattered landscape. "Stop crying. You won't die from this," Neo said. A green glow covered Neo's hands as he summoned the healing ability of Blessing. The faint light contrasted with the harsh, destructive energy surrounding him. He fused his Blessing's healing abilities into his intent and transferred it into the angel. The angel's grotesque form shuddered as the injuries began to mend. What are you doing?" the angel gasped, its voice trembling with confusion and pain. "I told you," Neo said. "You won't die from this." Neo let out another monstrously powerful attack. The sheer force of the strike tore apart millions of writhing maggots. Their shrieks filled the air as they dissolved into glowing ash. After injuring the angel, Neo healed it again. "I'll bring you to the verge of death, heal you again, bring you to the verge of death, and heal you again," Neo declared. His body, already breaking apart, showed no signs of slowing down as he ignored the pain and slashed again. "I've been going through the same for countless times. As your senior, I'll give you an advice." Neo smirked. "Get used to pain. It won't end." "Why are you doing this?" "Just kill me if you want to." The angel's voice was breaking from pain. Neo didn't answer. His cold, piercing eyes stared down at the angel. The angel began to laugh. It suppressed the tremors in its voice, forcing itself to laugh louder to deny Neo the satisfaction of its suffering. You want to torture me? Go ahead. You'll die soon. I can handle a bit of pain until then. I think you are misunderstanding something. Neo shook his head, noticing the angel's high and mighty attitude even in its weakened state. I'm not asking for help. I'm giving you a chance. Tell me what I want, and I'll save you. Save me from what? Yourself. Time and outer gods. The angel's expression would have contorted if it had a face. His form shifted angrily. It glared at Neo as it roared. Don't overestimate yourself. You will defeat outer gods. You? You might be an ascender, but you barely defeated me. Neo's words had touched its nerve. I'm part of the lowest-ranking angels of the outer god Aztlan. I'm just a scout for the main forces. You barely defeated the weakest enemy. Yet you think you can defeat the outer gods? I might not be able to use my powers properly yet, but I'm still an ascender. Neo shrugged. I do have the potential to kill outer gods. He clicked his tongue when the angel showed no signs of compromise. Look here. I'm sure you can see that guy standing behind me. The angel nodded reluctantly. Could see Professor Daniel, despite the fact that it shouldn't be able to. The corrupted time elementals surrounding Professor Daniel weakened his presence, reducing him to a faint outline that shimmered like a mirage in the air. That guy is from the future, and he can remember the past I'm changing. Do you know what that means? I saved the world. I don't know how yet, but I was able to give him the upgraded version of the world time spell. Neo continued, if you don't give me what I'm asking for, I will ask Professor Daniel to tell me the upgraded world time spell. Then I'll give that spell to the people of the past, Neo said. Do that then. Why are you asking for my help? The angel scoffed in a voice dripping with disdain. If Neo did what he was saying, it would create another paradox. Adding another paradox would increase the time erosion working on Neo. He might be erased instantly instead of slowly. There is no way you'll ask him. The angel froze as Neo turned around to ask for the spell from Professor Daniel. What are you doing? Don't tell me you'll actually ask him. Neo's feet didn't stop. The angel recalled who Neo was. A crazy bastard who kept fighting for thousands of years despite having no hope of victory. A mad lad who didn't escape despite having the strength to do so and instead fought an infinitely powerful entity. Neo would do it. He would ask Professor Daniel for the spell even if it created a paradox again. He was crazy enough to do it. Stop! The angel shouted. I'll help you. Neo let out a faint smile as he turned to look at the angel. Why the change of mind? Neo asked. I'll help you, but one condition. That is, save me. The angel felt stupid for saying it. Neo was going to save the past. The angel and Neo would get erased along with the present by time as a result. Neo would die himself too. His body was breaking apart. There was no way Neo could save both of them. Yet the angel trusted Neo, because he was a monster who turned around a guaranteed defeat into a victory. He had done the impossible. Sure, I can do that, Neo answered. There was no hesitation in his voice. The angel was baffled, and it laughed bitterly. I'm crazy for thinking you can actually save us both. Neo had a single reason for agreeing to save the angel. Knowledge. He needed information about outer gods and the cosmos. Earth might have some information, but it was definitely not comparable to the wealth of knowledge the angel had. The angel began telling Neo about how to upgrade the world time spell. The surroundings grew quieter, the howling wind subsiding as the angel's voice resonated through the fragmented space. The angel had seen the spell when it descended. It had understood how the spell worked. With its knowledge, it could tweak the spell to make it compatible with the corrupted time elementals. After listening to the angel's explanation, Neo's gaze remained fixed on it. He asked one last thing. There is something I'm curious about. I'm listening, the angel replied. How did you defeat Dad? Don't take it the wrong way, but you were right, you are weak. Neo's tone was matter-of-fact. 3 paragons are enough to crush you. Underworld had thousands of paragons and hundreds of exalted awakeners and demigods. Even Dad was there, and he was a god. That 5th stage godhood guy was your dad? Chapter 317, heaven breakers. Yes, he was my dad. I see. Angel's voice was bitter. It had not expected a god to be present on a backward planet like Earth, let alone a fifth-stage god. Honestly, seeing your dad freaked me out back then. We would have needed our main forces to take out a fifth-stage god, but I was just a scout. Of course, I got scared. Angels like Valkyria were scouts who conquered weaker planets. If they found a stronger planet, they would retreat and bring the information to the main forces. The outer god Astilin would then send its army and wage a war. The mere memory of encountering Hades was the biggest shock the angel Valkyria could have expected. Then how was Dad? Defeated? World Core. The angel's voice echoed. I was summoned directly inside the World Core. Since I corrupted the World Core as soon as I arrived, everyone lost their main unit of energy source. Even your dad was no different. The angel explained. Only worlds have their own energy source. Its residents, even gods and angels, have their cores linked to the World Core. If World Core is damaged to the point it can't generate energy anymore, the world's residents would lose their energy too. I was lucky that... The angel coughed when it noticed Neo's glare. It changed its wording, lest it angered him further. After I corrupted the World Core, there was no way anyone could defeat me. Not even a fifth-stage god. Valkyria added, that's why people like you are feared by everyone. Ascenders have their own energy core. They aren't connected to their world core after they ascend. Even the strongest gods can be defeated if their world's world core is damaged. However, ascenders are not bound by such laws. There was something else the angel did not explain. A reason that sent shivers down its spine despite its pride. There was a reason why ascenders were called heaven breakers. So that's why Dad lost. Neo nodded. After finding out the answer, Neo decided to link his consciousness back with the ball of intent. He had kept the link half completed, while he was conversing with the angel and focusing on the present. It made him lose his focus, and a lot of time went by in the past. Neo knew this would have happened. However, he had to do it for the knowledge required to upgrade the world time spell. Neo sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes, prepared to complete the link, when he suddenly heard the angel's voice. You can do it, right? Save me. Yes. His words lacked credibility when 1/4 of his body had crumbled away, exposing his bones and flesh. But Valkyria had no choice but to believe in him. Or both of them would be erased at the hands of time. Neo ignored Valkyria's gaze and focused inwards. Connecting present and past wasn't easy. The ball of intent system he left with Daniel had inbuilt instructions to work. Could function independently, much like Neo's intent clone. However, it was better to take control himself. Although Professor Daniel's presence ensured Neo had managed to save the world, it didn't mean Neo could relax. He had learned from his mistakes. Being careless could cause errors, and the guaranteed past might twist into a nightmare. When Neo connected with the intent, he noticed the young Daniel taking a swing from the alcohol bottle. He was sitting on top of the ledge of a skyscraper, his legs dangling over the edge. The city below sprawled endlessly. Far from Daniel's location, Neo could see Typhaon fighting against Awakeners. The sky was covered in flashes of light as energy blasts clashed mid-air. Giant icicles and roaring flames erupted like elemental storms. Once again, Typhaon had awakened. 73 times, I've regressed. 73 times, and I still can't defeat that monster. Daniel laughed bitterly. The scent of spilled alcohol hung heavy in the air. His face was flushed, and his breath reeked of liquor. And now you're telling me even if I defeat it, there's a greater threat coming? Daniel's bloodshot eyes were locked onto the quest window hovering in front of him. Quest? Odyssey. Defeating Typhaon is not the end but a step forward in your journey. Typhaon's defeat will be followed by a stronger enemy, one capable of destroying the world, to come to Earth. Even the world time spell won't save you from this enemy's presence. Quest details. Search for a mana source, not Earth's world core, to power up world time spell. Reward. Upgraded world time spell. will work even in the presence of the new enemy. Daniel didn't spare a glance at the reward. He only reread the quest description. Why the hell am I fighting? If this world is so fragile that even 70 regressions can't save it, then let it be destroyed. He laughed, but his eyes were hollow. 73 regressions. 600 years. Daniel had done everything to save the world. He had watched his loved ones die countless times. And now he was finding out this was just the beginning. Don't care anymore. He tilted his head back and continued to chug the alcohol. The burning sensation did little to dull the ache in his chest. Neo, who had been silently watching, felt his blood run cold. The despair in Daniel's voice was palpable. If Neo had appeared any later, Daniel might have done something irreversible, like killing himself without activating the world time spell. Host. The system's voice echoed in Daniel's mind. Oh? It's been a long time since you. Talk to me. Daniel let out a dry smile. His legs dangled off the edge of the desk, swaying slightly as the alcohol worked through his system. His grip loosened on the glass, letting it clink against the wood. What is it? You asked why you had to save the world. Since when was your goal saving the world? It was to save your sister. His breath caught. She's already a monster under Typhaon. She can't be saved anymore. Daniel laughed at his own pathetic response, shaking his head as if mocking himself. You knew this since long ago. Isn't that why you vowed to kill Typhaon? Are you giving up? Yes, I am giving up. Are you going to spare the one who killed your sister? Chapter 318, Ouroboros. System's words made Daniel freeze. Daniel opened his mouth and closed it multiple times. He couldn't say he didn't want revenge for his sister. Fine, you win. He put the bottle on the side and stood up. The wind howled around the rooftop, carrying the scent of rain-soaked concrete and distant smoke. I'll regress again and again until I fulfill my goal. But now I'll do it by conditions. Huh? What do? Daniel jumped off the building before the system could complete its words. The wind roared in his ears as he plummeted. He landed with a deafening crash, cracking the pavement beneath his feet. Before the dust could settle, he had already dashed forward. With each step, he covered thousands of meters. His blade sang through the air, leaving a trail of luminescent arcs. The arc of light shot out from the blade and struck Typhaon's gigantic body. The father of anomalies roared in pain. Awakener's eyes were wide with shock. No one recognized Daniel. He had remained low-key in the current loop. The only conspicuous thing he did was sending Kronos the world time spell diagram from an anonymous source named Ouroboros. Other than that, he leveled up by killing monsters that no one knew about. He would move first and kill the monsters who were going to destroy fortified cities before anyone could get a whiff of it. Who are you? Emma asked. The other Awakeners were looking at him with eyes filled with hope or distrust. Crumbled buildings loomed around them, casting long shadows in the flickering glow of burning debris. Daniel cracked his neck and ignored them. He walked towards Typhon with calm, measured steps. I will hold him back. Go and activate the world time spell, he told Kronos. What do you mean by that? Kronos questioned. I am Ouroboros, Daniel answered. Without waiting for a reply, he jumped up, reaching as high as a skyscraper. The wind howled around him as he slashed towards Typhon's head. The father of anomalies roared. He was taken by surprise by the appearance of an unknown, powerful awakener like Daniel. The other awakeners, Gaia, Emma, Rhea, and Titan, were preparing to rush to Daniel's aid when suddenly, Kronos raised his hand, halting them. Let's leave and help others complete the spell, Kronos said. Why? Gaia asked. The boy said he will handle Typhaon. We should trust him. Kronos didn't have time to explain that Ouroboros was the one who had sent him the blueprints of the world time spell. Clearly, Daniel was Ouroboros. Gaia didn't ask why Kronos was trusting Daniel so much, though confusion flickered in her gaze before she relented. You heard Kronos. We are leaving, Gaia told Apollo and Emma. The Awakeners fighting Typhaon left. Only Daniel remained, standing alone amid the carnage. Don't bother, Daniel said while dodging a massive clawed strike that shattered the ground where he had stood. I might not be strong enough to kill you, but I can hold you back easily. Daniel, half drunk, continued to move around the battlefield like a rabbit, weaving through the destruction with unnatural grace. He blocked and dodged attacks that could blow cities apart with ease. His uncaring attitude only further enraged Typhaon. The father of Anomaly's glowing eyes narrowed with growing irritation. Just then, Daniel opened his mouth. You know, I heard something from Kronos a few cycles ago. Typhaon's slitted eyes narrowed, but Daniel didn't wait for a response. He said a guy from another timeline defeated you with a single attack. Isn't that a bit too absurd? I can't defeat you even after 70 tries. Suddenly, Typhaon froze. The massive storm swirling around him halted for just a heartbeat. I was defeated in one attack? His voice rumbled, quieter but filled with disbelief. Oh, you're talking? That's a first for me. Daniel smirked. Daniel knew Typhaon could speak. However, the father of Anomalies never spoke to anyone he considered beneath himself. It's him, that damned red-eyed swordsman, Typhaon roared. His aura flared with violent energy, splitting the ground anew. If you know about him, you must be his friend. Wait, why are you entering the second phase already? Daniel shouted in panic as he rolled away. Typhaon's attack intensity grew exponentially. Cracks spiderwebbed across the scorched earth beneath his feet as bursts of violent energy radiated from his form, distorting the air with shimmering heat waves. As a time element user, Typhaon had dreams about previous timelines too. He knew he was the undefeatable great emperor. The world would always bow to him in every timeline. It was proof that Typhaon was the rightful owner of the earth. There was just one timeline where Typhaon couldn't be the great emperor. In that timeline, he was treated like a third-rate monster, insulted, imprisoned, and mocked by the red-eyed swordsman. Despite never having met the swordsman in reality, Typhaon carried intense hatred towards him. Daniel fell under Typhaon's frenzied attack. Dust filled the air as he was slammed into the ground. Typhaon looked down on Daniel, satisfied and with a mocking smile. Yet Daniel grinned weakly and raised his middle finger. See ya, loser. The world was blanketed in a white light. The battlefield vanished. The lingering heat, the scent of scorched earth, all replaced by blinding purity. Kronos and the others had activated the world time spell. The familiar, disgusting sensation of time travel returned. Daniel woke in a hospital bed. The sterile scent of disinfectant filled his lungs. The steady beep of the heart monitor echoed softly in the boisterous room. Blinding fluorescent lights illuminated the white ceiling above him. I'm sorry. There is no one named Celine in the rescued people list. Amanda, what are you saying to a patient who just woke up? Another voice interrupted sharply. Daniel shifted in bed. The sheets felt cool against his skin, but his chest felt hollow. He was sick of hearing those same words. I'm back here again. No matter how far back Daniel tried to time travel, he couldn't go beyond this day. It wasn't due to an error in the spell. Daniel had checked the spell multiple times for faults. It had to be fate's doing. The damned fate wasn't allowing him to go too far back. It has been detected that host has undergone 73rd regression. Adjusting divine system, please pick one of the rewards. 1. 100% of pre-regression stats. 2. Any 10 skills from your previous life, the skill level will be reset. 3. Any 10 system items. Pick stats, Daniel muttered while ignoring the doctor and nurse, who were giving him a weird stare. He had gained all of his skills and times already. With the addition of more stats with each loop, Daniel predicted he could fight Typhaon on an equal basis within 15 loops. It was why he had been happy. Just 15 more loops where he leveled up and carried his stats to the next loop. He could finally see the end of the tunnel. But then the system gave him a new quest, telling him a new, powerful enemy was waiting on the horizon. Daniel stopped caring. For the next 23 loops, he focused on having fun. Gambling, drinking, traveling in space, raiding human settlements. Daniel did every bat's hit crazy thing that came to his mind. Since once he looped again, people would forget what he had done. He did not hold back. His best and most fun achievement to this day was lighting Zeus's beard on fire and playing farting noises on a speaker when Ares was giving a speech to the Awakener Association. Chapter 319. Ouroboros 2. The worst one was when he was lost in space. Traveling the cosmos for years, not knowing where was going, was not fun at all. He might or might not have gained a slight fear of space after the incident. Since the host has enjoyed as much as he wanted, it's time he focus again on saving the world. What do you mean, enjoying? I'll tell you. Everything I did was to find a way to complete the Odyssey quest. He chuckled while drinking in the middle of the night. The moonlight filtered through the open window and cast a silvery glow on the dusty wooden floor. Everything. What about the orgy you had in the last loop? How was that useful for the quest? Ahem. Daniel cleared his throat. Drunk. He looked around for an excuse and his eyes landed on the moon. Moon. The orgy was on the open rooftop during the night. It helped me think clearly, and I got the idea to clear the quest. That is. You said when the new enemy appears, mana will disappear from Earth. Then we just need to use the mana of the moon. Daniel knew it was easier said than done. Zeus, who had gone to the moon multiple times, called the moon's consciousness crazy. Anyone else who met it said the same. In the next loop, Daniel went into space and to the moon. Unsurprisingly, they hit it off right away and became best friends. What do you like most in a girl? The moon's consciousness asked. Their big heart, Daniel answered. Good. Me too. Ha 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 ha. The moon's consciousness laughed. Neo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Moon and Daniel were both perverts. Their choices in girls were similar. Thanks to their friendship, Moon agreed to help Daniel. Daniel could now build the upgraded world time spell. Immense happiness surged in his heart. Why? He could finally beat the shit out of Typhaon. He had become strong enough to defeat Typhon a few loops ago. But he didn't do it since the spell wasn't complete. After coming down to Earth, Daniel beat Typhaon and immediately activated the world time spell. He beat Typhon again and activated the spell again. He kept doing it for 46 times. His heart was finally satisfied. Later, the angel descended. Daniel had kept his expectations low, but he had been wrong. The angel was much worse than his imagination. It wasn't a big, bust-a-girl. Daniel kept looping. He continued to do stupid things for laughs. Anything was fine. He just needed a way out of his boredom. After 300 years of looping, Daniel had started to grow tired. He was losing motivation. Even the angel didn't feel scary anymore. Just when he was on the verge of dying from boredom, he got an idea. I should visit the underworld. What? I mean, the angel comes from there and the world core is also there. If we want to save the world, we need to stop the angel before it descends into the underworld. His words were logical, but Neo knew Daniel only wanted to visit the underworld. He was excited like a child whose favorite game, which he played 50 times, finally had an expansion. To the underworld. Wait, you fucking bitch. Huh? Did you just curse at me? System does not curse or use language inappropriate for children. Host must be imagining things. Daniel stared at the system screen with dubious eyes. I'm pretty sure you called me a bitch. Host is male anatomically. It makes no sense by associating him with the female gender of dogs. Daniel didn't seem to have any intention of letting go of the topic. Neo decided to change it forcefully. How will Host tell Kronos and others to activate the world time spell if he goes to the underworld? Besides, Grim Reapers follow the rules of the underworld strictly. They might not help you even if you tell them you are there for saving the world. You were right about that. Daniel decided he needed to carry the spell himself. He spent another 230 loops downsizing the world time spell. Finally, he reduced the size to what could be drawn on his back. The spell, now looking like a dragon biting its tail, was etched on Daniel's back. What about the energy supply, Host? I've linked Moon's consciousness with the spell. It will transfer the energy as soon as I ask for it. Daniel's preparation was complete. There was only one doubt. If he killed himself and reappeared in the underworld, would the spell he had drawn appear on his body in the underworld? Host, the underworld gives a body to every soul that arrives in it. You will get one too. Since the body is similar to the original body, the spell will be on the back. You don't need to worry. That's easy for you to say. Daniel was tired of time loops, but he had come too far to die and give up without seeing the end of his journey. Also, why do you know so much about the underworld? I am the divine system made to help you, host. I've been installed with necessary knowledge to help you. Sure. Daniel rolled his eyes. The system was strong, but it had flaws. Daniel knew it was far from omniscient like it was trying to act. I wonder how it knows about the underworld. Is the system from the underworld? Neo could read Daniel's thoughts. However, he didn't react. Daniel would grow distrustful if he knew the system could read his thoughts 24/7. Ha! I'm doing this. Daniel plunged the knife into his heart. Blood poured out of his injuries, and light left his eyes. Dead, his corpse fell back into the church. His soul felt a shift. When Daniel opened his eyes, he was standing in the underworld. Chapter 320, Chosen of the Second Prince. The air in the underworld was like stones, dense and suffocating. Daniel had trouble breathing. Each inhale felt as if his lungs were filling with gravel. This place is as bad as I expected. The underworld was drowned in a perpetual night. The sky looming above was an endless expanse of pitch black, void of stars or moonlight. Jagged rock formations jutted from the ground, casting faint, distorted shadows in the dim glow of Daniel's flickering flame. He had to create fire just to see his surroundings. Yet the light barely extended beyond a few meters. It was as if the darkness itself was devouring the flames. The oppressive silence pressed in on him, broken only by the occasional distant echo of something moving beyond sight. Daniel raised his head. His brow furrowed deeply. He scanned the sky but found only that same endless void. It feels like someone is staring at me from the sky. Since he couldn't see much, he decided to move cautiously. Each step echoed faintly, swallowed quickly by the abyss. Daniel's first impression of the underworld was simple. 10 out of 10 will never come here again. His fear only grew when he sensed a terrifying presence moving toward him. The air grew heavier with each heartbeat. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. A woman with golden locks and blood-red eyes. Her lips curled into a constant smile, revealing sharp fangs like a vampire's. I'm Paimon Lunoir, third-rank Grim Reaper and the Grand Duchess of the Underworld. Pleased to make your acquaintance. She curtsied, the motion elegant yet unnatural, like a doll mimicking human gestures. Despite her unparalleled beauty, Daniel felt no lust. Instead, he was calm. Too calm. Who are you? Daniel asked. As I've said, I'm Paimon Lunoir, a Grim Reaper. Her smile was unsettling. It was too perfect. Daniel's mind screamed at him to run or fight. Every instinct in his body warned him of danger. Yet his body refused to budge, as if bound by invisible chains. It knew instinctively. The woman before him could destroy Earth with the flick of a finger. She could crush 1,000 Typhaeon with ease. It was impossible to run away from her. Daniel was at her mercy. I need to activate the spell. Please calm down. I'm not here to harm you. She appeared beside Daniel suddenly and wiped his sweat with her handkerchief. The damp fabric brushed his forehead gently. Daniel didn't realize, but he had been huffing. His back was drenched with sweat. His heartbeat slowed as the figure before him radiated calm. Fear not, Paimon smiled. You are the chosen of the second prince. You are the guest of the underworld. From that day on, Daniel was treated like royalty. He could eat what he wanted, from golden fruits to exotic dishes served on silver platters. He could go where he wanted, exploring vast halls with towering arches and crystal-clear fountains. The Grim Reaper, Paimon, fulfilled all his wishes without question. Daniel didn't understand the reason for such grand treatment. Hey, what do they mean I carry the aura of their second prince and thus I'm his chosen? Did you do something? he whispered to the system. Though pleased with the royal treatment, Daniel had no idea why he was called the chosen of the second prince. Neo, within him, of course, understood what they meant. He was the second prince of the underworld. His elder brother, Henry, was the first prince. Although Paimon couldn't sense Neo's intent within Daniel, she could sense the presence of Neo. Thus, they assumed Neo had sent Daniel in his place. Rest easy, host. You aren't a fraud. You are the actual chosen of the second prince. Oh! Daniel blinked, confused. The system remained silent, refusing to clarify further. Daniel embraced the luxurious lifestyle since thinking wasn't taking him anywhere. He spent his days lavishly, playing around in the palace gardens filled with midnight roses and silver lilies. When a few weeks remained before the angel's arrival, he finally got to business. I want to meet the monarch, Daniel said firmly. Pardon, Paimon replied, tilting her head in surprise. The two sat on opposite seats in a lounge adorned with velvet upholstery and arcane symbols etched into the marble floor. A child named Barbados, dressed in a simple black tunic, served them tea on a golden tray. His pale face was emotionless as he carefully placed the cups before them. An entity from the cosmos is about to arrive in our world. It will come through the world core. Daniel's voice was steady yet laced with unease. Since the world core is inside the palace of the monarch, we need to go there and do something about the world core. Daniel continued. Typhaon somehow managed to open a portal inside the world core. I know the world's consciousness hates letting people near its core, but maybe we can do something if we work together with Monarch. Paimon maintained her ever-present smile, though her crimson eyes glinted with something sharp. She shifted her gaze toward Barbados. The child flinched. His pale hands trembled. Daniel wasn't supposed to know the location of the world core. The underworld existed within Earth, and the world core was at the center of the underworld, deep within the monarch's palace. It was a closely guarded secret, known only to the high-ranking Grim Reapers. Barbados treated Daniel like an older brother. That was why he revealed the information to him. Barbados, Paimon called out to him. The echo of her words made the Barbados feel colder. I understand you saw the dreams of meeting the second prince in another timeline, and since Daniel is sent by him, you want to help Daniel. But you shouldn't break rules like this. Not even for the prince. Sorry. Barbados lowered his head. His eyes were filled with guilt. His mastery of the mimic time element was high. Thanks to it, he had seen visions, dreams of Neo arriving in the underworld after traveling into the past. Chapter 321, Hard-Headed Grim Reapers. Paimon's gaze shifted back to Daniel. We can't allow you to meet the monarch. But this rule cannot be changed. Only the bloodline of the monarch can step into the palace. Daniel frowned. What about the world core? The monarch will take care of it. He can't. Suddenly, his words caught in his throat as a suffocating pressure surrounded him. The air thickened, pressing down on his chest. Paimon's gaze turned sharp. Her crimson eyes narrowed. An oppressive aura spread out from her. Choose your next words carefully, chosen of the second prince. We won't tolerate any insult towards Monarch. Huff! Huff! Daniel's body was shivering when Paimon retracted her aura. The air felt heavy, pressing against his chest as he calmed his breathing and carefully thought of his words before speaking them aloud. I'm a regressor. The angel has come out of the world's core over 400 times. It's clear Monarch needs our help. Paimon's brows furrowed. Her expression was unreadable as she processed his words. As a Grand Duchess of the Underworld, she was privy to a lot of sensitive information, more than most beings could comprehend. She had known for some time now that many time users were seeing visions of other timelines. Clearly, the world had entered a time loop, an endless cycle of decay and rebirth. Still, Paimon shook her head. The monarch has told us to leave the protection of the world's core to him. Trying to help him when he told us to do otherwise is the same as undermining his authority. We won't do that. But the world will end, Daniel said. If that is Monarch's wish, then so be it. Daniel was stunned. The weight of her words crushed him more than the oppressive atmosphere. He couldn't understand why Paimon, someone who was nigh omnipotent, held such blind devotion for the monarch. She was plenty strong herself, strong enough to make her own choices. The world ended once again. Paimon let the world's core be destroyed because the monarch didn't ask for help. The angel reclaimed the world, leaving Daniel once more adrift in the cycle. In the next loops, Daniel tried to meet other Grim Reapers. They had a variety of personalities. Some were cold and detached, others were sorrowful and grim, while a few were happy-go-lucky. But their devotion to Monarch was the same as Paimon's, if not more. Daniel had to undergo more loops. He tried to sneak around the underworld, hoping to reach the palace of Monarch himself. It was impossible to achieve with the Grim Reapers serving as the palace's security. Even the weakest Grim Reaper was stronger than Typhaon. It was obvious Daniel couldn't defeat them or force his way into the palace. Daniel tried everything for the next 500 loops. Coaxing, manipulation, blackmailing, bribery. Nothing worked. To put it nicely, the Grim Reapers were kind people who served the monarch wholeheartedly. To put it bluntly, they were hard-headed and would call east-west if Monarch told them to do so. Monarch's words were absolute. Neo wanted to try to talk with the Grim Reapers and see if he could help Daniel. However, it was impossible. Over the course of centuries, he had exhausted his intent. It was barely surviving within Daniel. Soon, the intent would disappear from the past. He had to use the intent only when it was necessary. He stopped talking with Daniel too. Each word he spoke with Daniel caused the intent to exhaust itself further. Neo, in the present, was in a worse condition. His body had completely crumbled away. Only a humanoid mass of red lightning was left behind, crackling weakly. The red lightning was slowly dimming, flickering like a dying flame. Daniel kept looping. He saw no chance of breakthrough after centuries. Exhausted and angry, he decided to go on another break. His first idea of relaxation was beating the hell out of Typhaon. The battlefield was a shattered wasteland. Scorched earth and broken stones spreading in every direction. Storm clouds loomed overhead, rumbling ominously as streaks of red lightning danced above. "You know, I hate you to the core," Daniel said as he sat over the giant body of Typhon, his breath fogging in the cold air. "Why?" Typhon groaned. "You activated that portal inside the world's core, didn't you? It's enough of a reason for me to hate you." I'm sorry," Typhon spoke meekly. "It seemed like a good idea back then." "Sorry? You think that works? Close that portal, or I'll keep beating you." "I see can't, sir. I created the portal using the knowledge I got from the Child of Mana. I don't know how to close it." The topic of the Child of Mana pissed him off further. He continued to beat Typhaon, heal him, and beat him again with his fists. "Wait, sir. I have an idea," Typhaon shouted to make Daniel stop. "What is it?" Daniel stopped his fists. His knuckles were bloodied from repeated use. Sweat dripped from his forehead, staining the cracked floor beneath him. "If it isn't a good idea, get ready for another round of beating. The portal opens when I'm killed, sir. It won't open if I'm alive." Daniel's face stiffened. It was his first time hearing about this. "Is that true?" "Yes." Daniel had no words left. "Sir, I don't trust you." Without hesitation, Daniel killed Typhaon once more. His blade sliced cleanly through the silence. The loop reset. For the next 10 loops, Daniel verified Typhaon's statement. Each time, the angel appeared within 1 day to 1 week after Typhaon's death. Damn! The answer was so simple. Daniel clenched his fists, pacing the scorched battlefield where corpses had long since turned to ash. I just had to keep Typhaon alive. The task was seemingly simple, but it turned out to be a nightmare of highest difficulty. If Daniel kept Typhaon imprisoned, Typhaon would become depressed and kill himself in despair. If Daniel gave Typhaon a different continent and let him rule others, Typhaon's growth speed would soon surpass other awakeners. Chapter 322. Successfully Saving the Past. The power twisted his mind, and soon he grew cocky, leading his armies in a quest for world conquest. In every timeline, it ended the same. Either Typhaon killed everyone or Daniel was forced to kill Typhaon. Daniel ran his hands through his damp hair. What the hell am I supposed to do? He was frustrated. If I force him to stay normally, he kills himself. If I let him do what he wants, he gets killed by other awakeners or he kills the world. The cycles dragged on. Failure after failure. 80 loops went by but nothing changed. Daniel was pissed. His patience, worn thinner than parchment, finally snapped. Then he remembered he was supposed to be on a break. The discovery of the link between Typhaon's death and the angel's arrival had transformed his holiday into endless work. Seeking some form of relief, Daniel stepped into the underworld. Here, at least, he could abuse his chosen of the second prince privilege as much as he wanted without consequence. Is there some problem? Paimon asked, her silk robes trailing behind her as she toured the Reaper cities. Her eyes glowed faintly, as if peering into Daniel's soul. Daniel nodded with an exhausted expression. His body ached from the recent fight against a rogue ghost cave that had been plotting to escape the underworld. Though victorious, the battle had left him drained. Due to his exhaustion, he didn't realize he was explaining everything related to Typhaon's problem to Paimon. If we are not wrong, Typhon needs a place that he can rule as a king. At the same time, you have to make sure Typhaon is weaker than other beings in his surroundings so that he can't think of starting a war? Paimon questioned. Yes, Daniel said. Then, isn't it okay if you bring Typhon here? We can give a place to the monster in this realm, Paimon suggested. Isn't dying the only way to come to the underworld? That is. Daniel stopped speaking. His eyes widened with sudden realization. Paimon smiled as she watched his expression shift. Grim Reapers, Daniel shouted. If I can make Typhon a Grim Reaper, he can remain in the underworld. Then, you can use your authority to make him the ruler of a small island or a city. Indeed, Paimon agreed with a slight nod. Her expression turned more serious as she added. The only problem is that the living aren't allowed to become Grim Reapers. Daniel's smile vanished. Are you joking with me? Doesn't that mean I can't make Typhaon a Grim Reaper? It's not like you'll break the rules. I will, Paimon interrupted sharply. Daniel blinked, taken aback by her sudden resolve. The world of the living is a place where the princes will reincarnate, Paimon continued. If we can help you save the world, then we will gladly do so. Daniel was shocked. Didn't you say you wouldn't break any rules? You didn't even let me go to the palace of the Monarch. I refused to go against the orders of the Monarch directly, Paimon said, folding her arms. But if it's something as simple as allowing a living soul to become a Grim Reaper, then that can be done within my jurisdiction. I am the Grand Duchess, after all. Paimon helped Daniel make Typhaon a Grim Reaper. The father of anomalies was brought to the underworld. Of course, he didn't want to do it. But Daniel's stick and carrot method he had learned from countless time loops worked wonders, and Typhaon agreed. Paimon had to step down from her position as the Grand Duchess because of her actions of abusing her authority. She did it willingly, saying she had been looking for a way to retire since ages. The other Grim Reapers tried to persuade her otherwise. They declared they would bring Typhaon using their authority, and she shouldn't carry the burden alone. But she remained adamant. 50 years passed, peacefully. The world of the living had no idea what happened. For them, Typhaon, the father of anomalies, a terror that could destroy the world, disappeared suddenly one day. In the underworld, Daniel also became a Grim Reaper. It was why he could travel between the world of living and the underworld. He left the underworld after he made sure Typhaon wouldn't kill itself. After doing everything, Daniel returned to his hometown. He stood there, motionless, staring at the evening sun dipping below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple. The broken streets were quiet. The distant sound of rustling leaves was the only thing accompanying him. Wow! Daniel exhaled, watching his breath become visible in the cooling air. I did it, didn't I, system? He was too shocked to even laugh. The weight of countless battles and sacrifices pressed on his chest like a phantom ache. I stopped the world's end. Felt surreal. He almost expected another disaster to occur at the last second and foil his plans like a ways. But nothing of sorts happened. Daniel felt countless strange emotions after reaching the end of his journey. Relief, exhaustion, and disbelief. A smile appeared on his face, small but genuine. "We did it, system." Daniel laughed, his voice echoing softly in the empty streets. He called out to the system to celebrate the occasion. Thousands of years of their struggle had finished. However, system, there was no response. Present. "We did it." Neo opened his eyes. He looked at Professor Daniel with a smile. The past has been saved. The world around them started to shake. It was the proof the timeline was changing. Neo's erosion accelerated. His body made of red lightning started to disappear. Professor Daniel opened his mouth and closed it. He had no words. How was he supposed to tell Neo everything would be fine when he knew it was impossible? "Goodbye," Neo said with a smile. "You should leave now, or you will be caught here in the mess." He looked at Professor Daniel in the eye. Chapter 323. Not every fairy tale has a happy ending. Professor Daniel looked at Neo with a concerned gaze. He squeezed words out of his mouth. "How are you going to survive this?" "I can't." Neo smiled bitterly. "My plan failed." Professor Daniel's face hardened. He had been feeling guilt for leaving so much responsibility on Neo, but he had hoped Neo would be able to change the past and survive. Because Neo had been confident about his survival. What changed now? Professor Daniel stopped speaking. The realization dawned on him. "Neo, are you in the shadow trial right now?" The air grew colder. Neo's lips parted slightly, but no words came. He had told them he had entered the shadow trial in the past. He had worded his explanation carefully, making Professor Daniel think he had failed his shadow trial and been thrown out of the shadow world by the supreme deity of shadow. He made them believe this was the real world, and that he wanted to correct the mistakes he did during the shadow trial. "Neo, I asked something." Neo didn't answer. If he told Professor Daniel the truth, that he was in a shadow world, Professor Daniel standing before him would realize he was just a shadow. The real Professor Daniel would think the same, that he was a shadow. After all, changes in a 100% synchronized shadow world were carried into the real world. What would happen to real Professor Daniel if he believed he was just a shadow? Professor Daniel might go insane. It wouldn't be the first time something like this had happened to someone. Neo didn't want to burden Professor Daniel with such knowledge. However, his silence spoke plenty. Professor Daniel's expression contorted. You're worried about me in this situation. I can't not worry about the hero who saved the world." Neo's smile made Professor Daniel's heart feel even heavier. Neo's plan to survive had been simple. When the young Daniel saved the child of mana, Neo's shadow trial would be completed. After all, young Daniel was Neo's proxy. Him saving the child of mana would be counted as Neo performing the rescue. He couldn't save the child of mana though, Neo thought. Not that I blame him. I was with him, so I know he tried his best. Saving the child of mana would have given Neo a chance to request a reward from the Shadow Supreme. Neo had understood long ago that the reward he received before wasn't a reward at all. This time, he planned to ask the Shadow Supreme to let him take Angel out of the Shadow World. It was to fulfill his promise of saving the Angel. "I was wondering how you would survive the ire of time." The Angel's voice resonated in his mind. "So that was your plan?" "Yeah," Neo said. The place where Neo stood was the Shadow World. It was a dimension where everything was made from shadow elementals. Even time and fate. The time trying to kill him was the mimic time belonging to the Shadow World. It was not true time. As long as he could return to the Earth dimension, he would escape the reach of the mimic time. Then, he wouldn't have to worry about the mimic time erasing him. It was a perfect plan. A plan that fell apart when he couldn't save the child of mana. Now, the mimic time would erase him along with the present. Or, if he tried to leave the Shadow World to escape the mimic time, the Shadow Supreme would kill him for failing the Shadow Trial. It was a checkmate. You are awfully calm for someone who found out they are going to die even though they were promised otherwise. Neo jabbed at the angel. The guy who caused my death is dying with me, so I'm fine with it. The angel shrugged. Professor Daniel couldn't decide what to do anymore as he saw Angel and Neo talk normally. His eyes darted between them. The world continued to crumble. Time was erasing their present. Professor Daniel, I'm okay. You don't need to worry about me. Neo looked at him with a calm smile. Please leave now. If you stay here any longer, it will be dangerous for you. Professor Daniel's soul was trying to flow back into his body since long ago. He had been resisting the pull until now, hoping to see if Neo had a way of surviving the ordeal. Goodbye, Neo said with a faint smile. He hoped his smile would reassure Professor Daniel, but it did the opposite. The professor's heart clenched. Professor Daniel could no longer resist the pull. His soul was violently reeled back into his body, the sensation disorienting and painful. Before he disappeared completely, he heard Neo's last words. Please don't do anything that could endanger the world. Professor Daniel's eyes snapped open. The sensation of solid ground under him returned abruptly. He was back to his own present. His chest heaved with ragged breaths, and his body trembled with exhaustion. The room was quiet except for his labored breathing. Cold sweat clung to his forehead. What did you see, Professor? Professor Daniel flinched when he heard Neo's voice. He didn't answer immediately. Neo, who had just awakened his time element thanks to Professor Daniel and Elizabeth's help, was confused by Professor Daniel's silence. The professor opened his mouth, then closed it, unable to form words. He wanted to tell Neo what would happen in the future, but Neo's last words bound him like chains. Please don't do anything that could endanger the world. If he did anything wrong, he could destroy the world Neo barely saved after countless years of struggle. Professor, are you okay? Neo turned around and stared at him with a concerned gaze. Watching Neo like this calmed Professor Daniel, if only for a moment. I'm fine. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. What did you see? Instead of answering, he placed his hand gently on Neo's back. His gaze carried slight fear and something else that Neo failed to see. Guilt. Sorrow. Professor. Professor Daniel pushed Neo into the past so that he could return to the beginning of the academy. It put a huge strain on Professor Daniel. His breathing grew ragged, the world around him tilting slightly as the backlash gnawed at his soul. However, he ignored it. Neo's words continued to ring in his ears. Goodbye, Professor Daniel. Goodbye, Neo. The waves of time rammed into Professor Daniel. He had used too much time to help Neo awaken his time element, and it weakened Professor Daniel. He time-slipped, leaving behind an empty office room. Chapter 324. If it's not a happy ending, then it's not the end. Age of Gods. System. Daniel called out. There was no reply. System. Where did you go? The voice that had been with him for thousands of years did not reply back. Silence pressed against his ears. Daniel's heart was beating loudly. The absence of the system only meant one thing. It had left. Divine system, my ass. You left as soon as I saved the world. Daniel's voice was bitter. He had always had an inkling the system's goal was not to make him the strongest but to save the world. He was just a tool for it, and now discarded. Yet he wasn't sad about the revelation. If not for the system, he wouldn't have been able to save the world. Still, his heart was strangely heavy. Did the system only see him as a tool? He wanted to know. Yet there was no way for it. The system had left him behind. Suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice called out to him, soft but clear, cutting through the wind. What are you going to do now? Daniel snapped his head towards the voice. His eyes widened as he took in her face. The woman was familiar. There was no way Daniel could forget her. Celine? No, you can't be my sister. Her soul and body were both. Daniel frowned and his throat tightened. A lump formed there, bitter and cold. His hand clenched into a fist at his side as realization sank in. A sigh left his lips. He shook his head, turning back to look at the vast, overcast sky. You really have a sick sense of humor, Typhaon. If you did that with someone else, they would have attacked you by now. I see. The girl's appearance shifted. She transformed into a humanoid figure composed entirely of intertwining roots and branches. The earthy scent of damp soil filled the air as small leaves sprouted from his wooden frame. I apologize if my appearance was unpleasant. Daniel felt a strange discomfort hearing Typhaon speak so respectfully. The father of anomalies, once proud and defiant, now spoke with humility. Living in the underworld had opened his eyes. In the abyss where countless monsters capable of destroying the earth roamed freely, Typhaon had been forced to confront his own insignificance. Once he had thought himself peerless. Now he knew better. The underworld had humbled him. Typhaon stepped forward in silence. His wooden frame creaked softly as he moved, standing beside Daniel. He followed Daniel's gaze and, together, they stared at the sky. "What are you doing?" Daniel asked, his voice breaking the silence. "Thinking." "Thinking what?" "Your system. Is it the same guy you told us about?" Daniel blinked, confused. Typhaon's gaze didn't shift from the sky. "Kronos told you about someone. A guy who had been fighting alone after the world ended, right? You mentioned it once. I'm asking if he's the one who sent you the system." Daniel's face hardened. Typhaon's words stirred thoughts he'd been trying to suppress. Thoughts he was too afraid to confront. "Yeah." Daniel's voice lowered, trailing off. "Maybe it was him." Typhaon tilted his head slightly. The branches creaked as he shifted. What will happen to him now? If he's stuck in that future? Now that the past has been changed? Wouldn't he get erased by time? Why are you so curious about him? Daniel interrupted sharply, turning to face Typhaon. The wooden figure chuckled. A dry, hollow sound echoed. "How can I not be interested? I've dreamt of him defeating me with a single attack. And if I'm not wrong, he's the one who helped you defeat me. Is it wrong of me to be curious about the person who is, in a sense, my arch-nemesis?" There was no malice in Typhaon's voice, only plain curiosity. "I don't know what happened to him," Daniel answered with a sigh. "The system disappeared before I could get any answers." "Is that so? I thank you for entertaining my curiosity." Typhaon turned as he prepared to leave. He had come to the world of the living to capture an escaped ghost. Meeting Daniel now was nothing but coincidence. "Leaving already?" Daniel asked. "I am tight on time," Typhaon replied. "After I catch the escaped ghosts, I have to meet with the leader of the Titans and the Awakener Association." "Oh?" "The underworld is thinking of setting up a post in the world of the living," Typhaon continued. "It's to catch the increasing number of souls that escape from the underworld and the monsters that Awakeners summon into this realm. Since I'm the only living Grim Reaper and I've lived in the world of the living until recently, the others believed I was the best person for this task," Typhaon explained. "Good luck with that," Daniel said. Daniel didn't know whether to laugh or facepalm. The one who sent Typhaon for negotiations was either a genius or a complete fool. Looks like even Typhaon is starting to look at the future. Daniel's smile dimmed as the word echoed in his mind. Future. It was a word Daniel had always wanted to reach. A destination he had chased for so long. But now that he stood within it, he felt hollow, adrift with no direction. He looked down at his hand, watching as his fingers flexed. Despite his thin arms, he knew he could probably blow up the entire earth with a single punch. All this power, it's thanks to him. Daniel closed his eyes. His brows furrowed, and his chest tightened as conflicting emotions tore at him. He had reached the future he once dreamed of. But what should he do with it now? He had no idea. Then, was there anything he wanted to do or was curious about? There was. He wanted to know one thing. Why did the man behind the system choose him? Why him and not others? "It's probably because I'm the only one who can undergo thousands of regressions and not get killed by time." He sighed. There one more thing he wanted to know, but he was afraid of the answer he would find. Why did the man behind the system help him save the world? Now the man's present would get erased and he would die. Why did he do that? It would have made sense if the man left the Earth to live somewhere else, instead of dying like this. Damn it! This question won't let me sleep. Daniel stared at his hands, calloused and trembling slightly. Power, he had so much of it. Power given to him by that man. Might as well use this power to go meet him and ask the question. Daniel closed his eyes and delved into himself. He searched for the system's traces. The system had disappeared. However, the traces were left within him. After all, the techniques embedded in Daniel belonged to the system. He grabbed them and used his trait. Daniel's evolved trait allowed him to look into the future of people. His trait activated. But some kind of barrier stopped him. A pulse of resistance rippled through the air, making the light shudder. Daniel felt the time elementals churning around him. Time was stopping him. Chapter 325. If it's not a happy ending, then it's not the end, too. The man behind the system existed in a timeline that would soon get erased. It was a timeline that shouldn't exist. Daniel could feel it. Time was telling him not to go there. Time had always showered Daniel with care. If not for it, Daniel couldn't have regressed thousands of times and not get punished by a time death. Time never asked Daniel for compensation. This was Time's first request for Daniel. Don't go to the time that shouldn't exist. Going there would be an insult to Time. Daniel would fall out of favor with Time if he did not stop. There was a high chance he would never be able to regress again. Time warned him. If he didn't listen to it, he would regret it. Sorry, Daniel said. His time elementals flared. They clashed against the ambient time elementals. Wisps of energy drifted around him. He increased the output of his trait. Time tried to stop him. It requested Daniel. Again and again. The requests turned into threats. Daniel could tell his actions were angering Time. Yet he didn't stop. Daniel had to go there. He needed to meet the man. To thank him. To ask him why he had done so much for their world. The barrier stopping Daniel shattered. His soul was pulled out of his body. His vision blurred as reality twisted around him. He blinked and appeared in a broken world. The place was devastated. The sky was filled with ashes, and the ground was burned and cracked. Maggots writhed in every crevice Daniel looked. The edges of the world were crumbling away. It was the proof Time was erasing the world. Why are you here? Daniel turned to the source of the voice. He saw a humanoid mass of red lightning. Bolts arced around its body, flickering weakly. It was slowly disappearing. You! Daniel's words were struck in his throat when he noticed the man's condition. He wasn't even alive anymore. He was forcefully keeping his existence together with death element. Why? He had prepared countless questions to ask the man. But only a single word left his mouth when they met. Why what? Neo asked, surprised but having expected Daniel to come meet him. Why did you do all this? What was in it for you? Neo chuckled at Daniel's naive question. Do I need a reason to save my home? That's the only reason why you struggled for thousands of years? A look of fury appeared on Daniel's face. That's the only reason you gave away everything you had to me? Why are you angry? Why won't I be angry? Daniel glared at him. It was you who taught me to be selfish. You told me it was okay to do whatever I wanted. And you are doing this? Sacrificing yourself for what? Greater good. Daniel felt an intense surge of anger. It was why he did not want to meet the man. If you did not take breaks between loops, your mental self would have been crushed. That's why I told you to be selfish, Neo answered. And what about you? You don't need to worry about yourself? Neo let out a troubled smile. The last thing he expected after meeting Daniel was getting shouted at. Calm down. Why did you come to the past to save the child of Mana? Daniel asked, cutting off Neo. Oh. There had to be a reason if you were trying to save my sister. It was my shadow trial. Neo didn't see the reason for hiding the truth. Shadow trial? Daniel's eyes narrowed. You tried to make me save my sister too. Was it also related to your trial? Kind of. Neo chuckled. If we could have saved your sister, I wouldn't be getting erased by time here. But well, saving the world is good enough. Anyway, congratulations on. Then I'll save my sister. Daniel cut off Neo abruptly. He had expected Neo to have a reason for trying to save Child of Mana. He asked Neo for the reason to, as he wanted to give Neo a parting gift. But this was better. Saving his sister would save Neo. It was two birds with one stone. If I save her, I can save you too, right? Without waiting for an answer, Daniel advanced toward Neo. There is no way I'm letting the guy who saved the world die. His voice was filled with defiance. It's already too much you aren't getting either a reward or recognition for it, but dying for saving the world? He took a sharp breath, his words laced with a growing intensity. That's crossing the line. Daniel felt stupid for thinking that system might have seen him as a tool. The only thing he saw as a tool was himself. A tool to help others. You aren't dying under my watch. He stepped back, looking Neo in the eye. I'll save you no matter what. That's impossible. Nothing is impossible for me, Daniel spoke with confidence. I'm the man who regressed thousands of times and survived. If I can do that, then I can do anything I put my mind to. Neo chuckled. Was this how Neo looked to others when he claimed he would do something impossible? I wonder if you can back your words, Neo said. Watch me do it. Daniel's soul form started to tremble. His trait's activation time was about to run out. Goodbye, Neo said. See you later, Daniel replied. Daniel's soul was pulled back into his body. His eyes snapped open. He was back to his own present. Before he could move, his legs gave out. He fell face first into the ground. Oh! Daniel realized he was breathing heavily. His clothes were drenched in sweat. Ignoring everything, he tried to activate the world-time spell. Ha! The spell failed. It didn't take Daniel long to realize what was wrong. Time. It refused to let him go back. Daniel wasn't disheartened. He had expected this. Besides, going back in time wasn't going to help. He had regressed over 1,000 times, yet he could never save Celine. Chapter 326. First Child of Mana. As he stayed there on the ground, the realization dawned on him. He couldn't regress anymore. He no longer had infinite tries. There was only chance. If he failed, Neo would die. He stood up after he had recovered and moved with haste. The underworld was where the dead ended. After countless inquiries, Daniel confirmed that Celine's soul never came to Underworld. The cause was obvious. Typhon had destroyed both her soul and body. I apologize for it, Typhon said as he and Daniel sat at a small, round table in a quiet, dimly lit cafe within the Underworld's neutral zone. The air smelled faintly of bitter coffee and burnt wood. The walls lined with old tomes and half-melted candles. It's fine. That's already water under the bridge, Daniel responded, suppressing his inner turmoil. He exhaled slowly before adding, Did you ask about the resurrection methods? I've consulted high-ranking Grim Reapers on the matter. They're said there is no way to revive someone who never reached the underworld. I see. Daniel left the place after his meeting with Typhaon. He looked everywhere in the underworld and met countless people. Everyone gave him the same answer. Those whose souls were erased could not be revived. Again and again, they told him to abandon his goal of resurrecting Celine. Daniel refused to surrender to despair. He returned to the world of the living, hoping to meet Athena. If anyone could know of a hidden method of resurrection, it would be her. She was the child of Mana. People like her had wealth of knowledge. Gaining an audience with her was no simple matter. Daniel's reputation, or lack thereof, proved to be an obstacle. For everyone except the Grim Reapers, Daniel was a nameless awakener. He had not bothered with his connection in the world of living in current life, not expecting they would come in handy now. After pulling countless strings and calling in every favor, Grim Reapers, he finally met Athena. They talked for a long time. So, you don't have a resurrection method? Daniel asked. I'm sorry, but I don't. Then he asked her about the children of Mana. She told him a lot about them. They could gain information about the future. It was different from the visions of the future that time elemental users had. The children of Mana were told about the future by the world, or so Athena said. That's all, you know? Daniel asked after listening to her explanation. Yes. So you mean the information, the records, all of that is given to you by the world? Yes. Are you sure? 90% yes. Daniel wasn't convinced. For one, why would the World Core have information about the future? Besides, Earth's World Core was too unfriendly. There was no way it would willingly share information. After his meeting with Athena, he went to space and met with the moon's consciousness. My dear friend, Daniel, what brings you here? The moon's consciousness asked. Daniel greeted her and asked if a world kept a record of all knowledge. No? The moon's consciousness replied, sounding genuinely puzzled. This is the first time I'm hearing of something like this. I don't think Earth keeps any records. Even if it did have something like records, there is no reason for Earth to possess knowledge about the future, the moon's consciousness explained. Thank you for answering me, Daniel said. He stayed there a little longer, having a small party with the moon's consciousness at her request. The problem remained. Daniel had not found a way of reviving Selene yet. He continued his search for a method. Days, weeks, years passed. Time blurred into a haze as he scoured both the underworld and the world of the living, desperately seeking a solution. There is no way, it's impossible to revive Selene, Daniel muttered under his breath. If it's impossible, then that means we haven't found the information yet. His condition got worse as he stopped caring about his health and kept his focus on his search. He read as much as he could and met as many people as he could. He immersed himself in knowledge. He learned any type of information he came across, hoping it would help him in reviving Selene. The Grim Reapers began to worry about Daniel's health. They told Daniel countless times to give up. They didn't understand why Daniel was trying to revive his sister. It was impossible to revive her. Daniel refused to give up. No matter what, he would find a way. Years passed with no result. The once vibrant spark in his eyes dulled. A doubt started to creep into his heart. What if there was truly no way to help Neo? Daniel gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. The doubt remained in his heart. He, however, refused to give up. Neo had fought alone for centuries. Even though he had no hope for victory, he did it for them. The few years of fruitless searches Daniel was going through were nothing in comparison. While Daniel was busy searching for a method to resurrect Selene, he came across a horrible truth. Daniel had been cursed by time. He had antagonized time when he went to meet Neo. As a result, time cursed Daniel to live forever. He couldn't die, grow old, or grow stronger. His body was frozen in time. Daniel ignored his own curse. All of his attention was on finding a method to solve his predicament. It was then Daniel found something. Ha 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 ha. Athena, this is crazy. His voice echoed in the grand library where towering bookshelves kissed the domed ceiling above. He took a book from Athena's library, named the Archives of Wisdom, and showed it to her. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined he would find something among the novels written by Athena. What is it? Athena asked. This book. What is it? He repeated, his eyes wide with excitement. Athena tilted her head, glancing at the cover. That book has some interesting ideas I came up with. I planned to use them later in my novels. Exactly. Now read this, Daniel urged. He turned the pages with care until he found the one he wanted. He tapped a section of text. Athena leaned closer and began to read aloud. Name, Euphemia Theodora. Specialty, oldest known child of Mana. Time period, 3440 BCE, 3400 BCE. Description: Euphemia was able to see into the records of the world. She saw the strongest awakeners of the apocalypse era, Zeus, Kronos, Gaia, Emma, and others, and called them gods. Her tales spread over time, and the awakeners in her stories were later known as gods in the history. Athena paused. There was a wealth of information about Euphemia, even a short story on her life at the bottom of the page. She closed the book gently. What about it? It's just an idea I had for my novel Son of Zeus, to explain the existence of gods in real-world myths. But aren't your dreams real? Doesn't this mean this information is what you got from the records? Not all dreams are information from the records. I know, Daniel said quickly, flipping through more pages, his fingers brushing across the aged paper. But look at this. He spread the book open, showing her multiple entries filled with elaborate histories and mythological connections. Everything you've written. What's the pattern with it? Chapter 327. Creator of Akashic Record. Athena frowned, glancing over the texts. It's fantasy? Yes, it's all fantasy. But if we think about it the other way, you took inspiration from the dreams and everything you saw there was fantasy. He continued, what I think is, the records contain information about everything that happened after the Apocalypse era. They don't have all information, just the information of the time after Apocalypse era, not from before. How is my novels being fantasy related to the information of the records? She questioned. If your novels were based on information before the Apocalypse era, the genre would have been realism, urban, war, military, teenage romance. My point is, the genre couldn't have been fantasy as no fantasy elements existed in the era before the apocalypse. Daniel explained. Ha! She nodded, signaling for him to continue. The only realism genre story idea your diary has is this, he said, pointing at the Euphemia short story scribbled in faded ink. What about her? Athena asked, curiosity mingling with confusion. Now, if all information in the records is from the Apocalypse era and the eras after, why is Euphemia's story here? She exists in an era that is thousands of years before the Apocalypse. Maybe that Euphemia's story is just a normal idea and not from the record, she suggested. Maybe you're right, but for now, let's just say it is from the record, Daniel said. Now answer my question. Why is Euphemia's information present in the record even though it shouldn't be there? What makes her unique? Because she is a child of mana? Her tone was filled with uncertainty. Yes. And what's different about children of mana? Daniel pressed. We can access records? Exactly. Daniel spoke at a fast pace, his excitement barely contained. I think accessing records isn't normal. Let's say records exist in a library which is in a separate dimension. The records can be accessed only once. To access the records repeatedly, the children of mana need to leave a part of themselves inside the library, he said. What? Athena looked at Daniel with a strange gaze. The theory was too far-fetched even for her, and she was an author. I know what you are thinking, but I can prove my theory. Answer my questions and you'll see, Daniel said in a calm voice. Go on, Athena replied. Can you input information in the records? Daniel questioned. No, Athena answered. I can only take out information. What about other children of mana? Can they input information? They can't. I'm sure of it. She spoke with certainty. Why? It's a feeling. I can tell only the creator of the records can edit or change the information. Bingo! Daniel let out a triumphant smile. Children of mana can't input the information. So how did Euphemia's information appear inside the records? Daniel continued. It shouldn't be there since the records contain information of the Apocalypse era and the eras that came after. Athena became silent. Daniel answered himself. A part of Euphemia is there. She told you her information. Let's say if your theory is true. Why would she tell me the information? I don't know about that. Maybe she is bored. Athena sighed, leaning against the chair. Daniel's theory sounded convincing, but it had no solid basis. For one, what would he do if the information about Euphemia was just a story she wrote and not actual knowledge taken from the records? Daniel understood her concerns. The unknown gnawed at both of them. Time passed as Daniel continued his research, traveling across ancient ruins and forgotten libraries, searching for more information. The world outside was vast, filled with remnants of lost civilizations, overgrown forests reclaiming stone fortresses, and winds whispering secrets of old. Another child of mana appeared a few dozen years later. Daniel met him and asked his questions. The answers he received solidified his theory. A part of the existence of children of mana stays within the records. Selene's must be there too. Now I need to find a way to bring her out from the record, Daniel muttered. He tried to see if Athena and the new child of mana could find Selene in the records. They failed. After all, both of them couldn't access the records at will. Why isn't Selene trying to contact Athena and the others? If Euphemia can do it, can't she do it too? Daniel murmured. There was no answer to his question. Daniel kept researching. The more time he spent on his research, the more sure he became that he was correct. His eyes, bloodshot from years of relentless study, scanned the countless notes he had scribbled and stuck on the wall before him. I need to find a way to access the records and bring out Selene. Daniel's research's directions shifted, his focus narrowing. However, he didn't find any suitable lead even after 100 years. The world outside the confines of his study was changing. Countries crumbled, new organizations flourished, and yet, his search remained unfulfilled. The passage of time continued, started to make Daniel nervous. I thought the records contained information about the Apocalypse era and after because the records were created in the Apocalypse era. But I don't see any indications of anyone making the records now. Was I wrong? The easiest way of bringing about Selene was to find the person who created the records and ask him to bring out Selene, who was within the records. There is no one who is creating a record. Daniel was sure the creator of the records was an Earthling. The clues were undeniable because all knowledge in the records was related to Earth and its future. Another 100 years passed. Daniel's patience was at its limits. His study had grown into a fortress of knowledge, with entire wings dedicated to failed theories and fragmented clues. Left with no other choice, he decided to take the task upon himself. If no one is going to make the records, then I will have to do it. It was a borderline stupid thought. The records were an existence that had transcended time. Daniel would create it, but there was a reason Daniel thought he could do it. Pandora's box. He looked at the silver cube in his hands. One of its sides was opened. The cube was empty from the inside. The metallic surface seemed to absorb the dim light. Daniel had obtained the cube from Kronos. According to Kronos, this cube was what contained the apocalypse. It had unleashed the apocalypse on Earth when the cube was opened. Zeus had verified Kronos' statement, though he had been pissed quite a bit. Daniel had to make a deal with Kronos to get Pandora's box. If you can make the records, we will be able to access it at will, Kronos had said to Daniel. Take it. Maybe this cursed object will finally become a beacon of hope and progress for our world. Daniel's brows creased as he looked at the empty cube. I verified the objects placed inside the cube can't be eroded by time. It's not exactly eternal as in the way the records are, existing in past, present, and future. But it's still eternal as in the objects can't be destroyed by time when they are inside the cube. He held the cube tighter. Now the only thing I need to put inside the cube is knowledge of the present and future, and it will become the records. After decades of struggle, Daniel had started to doubt himself. Could he actually save Neo? Was Selene still alive within the records? What if the records he created were not the records the children of mana could access? Chapter 328. Saving Neo and Selene. Daniel steeled his resolve. He wasn't going to give up. How do I put knowledge into this? Daniel's brows furrowed. He had to put information about the present and future into the cube. The records he would create were different from the records that existed and were used by children of mana. Or maybe they were the same. Daniel didn't care which of the two it was. After he created his records, he planned to connect them with the existing records and bring out Selene through them. The plan is good, but how can I find all the information about the present and future to put into the cube? Daniel had an answer and a plan. It was just risky. His trait. He could see the future through it. Daniel met with Athena and looked into her future. The sensation of being in the future in his soul form was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. When his soul returned to his body, he used the transfer technique he had received from the system. Wisps of white energy traced along his fingertips. He took out the memories of the future he gained from Athena and placed them carefully inside the cube. The The crystalline structure absorbed them, glowing brighter. He did the same with Emma, Zeus, Apollo, Kronos, Rhea, Perseus, Poseidon, Ares, Atlas. Not just awakeners. He looked into the future of anyone he could meet and poured the knowledge of future he gained through them into the cube. The process was excruciating. Repeatedly tearing apart his memories began to leave holes in Daniel's consciousness. Daniel ignored the pain. A twisted smile appeared on his face as the glow of the cube intensified. His plan was working. I just need more information. If I can put all the information of a specific time period, the memories will become self-sufficient and they should start generating future memories. Getting all information of a specific time period was the same as assembling every part of a car. If Daniel could do that, then his car would start working. That is, the memories would start interacting with each other and move forward, forming a simulated world inside the cube. To explain simply, Daniel needed to get all information about the world at, let's say, 4:30 p.m. At 4:30 p.m., he needed to know what was happening to everything. About the flowers outside his garden, swaying gently in the breeze. About the neighbor next door, humming as she watered the plants. About the monsters undersea, lurking in the ocean depths. He needed to have knowledge of each and every object present in the world at 4:30 p.m. Then, he would put all that information inside the cube. The world of memories within the cube would be no different from the real world for that moment at 4:30 p.m. After that, Daniel only needed to fuse those disjointed memories. When the memories combined, they would start interacting with each other. It was like putting two pre-programmed robots together and letting them talk. Since the memories were an exact replica of the real world, the interactions between them would show what would happen in the real world. If everything worked as planned, a simulated world would be created within the cube. Daniel started to see the issues with his plan as time passed. For one, he had to take a break every time he used his trait. Secondly, he couldn't see a specific time period's future. How far in the future he could see was not controllable. But to make the memories inside the cube self-sufficient, he had to put all information of at least one point in time. There was only one way to do it. He had to look into the future as many times as possible and keep doing it until he got all information of a specific point of time. The problem, in the end, is my own mana capacity. Daniel decided to ask for help from Moon. Of course, I would help a friend in need. The Moon's consciousness agreed readily. She promised to supply Daniel the energy needed to activate his trait nonstop. His pace of filling the information into the cube increased. The dim glow of the cube illuminated the darkened room as Daniel worked tirelessly. Shelves of books and scattered papers crowded the walls, filled with diagrams and notes on his work. He started to experience memory loss as he ripped his own memories to put them into the cube. It was painful. Many times, Daniel would wake up, not knowing who he was or what he was doing. He was starting to forget the faces of people he cared about. Why was he doing this? What was he trying to create? Daniel was forgetting everything. He continued to look into the future and take those memories from his head and put them into the cube. Even though his memories were disappearing, a voice remained inside his head. You can't stop. You have to save him. You promised. Daniel started to fear what was happening to him. It wouldn't take long for him to forget who he was and why he was trying to create the records. If that happened, he might not be able to save that man. The wealth of memories inside the cube had grown, but Daniel wasn't happy. The memories were far from becoming self-sufficient. At his current pace, it would take him thousands of years to create a simulated world inside the cube, if not more. He had to do better. He had to do it fast, before he forgot why he was creating the records. This is the only way. Daniel decided to take a risk. He was in his soul form, and his soul was in the future of his neighbor. In that future, Daniel went to another person and used his trait on him. He tried to look into the future of a person he met inside the future. It allowed him to collect information of the future at a fast pace. His speed of collecting memories increased exponentially. The risks he had taken put immense burden on his mind. He withstood the burden with sheer will. Daniel had lived over 1,000 regressions. His mind was not so weak as to break as soon as it was under pressure. However, not everything could be withstood by will. Daniel was overexerting his trait. Traits were like muscles. Training them would make them stronger, but overdoing the training would harm the muscles' traits. Daniel started to lose his strength. He was growing weaker with every activation of his trait. Ironically, time did not allow his strength to grow. However, it let his strength regress. It was time's curse for going against it. Centuries passed in a blur. Daniel remained in his room as he looked into the future. Since he started to use his trait while he was in the future, he no longer had the need to find more people in the present to use his trait on. The once vibrant walls were now dulled with decay. Food, water, and recreation, Daniel forgo everything. Mold started to creep up on his walls. The table in the corner of the room began to rot away. He never noticed those things. All of his focus was on one thing: completing the record. Days upon days passed. Daniel had long forgotten how many people's memories he had looked into. Why was he doing this? He couldn't remember anymore. The only reason he used his trait every day was the inner compulsion that told him to finish the records. Piece by piece, Daniel tore apart his own memories. Pain became a constant companion. It lingered in his chest like a dull ache that would never disappear. He started to lose himself. Who was he? Now he could barely remember anyone. The only reminders of his life were the notes he left in his room, scattered across his worn wooden desk. He would read them every day. I'm Daniel Selim, a regressor who has gone through countless loops. I'm a grim reaper too. I like jazz. Every day he would learn who he was from the notes. Every night he would forget who he was. Then the day would start anew, and he would read the notes again. Sometimes he would chuckle at his past self's actions. Sometimes he would be disgusted. Piece by piece, he ripped his own existence to build the records. And finally they were completed. The memories put into the cube connected. They started fusing, becoming a perfectly oiled machine, a perfect replica, which was no different from the real world. A smaller world, exactly the same as the real world, was born inside the Pandora's box. He had created the Akashic record. However, there was something more he had to do before the Akashic record could be considered completed. My friend, it has been centuries since we've met. I thought you had forgotten about me, Typhaon said with a smile. His bark-like features twisted gently, happy that Daniel finally contacted him. Hello, Daniel answered. The dim room felt colder as he looked at the tree-like humanoid monster. He didn't know who Typhaon was. The reason he had called Typhaon was the notes in the room. Ask for Typhaon's help after you finish creating a simulated world, a note had said. Typhaon's face froze when he noticed Daniel's expression. His features shifted, the wood-like skin tightening as his smile faded. He hated seeing a friend in pain. The blame weighed heavily on him. If only he had not asked about the red-eyed swordsman, Daniel would not have gone to the erased timeline, and he would not have started his quest to save that man. Daniel, unable to understand the cause of Typhaon's fury, explained why he had called him. You are saying I need to connect this Akashic record with the world core? Typhaon asked. Yes, the existing records that Children of Mana can access are stored within the world. That's why Children of Mana think the information is given to them by the world. We need to store the Akashic record I've created inside the world core. In there, both records will connect, and I will gain access to the original records where Selena, the child of Mana we are trying to save, is through my records, Daniel explained. Connecting records wasn't simple. The original records were transcendental existences. They existed in past, present, and future, but they didn't exist at the same time. After all, they had not been created yet. By now, Daniel understood he was the creator of the original records. His records would evolve in future and become truly eternal. For now, connecting both records would fuse them and allow the original records to manifest into the present, not just exist as abstract concepts. The original records only existed in the present and thus couldn't be accessed by anyone but Children of Mana. After the manifestation, Everyone would be able to connect to the records. Typhaon continued to stare at Daniel instead of doing anything. Daniel misunderstood his gaze and clarified. "Don't worry. I've read the notes and I know I had a deal with the Awakeners to allow them access to records. I've made arrangements for it," Daniel said. He had given different levels of access depending on the qualifications of the Awakeners. "Nobody can edit or make the records, though," Daniel explained. "The simulated world is delicate. If a foreign existence makes changes in it, the simulated world will start predicting the wrong future. It's like injecting foreign objects into a controlled system. When that happens, the records will become useless, and they won't give us any correct information." The records contained a simulated world. The simulated world allowed anyone to see what would happen in the future through the ongoing simulation within the cube. However, the records would become corrupted if even a slight change was made. As long as no change was made, they would mirror the real world and show the present and future. "I'm not asking about that. I want to know if you are happy," Typhaon said softly. Daniel couldn't answer. He had finally created the record, but he no longer remembered why he was doing it. The notes he had written told him it was to save a man. However, Daniel didn't feel anything anymore. Or so he believed. "Forget I said anything. Let's complete the record." Typhaon spoke up, his voice gentler this time. He took the cube and closed his eyes. Divine energy began to fluctuate around Typhaon. While Daniel had been busy creating the records, the world had ascended, and a few Awakeners had become gods. Mana had transformed into divine energy. Typhaon concentrated on fusing the Akashic record into the world core. Daniel's heart started to beat faster without realizing it. What if all the theories he had built were wrong? What if his records were not a perfectly simulated world and they predicted the wrong future? The more he thought, the more fear crept into Daniel's heart. It was cold and consuming. His trait could not see paradox timelines perfectly. It made paradox timelines were hard to integrate into the simulated world. What if there were some paradox timelines he hadn't accounted for? That would ended up ruining his simulated world. His breathing became heavy with fear. The dim room seemed to close in around him. For others, Daniel had been creating the records for centuries. But only he knew he had been doing it for far longer. He had seen millions, perhaps billions of years worth of future. Even if he couldn't remember those futures anymore after he put the memories into the cube, the exhaustion and pain he spent building the record were crystal clear to him. Just the thought of failure was enough to make him shiver uncontrollably. If he failed, ding! A sound echoed in the silence. Words materialized before him, glowing faintly in the air. Synchronization complete. Registering user. User, Daniel Selim, registered in Akashic record. Daniel stared at the screen, stunned. He couldn't describe how he felt. "This screen is the proof that records have fused and they are giving access to everyone," he muttered in a daze. The hard work of countless years had borne fruit. Just then, he heard a voice he thought he had long forgotten. "Brother!" Typhaon and Daniel both heard Celine's voice. The room seemed to brighten as the cube pulsed with a soothing rhythm. "It works," Typhaon said. "You've succeeded, my friend." The smile on Typhaon's face only grew wider when he noticed Daniel's expression. Tears were falling out of Daniel's eyes, reflecting the gentle light of the cube. Why am I crying?" "Because you've saved them both." Typhaon hugged Daniel while laughing loudly. The warmth of his embrace contrasted with the cold, dimly lit room. The cube in Daniel's hands pulsed gently with a soft, ethereal glow. Daniel couldn't stop his tears. They streamed down his face, warm and relentless. Typhaon was right. He had saved them both. His sister and the man whose name and face he could no longer recall. I did it. Even though he could no longer remember why he had started walking on this journey. Even though he had gone through struggles for countless years. Daniel felt it was all worth it. The air around him seemed lighter, as if a great burden had finally lifted. His heart was filled with happiness and relief. I saved them. Chapter 329. Typhaon's Warning. Typhaon helped Daniel sit on the chair. The seat creaked as Daniel slumped back, utterly exhausted. His body had given out after he finally relaxed. The dim light from the cube illuminated his pale face, streaked with tears that he wiped away while laughing softly. "I'm fine now. We should go and meet the leaders of the Awakeners," Daniel said. "Is it about giving them exclusive access to the Akashic records?" Typhaon asked. "Yes, I couldn't build the exclusive access before since it is complicated. But now that I've completed the records, I have free time. I can make them exclusive access like they wanted," Daniel explained. Typhaon's brows furrowed. Daniel's condition was clearly at the verge of a breakdown. "No need for that now. The leaders of the Awakeners said you can do it at your own pace." Typhaon reassured him gently, placing a hand on Daniel's shoulder. "Huh? Really? Indeed, it is true. That's nice. I guess I can finally take a vacation." Daniel was looking forward to talking with Celine too. The warmth in his chest contrasted the ache of his fatigued body. Suddenly, Typhaon raised his head. His eyes narrowed as he sensed an approaching presence beyond the wooden door. He turned back to Daniel. "I've built an academy around your house. Demigod Academy. Since I don't have an identity being a monster, I used your identity for it. Think of the academy as your home and use it for your vacations," Typhaon explained in a gentle voice. "Vacation in an academy? Ha ha ha. Don't worry. There is a nice resort with a lakeside view. There's even a burning mountain range and a sky rock island if you want to go on a tour." "How big is that place?" Daniel's mouth parted slightly. "Big enough for you to enjoy to your heart's content." The academy was Typhaon's way of repenting for his mistakes. It would become a sanctuary and a training ground, raising heroes who would one day protect and save the world. But more importantly, it was a home he built solely for Daniel. A home where he could rest. "From today, you are the headmaster of this place," Typhaon said. "Isn't that your job?" Daniel questioned. "I've spent a bit too much time in the world of the living. It was time I returned to the underworld. Making you the headmaster is my way of getting the job here off my back." Typhaon chuckled. He could feel the presence that stood just outside the door, growing impatient. Daniel was unaware of it and Typhaon intended to keep it that way. Before Daniel could say anything, Typhaon spoke up again, his expression softening. "You should rest and talk with Celine. I will come back after some time." "Okay." Typhaon left the room. Outside was the hallway. He found Zeus standing there, arms crossed. A faint crackle of electricity trailed along his fingertips. The two stared at each other. "I saw the status screen," Zeus said, his voice as commanding as ever. "Good to know it is working as intended," Typhaon answered. "Can I meet Daniel?" Zeus asked. "Why?" "I'm here to request privileged access to the records for the top-rank Awakeners and gods. It will help us. Daniel has implemented a system in the records that increases your access level depending on your qualification. Use it instead of asking for privileged access," Typhaon said, recalling Daniel's detailed explanation from earlier. Zeus frowned upon getting cut off mid-sentence. "We can get the techniques of the future from the records. It's important for us. Those techniques are needed if we want to protect the world." Typhaon's gaze darkened as he stepped closer. "Who is we here?" Typhaon recalled the broken state Daniel had been in. He blamed himself for pushing Daniel down that path. But not again. Daniel has done his part. Please allow him to retire and rest. Rest? The world needs him. He has saved the world twice already. He has no obligation to sacrifice himself more for the world. "Saved from you, didn't he?" Zeus taunted. When he got no response from Typhaon, he took a step forward. He intended to go past Typhaon and meet Daniel directly. Typhaon raised his hand and stopped Zeus from taking another step. "If you take another step," Typhaon said in a low but threatening voice, "I'll make you need to save the world a third time. Is that a threat?" Zeus's voice was icy cold. "That depends on where your foot lands." Zeus glared at Typhaon. "Stop being selfish. Daniel has gained the power to change the world." "Gained?" A terrifying pressure erupted from Typhaon. The floor cracked beneath his feet. He has gained power? The air trembled as Typhaon's fury grew. Daniel sacrificed everything to create the record. That man no longer remembers who he is. He wept tears of joy without knowing why he was happy. Don't insult his suffering by saying he gained power. Zeus felt the weight of those words. For the briefest moment, his gaze faltered. He lost everything while saving the world twice, Typhaon continued. Twice he saved this damned place. Let him rest. He has no duty to save it again or help it anymore. He had done more than enough. Zeus clenched his jaw. The truth in Typhaon's words was undeniable. But, move, he commanded. Or I'll make you move. Typhaon's eyes narrowed. The brat who used to tremble at the mere mention of my name thinks he can make me move? He let out a savage grin, revealing jagged teeth formed from bark and stone. Try it. A heartbeat passed. No one moved. The air crackled with suppressed tension. Zeus opened his mouth to speak but stopped when a voice echoed in his mind. Return. Gaia's voice resonated. I need to meet Daniel first, Zeus thought back. No, Gaia's voice echoed again. Leave this be. Typhaon is right. He has earned his peace. You don't need to worry. I can overpower Daniel with force easily if he refuses dash. The moon is moving. Gaia's words made Zeus freeze. Moon? Why is she moving now? You know why. She warned us against making Daniel work unless he approaches us first. Zeus clenched his fists. What if we don't listen to her? Zeus asked. Zeus. Gaia. There are millions of humans living on Earth. Zeus interrupted her. He continued. Not everyone is happy to be alive, but everyone is trying. Just one guy's involvement can ease their suffering. And he is saying he doesn't want to work? We aren't in the wrong by forcing him to dash. Daniel is a grim reaper too. Typhaon's voice cut through the telepathic conversation like a blade. His towering, tree-like figure loomed in the hallway as he looked down on Zeus. Touch him, and you will have war with the underworld. The temperature seemed to drop. The presence of death and darkness flared around Typhaon, as if proving his threat. Zeus fell silent. The threat was not just words. Typhaon alone would have been a problem. Adding the moon to the equation was already pushing the boundaries of what the association could handle. But if the underworld became involved, they had no chance. Zeus gritted his teeth but took a step back. For now. Chapter 330, Leaving Shadow World. Present. Neo stood at the edge of the crumbling world. He watched the spot where young Daniel had vanished. You think he can do it? Neo asked. I don't know, but I won't have my hopes up, the angel replied. Neo's lips curled into a faint smirk. Then shall we make a bet? If he succeeds, you'll listen to me when I return to my world. If you win the bet, well, I don't think you need a reward for that scenario, Neo added, folding his arms. Fine, let's make the bet, the angel said. Neo wasn't worried Valkyria would break the verbal promise. The angel noticed Neo's trust in Daniel and asked, You trust him a lot? Yes, I do. Neo had watched over Daniel for thousands of years. He knew Daniel enough to know Daniel would not stop until he had found a way. The man was stubborn to a fault. Well, we should leave this place, or we will get erased by time, Neo said, looking at the crumbling world around them. He raised his head and looked at the sky. I want to leave the shadow trial. A door made of shadows appeared in front of his eyes as soon as he completed his words. The black frame twisted and rippled as if made of living ink. The angel frowned, glancing at the narrow entryway. How will I fit through that door? You don't need to worry about that. Neo's shadow stirred. It began to stretch. The tendrils of blackness unfurled across the broken ground. Mountains, destroyed cities, dried lakes. All were engulfed as the shadows expanded. His shadows never stopped. They continued to spread wide, devouring continents, oceans, and finally the entire earth. The angel blinked as it found itself standing within Neo's shadow space. An endless expanse of black stretched out in every direction. How large is his shadow space? The angel muttered. It was surprised by Neo's mastery of the shadow element. Just then, Neo opened the shadow space's entrance slightly. "How is it in there? I can adjust." There was a short silence before the angel spoke again. "I thought you gave away masteries of your elements. But judging by the size of the shadow space, you are already at expert mastery?" "I did give it away, but I've gained quite a bit back already." The angel did not know how to react to that answer. It consoled itself by thinking Neo had always been a freak of nature. Neo floated in the empty space. He extended his hand, summoning a shadow bird with wings as vast as the horizon. Its feathers shimmered like onyx, reflecting no light. He gestured, and the bird lowered itself, allowing him to climb onto its back. "Take me to the door." The shadow bird glided toward the door of shadows. Only pitch-black darkness existed beyond its frame. Neo felt a shift. When he opened his eyes, he was standing in a vast void. The floor that had a checkered pattern, black and white squares extending infinitely beneath his feet. A human-sized doll stood before him. She bowed. "Welcome back, Neo Hargraves. I'm a number 22, a gatekeeper of the world of treacherous shadows," the doll said. "You are the same gatekeeper who welcomed me when I came to this world," Neo replied. A number 22 was surprised. She had not expected him to remember her name after meeting only once. "Indeed, we've met before," she said while stopping the surprise from showing on her face. "Congratulations on completing your shadow trial." "Daniel saved the child of Mana?" Neo asked. "He did. And as he was your proxy, the rescue is counted to be completed by you too." A faint smile appeared on Neo's face. He sent his intent inside his shadow space and told the angel what was happening. The angel couldn't reply back since the voice didn't travel between the shadow spaces inside and the outside, and the angel didn't know how to use intent to talk like Neo. Neo believed the angel was happy. "What about Jack? Where is he?" Neo asked as he looked around. "He is meeting another gatekeeper," a number 22 answered. Her words meant only a few seconds had passed for Jack while Neo had lived through thousands of years. "How is he?" "He has lost his rank. I'm asking about his emotional state. He wants to kill himself, but he doesn't want to waste the life you protected by sacrificing yourself." A number 22 didn't mince her words. Neo smiled bitterly. He had to complete his job here and meet with Jack quickly. Then he would tell him everything was fine. "Shall we discuss your rewards?" "Wait a second." Neo unleashed his world energy. The space vibrated around him, rippling with an intense aura as he used it to activate the third stage of his blessing. The world energy condensed and formed his very being. Bones, muscles, organs, nerves, blue blood. Everything regrew. Neo kept his soul within his body and fused them both. It was a complete resurrection. With partial third stage blessing, Neo could regenerate his body parts but not fuse his soul and body. This limitation was why the blessing could not resurrect him fully before. The problem was solved when he could finally use the full power of the third stage of his blessing. Neo looked down, noticing his body covered in scars and his long hair cascading over his shoulders and back. The dim light of the void reflected faintly on his pale skin. He used his shadow affinity and used the shadow robe spell. The shadows wrapped around him to form rudimentary clothing of dark, flowing fabric. As for his hair, he let it fall freely behind his back. He wore clothes first as he was worried he might forget about them. The memory of Professor Daniel's horrified stare remained in his mind. The professor had looked at Neo as if he was staring at a monster, not a human. "About my reward, I want to take whatever is in my shadow space to the real world." "No." A number 22's swift word made Neo frown. "Is it because I'm taking the sacred treasure out?" Neo didn't hide his intentions. He admitted openly he was taking the Zeus corpse along with the angel and the destroyed earth. The gatekeeper and the supreme deity of shadows would surely know about it. "You are misunderstanding us. We are not saying you can't take them." A number 22 continued. "Taking anything out from the world of treacherous shadows is a gray area in the rules. Normally, We allow the champions to take the items from the world of treacherous shadows if their performance is exceptional. If the performance they have shown is anything below excellent, we allow them to take items from the world of treacherous shadows only as their rewards. A number 22 explained. So, Neo's words trailed off. According to what a number 22 said, he seemed to have shown an exceptional performance in his shadow trail. After all, he managed to complete the trail after failing it. Indeed, you are thinking correctly. A number 22 smiled. She added, the supreme deity of shadows has been impressed by your will, valor, and wits. He has allowed you to take the items without any price. The gatekeeper did not explain how the reward Neo got before was not a reward. She knew Neo understood what was happening. Chapter 331, Reward of the Shadow Trial. What do you want as the reward, Neo Hargraves? A number 22 asked again. Neo didn't answer immediately. He could ask for anything. Power, wealth, status. The supreme deity of shadows would give him anything. Among the three, what was it that Neo wanted? Neo thought back to his goal. Apex. He wanted to reach the zenith and be the strongest there was. His goal had never changed. Should he ask for strength from the supreme deity? Neo shook his head. He would not feel satisfied, even if he became the strongest, if that strength came from somebody else. Sure, the strength granted to him would be a reward of the shadow trial. But it was granted. What I want is... Neo had always chased after ultimate strength. But what was ultimate strength? Gods? They were rulers of planets. They could control the lives of billions with ease. But they had their limits. They were bound to the world. Without the world, they were nothing. It was why Valkyria defeated Earth so easily. The angel had targeted the world core of Earth, and there was nothing anyone could do. Then were the symbol of ultimate strength the outer gods. They conquered planets. They ravaged worlds with ease. However, Neo knew, outer gods were far from the strongest. Valkyria had tried to collect Earth's sacred treasure. If Neo had to guess, the reason outer gods invaded other planets was related to sacred treasures. The outer gods wouldn't have needed to collect sacred treasures if they were the strongest. The strongest beings needed not to do anything. Just like the supreme deity of shadows. Neo looked at a number 22 before he turned to the empty sky. The void above was endless. It seemed to hide something greater beyond. He must be there. I want to see what true strength looks like. Neo wanted to see what the end of his goal looked like. He wanted to see the zenith. Mindlessly chasing after strength was useless if he did not know what he was aiming for. Neo Hargraves. A number 22 called out. The doll's facial expression remained neutral. Yet Neo could sense the suppressed wrath in her voice. Your performance was exceptional. No, it was beyond exceptional, it was a masterpiece. But don't overstep your boundaries. Her voice stabbed into Neo's soul like a sharp blade. He clenched his jaw, feeling the pain. Your existence is far weaker than the Supreme's divine self. A glance can kill you, and your skills won't be able to protect you. She talked as if she was trying to protect Neo by stopping him from seeing Shadow Supreme's true self. However, Neo knew. She felt it was beneath Supreme's prestige to be looked upon by someone as weak as him. I've said what I want as a reward. Even if it kills you, I've made my choice. Neo might have been immortal, but the gap between him and Supreme Deity was too enormous. His immortality might not save him. Even if a fish can breathe underwater, if it goes too deep, the water would crush it to death. Neo Hargraves. A number 22 warned. You are that fish. Carp. Just because your death makes you immortal doesn't mean you can't die. Even the lofty gods of Earth were no different than bugs in front of the supreme deity of shadows. Neo Hargraves. The gatekeeper stopped speaking. It looked above. If that is what you wish, O Supreme. She bowed and lowered her gaze. Neo kept his eyes on the sky. He felt as if someone there was chuckling. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Fine. His ears burst. His skin started to crack, and his blood vessels ruptured. He felt as if his bones were being crushed from within. A single word carried power to kill him. I will allow you to look at me. A ginormous entity began to appear in the sky. Black tendrils of ink writhed around it as if shielding its body. Its enormous horns seemed to pierce the heavens themselves. The monster's presence was terrifying. Neo's eyes burst from the strain. He used his intent to see the supreme deity of shadows. The figure looked down upon him with an overwhelming gaze. It seemed to be unfathomably large. Neo did not say it, but something told him the entity was larger than the universe. He used his death to delay the pull of death. It was useless. His body was being crushed under the overwhelming presence of the Shadow Supreme. He activated the third stage of his blessing, along with life and holy elements to heal himself. Nothing seemed able to stop the destruction of his body. Suddenly, Neo's expression twisted. A look of anger appeared on his face. "Don't joke with me." His lungs were crushed. He used intent to speak. "I said show me your true self, not this damned monster. If I die, I die. I don't need your consideration." The monster in the sky smiled. A soft laughter echoed through the void. "Very well." The pressure surrounding Neo increased 100-fold. His soul and seed of existence began to crack. The true body of the supreme deity of shadows began to manifest. Wisps of black ink floated around, shifting and distorting the surrounding void. The ink twisted and transformed into different objects. One moment it was a human figure, the next a jagged rock, and then an orb of swirling energy. The body was not just giant. Its weight of existence seemed to crush the fabric of reality itself. The gap of dimension where Neo and a number 22 stood began to fracture, and cracks formed in the endless void. Neo stopped delaying his death. He knew it was useless. Instead, he directed his entire focus toward the supreme deity of shadows. Only one word came to his mind when he looked at the supreme being: totality. The Shadow Supreme seemed to mirror every object in existence. His ever-shifting form continued to transform. The black ink flowed with perfect fluidity, morphing into massive horns, then blades, then symbols. Neo felt as if he was witnessing the entire universe reflected in that form at once. His body, soul, and seed of existence were shattering. Yet he smiled. This is what true power looks like. As his body crumbled away, he reached his arm toward the endless sky. Today he gained a goal. The being in the sky, the supreme deity of shadows. Neo would surpass him. His body and soul shattered into fragments. The gatekeeper, a number 22's expression shifted. Her eyes widened in shock as Neo's seed of existence did not completely vanish. Faint, radiant light continued to flicker within it. Eternal was protecting him. "What?" a number 22 muttered. She glanced up at the vast figure in the sky. "Oh, Supreme, did you hold back to make sure he survived? Maya number 22, do you believe me to a fraud? That I would lie about giving a reward and give an incomplete reward instead? I apologize, O Supreme. I dare not doubt you." A number 22 lowered her head. The supreme deity chuckled. It was normal for a number 22 to think he had held back from manifesting his true body. But he had not held back at all. "A number 22, you seem to have forgotten who he is." His voice caused countless worlds that existed outside the gaps of dimension to shatter like fragile glass. For an instant, reality itself trembled. The supreme deity of shadows shifted his gaze and looked at the broken worlds. He restored them with a mere thought. The fragments of the broke world seamlessly merged back together as if nothing had happened. No one in those worlds realized they had been killed and brought back. The supreme deity turned his gaze from the restored worlds toward a number 22. "He is not a carp or a fish." The supreme deity raised his hand. Black ink writhed around his fingers, grabbing the ginormous monster Neo had first seen when he asked to see Shadow Supreme. With a simple gesture, the Supreme condensed the monster into a sphere of ink. Shadows shifted within the sphere like an abyss. "He is a dragon, a heavenbreaker. That's who he is." The ball of ink descended, floating gently above a number 22's hand. The supreme deity's colossal form began to dissolve, retreating from the gap of dimension and allowing the void to stabilize once more. The gatekeeper stared at the orb of ink. She knew why the supreme deity gave it to her. He wanted to give the sphere he had created to Neo. The orb was crafted from a part of the Supreme's true body. It contained enormous power. The sphere of ink was a reward that countless beings would kill for. There was only one reason why Shadow Supreme gave it to Neo even though he never asked for it. He had earned it. Chapter 332, Damned Shadows. The gatekeeper knew Neo would refuse the reward. He was a stubborn person who would never change his stance once he formed it. A number 22 commanded the orb of ink. It floated towards Neo's seed of existence and fused into it. You've earned it, Neo Hargraves. Surviving after taking a look at a supreme deity was no simple feat. The surrounding empty expanse pulsed gently. Time remaining, 11 hours, 59 minutes. Time remaining, 11 hours, 2. Time remaining, 7. Time T. 12 hours have passed since your death. You will be forcefully revived. Neo's body and soul regenerated. He was brought back to life with a gasp. His chest rose sharply as cold air filled his lungs. Pain echoed through his nerves. Damn it. This always makes me feel like shit, he said with a smile. Neo was happy despite his words. He had received a goal as a reward. Just then, Neo sensed something different about himself. His brows furrowed. Before he could check what it was, he heard a number 22. We apologize for calling you weak, Neo Hargraves, a number 22 said, even though she had never called him weak out aloud. Neo nodded. Honestly, he didn't think a number 22 was wrong after he saw the supreme deity of shadows. The Shadow Supreme's body continued to transform from one object to another, shifting from vast celestial formations to minute fragments of cosmic dust. It allowed Neo to look at the wonders of the universe. Some of them were weak but rare, while some were absolute and powerful. He realized he had a long path before he could reach Zenith. Now that I've gotten my reward, Neo suddenly stopped speaking. He blinked. He tried to blink. He realized he was seeing things through intent vision after he was revived. What the? Neo waved his hands in front of his eyes. Nothing. He could see nothing. A glance at the Shadow Supreme had turned him blind. He tried to use his blessing along with life and holy element. Nothing changed. There was not the slightest hint of his eyes recovering. Neo exhaled, surprised. Unlike his scars, which he could heal given time, he had no idea if he could heal his eyes. Neo felt it. Shadow Supreme could have killed him with a thought. He only survived as the Shadow Supreme had no intention of harming him. Do not be surprised, Neo Hargraves. It is a small injury for what you've tried, a number 22 said. Neo nodded. Can I meet up with Jack before I leave for my world? The loss of vision wasn't anything big. His intent vision was much better than physical vision. You can. Jack and Neo existed in different pockets, inside the gap of dimensions. The gatekeeper was about to fuse both pockets and bring Neo and Jack into one space. Neo suddenly spoke up. Will Jack get a reward for the trial? He will not. A number 22 answered without hesitation. The trial was not just saving the child of mana. It was the test of your willpower. You stayed in the shadow world for centuries to save your home. But Jack was here weeping. Her voice was cold and detached. We do not blame him for having left the shadow trial, but he could have done better. He should have done better, the gatekeeper said. I was the one who forced him to leave, Neo replied. It does not matter to us. This is a trial, not a charity. Neo clicked his tongue. He wanted to see if he could negotiate and make them help Jack return to his previous strength. It seemed impossible. The gatekeeper brought her palms together before turning them in opposite directions. Neo felt a shift. He began to hear a sobbing sound next to him. He turned around, noticing Jack on his knees, crying. Another gatekeeper, J number 48, stood in front of Jack. She noticed a number 22 had shifted the space and taken over her job. J number 48 left after giving a nod to a number 22. A number 22 also disappeared for a short while, giving Neo and Jack some space. Hey! Neo called out. Jack flinched. He raised his head slowly and looked at Neo. Why you? Don't tell me you don't recognize me? Dude, sure I have some scars, but my face is more or less intact, Neo joked. Physical appearance was the last thing one would think of after looking at him. His presence had grown considerably since he last met Jack. Ah ha ha. Jack covered his face with trembling hands. The shadows around him seemed to pulse with his despair. A look of helplessness appeared in his eyes. This darkness is starting to take over my mind. Ah ha ha ha. I'm seeing hallucinations. Hey, you fucking bitch. Neo crouched. He looked Jack in the eye. After you left, I activated the world time spell. Then the world went back in time. I helped other awakeners grow quickly before the end of the world arrived. They were people who would become gods. There is no need to say how great their talent and potential is. With my guidance, they grew stronger far faster than our timeline, and we were able to save the world, Neo explained. There was no need to reveal the truth. Telling Jack how much Neo suffered would only make Jack more miserable. You are not a hallucination? I just told you what happened. If that is not enough for you to believe me, I can always slap the shit out of you. The pain will help if my words don't. Jack froze. The light in his eyes seemed to flicker as he opened his mouth slowly. It's really you. Only Neo can make such bad jokes. Can I hit you just once? Before the duo could talk more, a number 22 returned. You have been entertained in this place for enough time. Please return and converse in your own world. Sure. Neo stood up. He turned to Jack, who, still unsure if everything was truly happening, returned to his feet. Jack's complexion improved, but not by much. Neo had survived. So did their world. But it did not mean Jack's incompetence changed. Your family name is still Hanma, Neo said, reading Jack's intent. I changed the timeline and Emma never met you. I wonder if she later met a guy whose family name was Hanma or if there is another reason. What are you trying to say? Jack asked. Nothing. Just wondering aloud. Neo shrugged. His words were meant to give a goal to Jack. Jack was in a dangerous mental state right now. Neo worried if he did not give Jack another thing to focus on, the thing that happened with Kane would repeat with Jack. Jack would give up on living. A number 22 created a portal for them. The shimmering circle of energy radiated a soft hum. You can leave through this. Neo and Jack stepped towards the portal. Neo stopped just before entering and turned back to a number 22. Can I ask you something? You can, but we cannot guarantee you will receive an answer. Who saved the child of Mana in the original timeline? We apologize, as we cannot answer your question. Neo nodded. He had expected it. I wonder if Kronos and Zeus somehow managed to upgrade the world time spell and make it work with corrupted time elementals. Then they asked for Daniel's help. Or if my current actions are what makes the original timeline. He pursed his lips. I guess I'll never know. With a chuckle, he stepped into the portal. It was time he returned. To home. End of Volume 1, Damn Shadows. Chapter 333. Crack in the High Sky. Library, Demigod Academy, World of the Living, Earth Dimension. Present. The library's massive oak doors slammed open. Felix burst in with ragged breathing. Her face was flushed, and strands of damp hair clung to her skin. Arthur and Mars were seated at a long wooden table near the center, surrounded by dozens of books. Arthur had an old spell book open before him, while Mars scribbled notes furiously on paper. Morrigan was swinging back on a chair near the corner. She munched on a crumpled bag of chips. Crumbs littered her lap. Clara, on the other hand, was fast asleep. Her head rested on an open book. Sean was nowhere in sight. He was likely going through the shelves deeper in the library, searching for reference materials. The library allowed them entry late at night thanks to Arthur and Felix being in top 10. They were all preparing, studying relentlessly, for their upcoming battle against Neo. Arthur and Mars exchanged concerned glances when they noticed Felix's disheveled state. What happened? There, huff is bad news. Felix cut him off, still panting. Sweat trickled down her temple, and her voice trembled as she spoke between ragged breaths. A huff, dragon-ranked crack huff, appeared in Auburn. What? Arthur and Mars both shot to their feet. Their eyes widened in alarm. Morrigan, though slower to react, raised a curious brow, still chewing. Cracks, dimensional fractures, when expanded could form a massive wormhole, linking Earth to various elemental worlds. These massive cracks were known as windows. The cracks that connected Earth to non-elemental worlds were instead called portals. Arthur's mind raced as he rushed to Felix's side, gently guiding her to sit. He offered her a glass of water from the desk. "Are you sure it's in Auburn?" he asked after she had calmed down. Felix gulped down the water. She nodded, still breathless. "Yes, Auburn. That's the country where Jack's parents live and the country where Jack and Neo entered into the shadow world." Morrigan completed her words. She licked the salt from her lips and added, "Henry said Jack and Neo entered Shadow Window #2C498. The window appeared a few weeks ago near Salavara City in Auburn Country. Considering the timing of the dragon-ranked crack's appearance, it was highly likely it was created due to the return of Neo and Jack. They would arrive when the crack transformed into a window. However, I don't think it's Neo," Arthur said. "It's almost impossible to clear Shadow Trail in less than a week, whatever it may be. Not to mention, Neo was mythic rank when they entered the trail. A tiger-ranked crack would form due to their appearance, not a dragon-ranked one," Arthur explained. "It's real," Mars interrupted. He showed his device to everyone. A hologram sprang up. The news reporter in the hologram delivered news at a rapid-fire pace. "A dragon-ranked crack has appeared in Auburn. The whole country is under emergency evacuation orders. Temple of Wind and Temple of Space have entered the scene. They are helping with the evacuation. The people's morale is at an all-time low. No matter what appears from the crack, it is a given that the Auburn country will soon face catastrophic damage." The news reporter stopped speaking. She ran up to a green-haired woman who was overseeing the evacuation. "Miss Everly, I've heard you are the leader of the current evacuation operation. Is it possible to evacuate the entire country before the cracks transform into a window or a portal? We will evacuate everyone safely and on time. Please do not worry." Signora Everly, the 17th disciple of Senator Sir Nicholas Montague, smiled. She knew the reporter was going live. If she said the truth, it was impossible to evacuate 500 million people within a few hours. It would create chaos. The ongoing panic was bad enough as it was. Signora didn't want to make it worse. She looked at the sky. There, a crack, larger than 3 cities combined, was festering. It was growing larger at a slow but steady pace. A team member of Signora's team approached. "Miss Signora." The team member approached her. He hesitated to speak, glancing at the reporter. Signora noticed his gaze and opened her mouth. "Speak." "We've identified the crack's origin." The team member hesitated again. He didn't want to reveal the information on the news. Seeing him like this, Signora frowned. There were 3 situations that could appear when a crack appeared. Depending on the situation, the country could be evacuated successfully, the country could be wiped out with some damage to human resources, or the entire country along with its population could be annihilated. That's how dangerous a dragon-ranked crack was. "Looks like it's the worst-case scenario," Signora thought. "A wandering god is coming." The first situation was where a crack turned into a window. Windows spew monsters out into the real world, and they contaminate the real world, pulling it part by part into the elemental world. The contamination stops when the window is closed. This situation was the easiest to handle. It would give them enough time for evacuations. The second situation would be the crack transforming into a portal. It would connect to a planet filled with monsters or where civilizations existed. If a civilization existed, there was a very high chance of a war breaking out as soon as the portal formed. Signora was confident they could defeat whatever alien armies would come. However, the Auburn country would be destroyed in the aftermath. The worst is always the third one. Wanderers from elemental worlds. A lot of people entered elemental worlds for riches and precious resources. Quite a few of them died. It was normal for someone to get trapped and lost in elemental worlds. In such scenarios, most people would die. Only the strongest could survive elemental worlds. If the people lost in elemental worlds found a way to leave, they would often end up on random planets or cosmos. When such aliens ended up on Earth, they were called wanderers. Chapter 334, Wandering Gods. When such aliens ended up on Earth, they were called wanderers. To explain how strong a wanderer was, a single wanderer of a dragon-ranked window was as strong as the entire combined armies that would come out of a dragon-ranked portal. Needless to say, wanderers were, more often than not, gods of other worlds. Sorry, from here on it's confidential information. You can't record it, Signora told the reporter. The reporter hesitated. Mars, Felix, and Arthur frowned as they saw on the news how worried Signora's team member looked. If it's a dragon-ranked window, I guess it's not Neo, Mars muttered. But the timing. Felix's words trailed off. Arthur was worried too. His attention was shifted to the reaction of Signora's team member in the news. It's the worst-case scenario. A wanderer, probably someone who has reached one stage god, is coming through the crack. Ha! Felix turned to him. So it can't be Neo. I think so, yes. Felix deflated like a balloon. She was relieved it wasn't Neo. After all, something must have gone wrong if Neo, who was mythic rank, was coming from a dragon-ranked crack. I guess we can relax, Felix said. Oh? Arthur tilted his head. I just said a one-stage god is coming. Why are you so relaxed? Shouldn't we worry? Oh. I guess there is something that even Sir Arthur doesn't know. Felix grinned when she noticed Arthur's confusion. She took out a pair of glasses from her pocket. Arthur had no idea why she had glasses with her, and wore them. She let out a fake wise cough before she explained. What I'm about to tell you is an open secret among god clans. This isn't the first time a god or an angel has come to our world. We can take care of them just fine, albeit some damage is inevitable. Felix continued while mimicking Professor Angela's lecturing voice. A single paragon demigod is as strong as a stage 1 god. Temple of Space and Temple of Wind have gone to Auburn to handle the crack. They must have at least 5 paragons. A god or 2 can be handled easily. Mars nodded behind her. Their world would have fallen long ago if they could not handle a god by themselves. It wasn't just once or twice that a wandering god ended up on Earth and tried to take over Earth and make it their own. Arthur frowned. The wooden desk creaked as he leaned on it. I know a paragon is as strong as a one-stage god. But, you can't kill a god unless you are a god or an angel yourself. The paragons are neither. How will they win? Oh. Felix blinked, confused. What are you talking about? Who told you that? It isn't true. Arthur's frown became worse. The god clans seemed to have told their descendants a paragon was as strong as a 1st stage god. But not that a paragon could never kill an angel or a god. Wait a second. Arthur's face stiffened. Felix, what happens to the wandering gods who are killed? He asked cautiously. I don't know. Why would I care about those who are killed? Arthur understood one thing after hearing her. They are keeping the wandering gods trapped somewhere. Grandpa told me our gods would never interfere with our world. That means we have no way to kill a god. But we can still defeat gods and capture them, just not kill them. If we had imprisoned the wandering gods, everyone would have known about it since it's big news. But the public doesn't seem to know. What are these guys doing with the captured wandering gods? Arthur's thoughts were cut short when Morrigan spoke up suddenly. It might be Neo. Arthur said. Why do you think so? Look at the news. Everyone turned to the floating hologram screen. The crack had grown gigantic, pulsating ominously. It was about to complete its transformation. Shadows twisted along the edges of the breach as an unnatural wind seemed to blow from within. It's a shadow window, and judging by how the Templars on scene are nervous, it seems a wanderer is coming. A wanderer from the world of treacherous shadows. Isn't that Neo and Jack? Morrigan said. But the ranks are too far apart, Mars countered. Maybe Neo and Jack asked to receive strength as their reward of Shadow Trail, or maybe something else happened. Morrigan continued. It's too much of a coincidence that the Wanderer is coming from a shadow world, and it's in the same country where Neo and Jack entered the shadow window. It has to be them. Felix's relaxed expression disappeared, replaced by newfound worry. She looked at the Templars ready to attack whoever came out of the crack. Some of them were paragons. A paragon was as strong as one stage god. They could snap a non-ascended world with a flick of their finger. "We need to help Neo," Mars said without hesitation. "I'll call my family and try." "It's okay. I called Henry already," Morrigan interrupted. She lowered her gaze and stared at her device. The call with Henry had been ongoing for 5 minutes. "I suppose you heard everything," Morrigan said. "I did," Henry's voice came back. "You kids don't need to worry. Someone has gone to Auburn already." "Who is it?" "Sir Sebastian," Felix blurted out without realizing she had spoken aloud. They heard Henry's chuckle. "I would have liked to send Sir Sebastian, but he is away for another mission." "Then who?" Felix pressed, her brows furrowed with worry. "Neo's vassal," Henry replied, then explained. "Neo is the clan leader of the great god clan of Hades. He might not realize it, but he has more than a few powerhouses waiting at his beck and call." Salavara City, Auburn Country. The air crackled with tension as the massive crack loomed in the sky. Panic buzzed through the city below, with crowds of people being guided to safety by squads of armored Templars. Signora stood on the rooftop of the evacuation headquarters. Her eyes were fixed on the festering crack above. She tapped her foot on the concrete impatiently. "Damn it!" The cold wind tugged at her cloak as she clenched her fists. She had come here believing the crack might be caused by Neo's return from the shadow world. The news of his entrance into that realm had spread despite Hargraves Corporation's attempts to suppress it. The Senate used this chance to issue a warrant against Neo. Signora had been hoping for this moment, to use the crack as a justification to teach Neo a lesson. She hadn't forgotten how he had insulted her when she and Elijah were sent to ensure he accepted at least 10 fiancés under the Senate's order. She had been humiliated then. Now she wanted to return the favor, using the full force of the law and her authority. It was only after reaching Auburn that she found out the crack was dragon-ranked. "I shouldn't have come here," she said with a frustrated tone. Cracks, windows, and portals had the same 5 ranks. Human, tiger, demon, dragon, calamity. A dragon-ranked crack could destroy a country if it wasn't handled correctly. Chapter 335. Return. Author's note. In the last chapter, it should be the Temple of Space that is helping in the evacuation, not the Temple of Void. Signora watched the evacuation process with trepidation. Half of the country, 250 million people, had been evacuated. The high speed of evacuation was mostly thanks to the Templars from the Temple of Space. They used their powers to create portals large enough to ferry entire city blocks at once. "Ma'am, the crack is going to transform into a window within an hour," a team member reported. Signora nodded. Her expression was grim, knowing it was not be a normal window but one that would bring out a wandering god. "Where are the reporters?" she asked. "They've been escorted outside of the country," the team member answered promptly. "Make sure no one can see or record the battle that will happen soon." "Understood, ma'am." The team member left. Another member approached Signora. She saluted Signora. "We've completed the barrier, Miss Everly. You can fight without holding back." "Thank you," Signora answered with a smile. A giant barrier, encompassing the entire Aubert country, had been set up. The barrier separated Aubert country from the Earth dimension entirely with a spatial wall. It was powerful enough that even a one-stage god would find it difficult to breach. The barrier's purpose was only one: to ensure the aftermath of the battle remained contained within the country, shielding the neighboring lands from the devastation that was sure to follow. The spatial barrier posed no hindrance to Templars of the Temple of Space. Portals continued to flare to life across the city, swallowing masses of people and reappearing in safer lands. "Make sure the low-ranked Templars protect the citizens who can't be evacuated in time." Signora abruptly stopped speaking. She snapped her head towards the east. Her senses flared. The barrier in the east flickered violently. "What's that?" she muttered. Her hand instinctively gripped the hilt of her sword. Something powerful was trying to break the barrier from the outside. Signora took a step forward. The world around her twisted as space folded in on itself. In the blink of an eye, she appeared at the very edge of the barrier, crossing thousands of kilometers in a heartbeat. A huge golden wall stood before her. Her brows furrowed. The wall's light continued to flicker. A huge amount of death surged into the air. Alarms rang in Signora's mind. She didn't understand who was trying to break the barrier, but she doubted they had any kind intentions. "All units. I repeat, all units," she shouted into her intercom. "Everyone who is not keeping an eye on the crack, proceed to the SCTX-4 barrier section. I repeat, I'm not here to fight." The calm voice interrupted Signora. A portion of the barrier decayed, and a woman stepped through it as if peeling through layers of reality. She had short black hair that came up to her shoulder. An excited grin adorned her face. She flicked her wrist, and the scythe in her hand with which she had shattered a section of the barrier disappeared, dissipating into a faint wisp of shadow. Signora's face scrunched up when she recognized the woman. She tapped on her earpiece. "Everyone, the issue at the SCTX-4 barrier section has been taken care of. You can return to your posts. I repeat, reinforcements are no longer needed at the SCTX-4 barrier section." The black-haired woman ignored Signora and looked at the crack in the sky. "That thing looks nasty," Dorothy said with a whistle. "Dorothy." Signora took a deep breath, trying to stop the annoyance seeping into her voice. "Why are you here? Only the Temple of Space and Temple of Wind are supposed to be in this country, helping with the evacuation, not the Temple of Death. And why did you break the barrier? Just enter normally for once, will you?" Signora said, exasperation lacing her words. "There is no fun in that. Entrances need to be impactful." Dorothy's crazy grin gave Signora a headache. "That barrier is. Never mind. Just tell me, why are you here?" "The Senate never told me they were sending the Temple of Death as reinforcement." "Because I'm not the reinforcement for you." "Oh." Signora didn't understand her words. Was she talking about a high-profile person who was yet to be evacuated? Dorothy kept her eyes at the crack in the sky. Dark clouds churned around it. Suddenly, a powerful force burst out from the crack, distorting the clouds and making the earth tremble. Silence stretched. Again, the powerful force burst out, followed by a short silence. Signora's expression turned serious. She looked at Dorothy, then back at the crack. "I don't know why you are here, but for now, come with me. The crack going to turn into the window any moment now. It will be a problem for us if the Wanderer ignores us and chases after you, since you are the strongest here." Celine snapped her fingers. The world around Dorothy and her zipped past them. The scenery blurred as if they were standing inside a high-speed bullet train. A heartbeat later, they were standing directly below the crack. The aura waves bursting out of the crack were growing stronger and more frequent. "It looks like the Wanderer is trying to break the window's barrier and enter our world before the window even forms," Signora muttered. "You are wrong," Dorothy spoke up. "Notice the increasing aura with each burst. And it's the sound of steps." "Wah!" The crack shattered before Signora could question Dorothy. A deafening silence fell. Everyone braced for the avalanche of aura that should have poured out from the newly formed window. Nothing happened. "What?" Signora muttered, confused, her gaze locked on the sky. The tension was thick enough to cut with a blade. She suddenly heard Dorothy speaking. "Nice meeting you. Mind if I get your name?" "Neo Hargraves." Signora snapped her gaze towards the source of voice. Chapter 336. Return 2. He stood on the same rooftop as Signora and Dorothy, only a few meters away. "When did they come out of the window?" "I sensed nothing." He wore an overcoat that hid most of his body, but Signora could see the scars on his palms, fingers, and neck. Another short scar ran over his lips and another over his eyebrow. His gaze was empty, like that of a blind, helpless person. Yet the way he carried himself gave Signora shivers. Another man stood behind him. He had black hair, green eyes. He looked to be in his early 20s, but the wisdom behind his gaze said he was much older. Signora spent less than a fraction of a second judging them by their appearance. They are at least grade 5 paragon or higher. Damn it, it's really wandering gods, she thought mistakenly. She tapped on her intercom with a swift speed. Everyone, attack! Signora was about to twist space and attack the men before her. Dorothy swung her scythe and used death to kill Signora's space elementals. Signora couldn't activate her spells. What are you doing? I'm a reinforcement, I told you. Dorothy shrugged. Signora was confused by her actions. Instead of talking sense into her, she looked around, knowing her colleagues would help. But, what? They were frozen mid-air. It was as if they hadn't moved an inch since the crack broke while transforming into a window. Signora realized time had been stopped. Signora spread out her senses. Even if the colleagues around her were locked in time stop, the ones farther should be able to move. As her senses surged outward, she found a horrible truth. The entire country was frozen in time. The other Templars, who were paragons, were no different. How? She asked, unable to understand the situation. The world's size had increased after the world's ascension centuries ago. Auburn, a mid-sized country, was now twice as large as the biggest country that existed before the Age of Gods. The power of time stop shouldn't be this strong if the range is so large. As much as she wanted to deny the situation in front of her eyes, she couldn't. A shiver ran through her spine. I guess that's enough time to understand the situation? Neo asked with a faint smile. The rooftop trembled slightly under the weight of his presence. Signora flinched when she met his eyes. He was blind, she was sure of it. However, she felt as if he could see her clearly. Yes, I can see you, Neo said, having read her thoughts through her intent. And no, I'm not blind. I have lost my eyes. But, okay, I guess I'm blind technically. His jokes didn't register in Signora's mind. Neo, I think you should let go of the time stop. It's scaring her, Jack said. We will be attacked by hundreds of demigods if I do that. It's either talking to her, explaining the situation, and leaving quietly, or doing as you suggest and fighting all of them, Neo replied. Never mind then. Jack scratched his cheek with an awkward smile. He understood Neo's approach was the best. The demigods would have attacked them if Neo hadn't used time stop. Neo would have had no choice but to fight back. It would have turned the matter into a political disaster if Neo subdued them with force. And who are you? Neo asked Dorothy, even though he already knew her identity. Dorothy, a Templar of the Temple of Death, she answered with a smile. Why did you help me? This. Dorothy took out a stack of documents. The paper rustled softly. The Academy contacted the Temple of Death and asked us to act as your reinforcement if it was you who was coming from the window. Why? Is the Academy and Temple of Death interfering? Signora asked. She found it hard to breathe. Neo's aura was like death tightening its claw around her throat. Okay, stop. You are going to kill her. Dorothy used her aura to protect Signora. I'm here to help you, but it would make things hard if you attack her like that. She wouldn't be alive if I wanted to attack. Jack smiled bitterly when he heard Neo. He knew a Templar called Signora had tried to force him to marry and even attacked him when he refused. It seemed the woman in front of him was her. Signora could breathe freely after Dorothy helped her. Why is the Temple of Death and Academy interfering with the Senate's task? She asked instead of thanking Dorothy. You can read these. Dorothy gave the documents to Signora. The edges were marked with official seals. Neo is the Academy's student. Protecting him comes under the Academy's jurisdiction. They hired me for the task. And the Temple of Death agreed? I didn't know you guys were mercenaries, Signora said through gritted teeth. The current situation where the Wanderer Neo dealt with her team and her easily was a huge blow to her reputation. It would leave a stain on her career. I don't know why the Temple accepted the Academy's request, and I don't really care, Dorothy shrugged. I came here only because I could meet the Underworld's prince. She let out a savage grin. Her hands itched for a fight, sensing Neo's powerful aura. I am glad I came here. Her aura flared, taunting Neo into battle. Neo's eyebrows twitched. This was why he had been pissed as soon as he returned. Dorothy was batshit crazy. Can we wrap things up here? I would love to leave since I'm busy, Neo said. Dorothy blinked, confused. Neo's death aura was suffocating, proof he was a battle junkie like her. Yet he was backing away from a fight. TCH, fine. Dorothy dismissed her scythe. She turned to Signora. I'm taking him. You can't. It's not allowed. The Senate ordered me to handle whoever came out of the crack. Signora. Shut up. Signora turned to Neo. It's the rules. How many times are you going to ignore the Senate's orders? Chapter 337. Hungry. It's the rules. How many times are you going to ignore the Senate's orders? Her glare could have bored holes into him if it could. Neo clicked his tongue. He could have left without paying her any heed. It wasn't like she could stop him with force. He, however, decided to confront her. Rules. Neo pursed his lips. You are saying I should let myself be interrogated by you, and maybe even be imprisoned since it's a rule to capture the Wanderers? Yes. Then that solves the problem. Neo's smile disappeared. According to the rules, you don't have the authority to interrogate me. What do you? I'm Neo Hargraves. I am the clan leader of the Great Clan of Death, the 73rd ranked Grim Reaper, and the second prince of the Underworld. The air around her seemed to grow heavier as his presence bore down on her. If the pressure before had been suffocating, now it felt as though she was being crushed beneath an ocean, unable to breathe, unable to fight or even resist. Tell me, who are you to dare say you have the authority to interrogate me? Signora took a step back without realizing it. Her heart pounded in her chest. She froze, realizing she was feeling overwhelmed by his presence. A surge of anger and defiance flared within her heart. I'm Signora Everly, the 17th ranked disciple of Senator Sir Nicholas Montague. 17th. A confused look appeared on Neo's face. Not top 3 or top 5, but 17th? Is that a rank to be proud of? It is. Of course you think it is. It's why you are proudly flaunting that pathetic authority. Neo's pressure increased again. It almost brought her to her knees. Tell the Senate to bring someone worthy enough to interrogate me. Then, according to the rules, I will answer their questions. Neo turned around. He looked at Dorothy. She had an excited look, hoping to see more of Neo's strength. It did not seem she had any intention of helping Signora. Crazy bitch, he thought and spoke. Let's go. What about the window? She asked. It will close soon. He had left an intent clone there. Dorothy clicked her tongue. There went her chance of seeing him in action. Remove the time stop before we leave. No. Neo, of course, couldn't say he had no way of removing the time stop. The moment Neo left the window, Beelzebub jumped out of his pocket. That bastard. I was starting to think he cares about me. But no. He ditched me for food the moment we returned. Neo wanted to cry, but he had no tears. He couldn't remove the time stop even if he wanted. Why the fuck was everyone thinking Neo had used time stop? Beelzebub had activated it. He did it to make sure no one disturbed him while he was foraging for food throughout the country. Even the aura Signora felt at first was from Beelzebub. He was trying to stop her time too, only to be unsuccessful. Neo didn't pressure Signora with his aura until he spoke to her a few seconds ago. Hell, he didn't remember who she was until she revealed her name. I'm going to grill that fucker and feed him to Morrigan when he returns. Dorothy and Neo moved towards the barrier's opening that Dorothy had made. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth. Faint mist curled around the edges of the broken barrier. Neo used the shadow jump spell to carry himself and Jack. Dorothy, using her plain physical speed, kept up effortlessly. Her footsteps never seemed to touch the ground. Seeing as how both of us have more or less the same speed, she must be grade 2 or grade 1 paragon at this point in time, Neo thought. The two reached the border of the broken barrier. They stepped through and arrived in an abandoned forest. The trees were overgrown. Their twisted branches formed a natural canopy that filtered the dim sunlight. Dorothy had broken the barrier in a secluded place that wouldn't attract attention. "Let's use a ride from here," Neo said, his voice echoing slightly in the quiet forest. "Sure," Dorothy replied. "I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me," Jack muttered, struggling to speak. His back was drenched with sweat, and his face was pale. Neo's sheer power was too much for Jack to handle. Being in close proximity while Neo was using spells and releasing his energy was burdensome for Jack's current self. The trio left the forest. They emerged in a quiet neighborhood with quaint houses and narrow streets. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the paths. "Wait, I'll book a cab," Dorothy said, taking out her device. Neo looked at her with a strange expression. "Just call your personal driver." "No." Dorothy shook her head without a second thought. She had entered Auburn after breaking the barrier meant to protect the country. She knew her driver, butler and guardian, would scold her for such reckless behavior if he came to pick her up. "Yup. I'm not calling him in front of these guys." She shook her head again, more firmly this time. The cab arrived before Neo could ask for Dorothy's device and call for a driver from home. The trio entered the cab. The seats were slightly worn but comfortable. It dropped them at the train station. They took a bullet train for Scovia City, where Demigod Academy was located. From there, they took another cab to the academy. "Ha ha ha!" Dorothy chuckled awkwardly. Contrary to her thoughts, Neo didn't have any problem with public transportation. Though, after spitting at the face of a Templar, claiming he was a high authority figure, only to stand in line to buy tickets for the train, was a very humbling experience. The trio got weird looks wherever they went. Jack was handsome, thanks to devouring countless things and gaining secondary stats related to appearance. Dorothy was a natural beauty. She turned heads everywhere she went. Chapter 338. Uncle Alabama. Neo, on the other hand, looked like a caveman, thanks to his wild long hair, disheveled and tangled like a lion's mane. "Why the academy?" Neo asked as the cab drove towards the towering gates of Demigod Academy. "The order was to escort you safely to the principal," Dorothy replied, her gaze fixed out the window. Neo closed his eyes after hearing the answer. He made it clear he had no intention to talk. "System," he called out mentally. "Status screen cannot be opened during update. Time remaining, indefinite." His lips twitched. This thing was still updating after 2 millennia. He wanted to grab the system's creator by the collar and demand a software update. Thankfully, a screen would pop up when he used his primogenitor skill, allowing him to use the skill without any problem. Damn it. Thinking about primogenitor made my mood worse. The cab dropped them off at the academy's grand entrance. The large iron gates stood tall, flanked by marble statues of legendary figures. Neo noticed a crowd gathered at the gates, murmuring among themselves. "Why are so many people here?" Neo spoke to Dorothy, but someone from the crowd answered him instead. "We are waiting for Neo Hargraves." "Huh." Neo blinked, perplexed. "Tisk tsk, dude, why are you looking dumbfounded? Do you not know who he is? It's everywhere in the news that Neo Hargraves had entered Shadow World a few days ago. And today, a wanderer returned from the Shadow World, in the same country where Neo Hargraves and Jack Hanma entered. It has to be them," the guy answered with excitement. "Everyone here is waiting to see what kind of reward they received from the Shadow Trial." Neo blinked again, still confused. "You guys know about the Shadow Trial?" "Yup. But between you and me, unlike everyone here who found out about Shadow Trials today from the news, I knew since long ago." The man laughed. "Anyway, why are you asking these questions? If you are here, you must be hoping to meet Neo Hargraves or Jack Hanma too." When Neo didn't answer, the man shrugged and returned back into the group of onlookers. The crowd murmured amongst themselves excitedly. Neo turned around and looked at Jack and Dorothy, pointing at himself. "Do I look that different? My face has 2 tiny scars and my hair is long. Otherwise I look the same, no." Jack looked away, trying to control his laughter. His shoulders shook uncontrollably. Neo's brows creased. Why the fuck are you laughing? They didn't recognize your Alabama ass either. Jack looked at Neo with a seriously dude gaze. Having experienced the Age of Gods, he understood the reference all too well. Neo and Jack were able to speak more casually now, as Jack was starting to recover. The pale exhaustion had faded slightly from his face. Though he felt the ache of Emma's lost memories, he was grateful she was alive. A significant part of his mental recovery stemmed from being a sane darkness user. Darkness users were either crazy or possessed insanely high mental strength. Jack was the latter. It's fine. You don't look any different. It's just the air around you has changed so much that it's hard to recognize you, Dorothy said, trying to console Neo. Jack, well, he looks older. Yeah, he's an old uncle now. Still younger than you, Grandpa. Younger than your own kids, too. The timeline changed, dude. I don't have kids. Doesn't change the facts, though. They would have been older than you. Jack and Neo didn't feel offended by the jokes. It was, again, thanks to the darkness. Every moment they could hear thousands of voices inside their head, cursing them relentlessly, telling them to die. Compared to the voices inside their head, the jokes were tame. How do you even know about it? Jack asked. You weren't there when it happened. I have eyes everywhere. Neo dodged the blame with no shame. After all, he might or might not have had a hand in helping Gaia develop a mental attack spell that could work on darkness users, which she gave to Emma, who used it on Jack to hear his confession. Not my fault, though. How was I supposed to know she would use it for that? Neo thought, glancing sideways. You saw that? That's disgusting, Jack said, his voice dripping with disbelief. That should be my line. What are you guys talking about? Dorothy said, joining the conversation as her footsteps echoed against the polished floor. The trio talked while moving through the academy. Just something about the shadow trial. Ignore it. Shadow trial? Tell me. She looked at him with expectant eyes. Her curiosity was practically radiating. Neo exchanged a glance with Jack, and the two made an anonymous decision to keep the secret of what happened within the shadow trial. The information could shake the world in a negative way. It was an illusion training where we were supposed to resist the 7 deadly sins. Neo started spouting random nonsense that came to mind. The trio stopped outside the office door in the 7th wing. The wooden door was tall, with an ornate crest carved into the center. My job is only until here. I'll see you guys later, Dorothy said with some reluctance, shifting on her feet. I'll tell you what happened next when we meet again. Really? She asked with hopeful eyes. Yes. Thanks. Dorothy left while humming a tune. Her steps were light as she disappeared down the corridor. Neo, Jack called out to him. What? Please never become a story writer. Those random twists and turns will make your readers rage. Sure, Uncle Alabama. I will leave the next part of storytelling to you. Are you going to keep using that name? I am going to tell others the reason behind it too. You wouldn't dare. Heh. A third, tired voice spoke up from within the office, slightly muffled by the door. Can you two stop bickering in front of my door and come inside? Neo looked at Jack and nodded. He opened the door, the hinges creaking slightly, and the two stepped into the office. Chapter 339, Resemblance. Neo felt a powerful intent crash into him as soon as the door opened. The hair on his back stood, and his heart started to beat loudly. The spacious office was brightly lit. Charlotte, sitting behind the desk, smiled faintly. She was not releasing her aura. It was her intent. Like everyone else, she did not have good control over her intent, and it allowed Neo to sense the true depth of her strength. He felt as if he were standing in front of a sun. Its scorching presence was pressing against his very soul. So this is what an exalted demigod feels like. Neo's feet refused to move. Jack, unable to sense her intent, took a step into the room and turned around. You coming? Yeah. Neo shook off the powerful intent holding him in place. He entered the room. Welcome back, Neo Jack. Charlotte's voice was calm but commanding, resonating through the quiet space. She looked at them, Come sit, have some tea. The duo nodded and followed her words, sitting on the plush chairs opposite her. The scent of aged paper and herbs filled the room. Two dolls appeared silently and began to prepare tea. Jack's eyes were on them, his brow furrowed. The dolls, or puppets depending on what someone called them, looked familiar. Did you see something you recognize? Charlotte, the principal of Demigod Academy, asked. The dolls are similar to the gatekeepers of Shadow World, Jack answered. Is that so? Charlotte smiled. She didn't give any explanation for the similarity in the appearances of the dolls and the gatekeepers. The dolls served the tea. Neo and Jack drank it. As the tea entered their system, their minds became calm, and their recovery systems were boosted. A soothing warmth spread through their bodies, easing tension and fatigue. It's a herbal tea, good for recovery, rejuvenation, and healing. We got it from Teshima last week, Charlotte said. Her gaze focused on Neo. Jack nodded absent-mindedly, not knowing about Teshima. Neo, however, seemed surprised as he set down his cup. Teshima? I thought it was still within the Blood Sea's territory. Yes, it was, but the Templars of Water and Poseidon clan recovered it a few days ago. In fact, the news came out while you were inside the Shadow World. Neo froze. Charlotte smiled, noticing his expression. It is a surprise, I must say. How do you know about Teshima? It was named yesterday, after the island was reclaimed from Blood Sea. Wow, fuck. He had thought Charlotte would ask him about the Shadow Trail. Instead, she was trying to see how much he knew about the future. Seems like what I said to her stuck in her mind. After Elizabeth was injured by the Temple of Void, Neo had revealed to Charlotte he knew about the inevitable destruction of the world that should have occurred 300 years ago. I saw the news while we were on the way to the academy, Neo said, attempting to sound casual. Is that so? Charlotte smiled. She didn't pursue the topic further. The three drank the tea in silence. Before long, Charlotte posed a question. Are you planning to reveal what happened in the Shadow Trail and what were the rewards? No. Okay. She placed her teacup down with a soft clink and took out a few documents from the polished mahogany desk. After reviewing them briefly, she passed them to Neo and Jack. Sign them. What is this? The Academy will protect you both if someone tries to force you for information about the Shadow Trial. It's the permission for that, Charlotte explained. The Academy is okay with us keeping the information secret? Jack asked, surprised. He glanced between the papers and Charlotte's calm expression. Yes, it is, Charlotte said. One of the preambles of the Academy is to give the students freedom of choice. We won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. Neo nodded. He knew Charlotte wasn't lying. Even the Shadow Window where Christian and Lenora died was not a compulsory mission. The Academy had given them the choice to enter or, if they wanted, refuse. What if you guys go back on your words? Jack asked sharply. Charlotte raised her brow, surprised. As far as she knew, Jack lacked confidence. He was the last person she expected to question her. Don't worry about it. Charlotte let out a soft chuckle, pleased by his growth. If I was the type to do that, I would have killed Neo already. Oh? Jack's eyes shot wide open while Neo cocked his head slightly. Charlotte looked at Neo, at his shadow to be exact. Protecting a void entity is grounds for execution. But as you can see, I have no intention of harming Neo Hargraves. You can see what's inside my shadow space? I can. I have special eyes, after all. The old woman's kind smile did not look kind anymore. Neo scoffed. He opened a tiny section of the shadow space over his hand. The shadows converged over his palm, and a single eye peeked out. Valkyria turned to Neo, then looked around, noticing the principal's gaze. What the fuck? Jack flinched, hearing the voice. Neo covered him in his aura to ease his pain. Charlotte hastily created a barrier around the room, stopping the corruption from spreading to outside. You bastard. You told me you would help me. Why did you bring me to a second-stage god? If you are trying to kill me, then I'll take you along. She is not a god. Look closely, Neo said, interrupting Valkyria. The eye shifted its gaze toward the surprised Charlotte. Oh, it's a fifth-stage awakener. Valkyria released a sigh of relief and continued, "What the fuck are you looking at, old hag?" Neo made a weird expression, hearing the smugness in her voice. He used intent to deliver a telepathic message to Valkyria. "She is stronger than you. So what? She isn't a god or an angel or a fucking monster like you. She can't kill me. She is stronger than me too." Chapter 340, Talent. Neo spoke aloud this time. He saw no point in using telepathy since Valkyria was practically shouting like a rooster in the morning. But she feels weak. She is holding back her presence. This is an academy with awakeners and mythic demigods. They would suffer damage if the exalted demigods like her in the academy weren't holding back their auras. Valkyria turned back to Charlotte. Her voice took a submissive tone. "I apologize for my earlier outburst. I have a mental condition that makes me stupid. Please don't take offense to my words." Ah! Charlotte had no words. She was stunned as she processed the strange apology. She had expected Neo to hide the void entity, since anyone related to void entities could be executed. Neo did the opposite, and it seemed the void entity was not a normal void entity, judging by its powerful void affinity. "It's an angel," Neo said. "Shut up, bitch. Are you trying to get me killed?" The eye glared at Neo before looking at Charlotte. "Ha ha ha, he is joking. Please don't believe him. The angel of an outer god, to be exact," Neo said, ignoring Valkyria. Valkyria turned her eye toward Neo, her gaze narrowing. "I hate you, asshole." The angel gave up trying to give excuses and dipped into the shadow space. The shadows rippled slightly before settling. If the angel was going to get killed, it saw no point in protesting and decided to rest until then. Charlotte closed her eyes and massaged them, exhaling softly. The scent of herbal tea lingered in the air as she reopened her eyes, fixing Neo with a stern look. "Housing an angel of an outer god. Even I can't save you from being executed for this. So why reveal it to me? I was planning to overlook it, since I thought it was a normal void entity." Charlotte questioned. "I'm preparing a witness." "For what?" Instead of answering, Neo explained something else. "I came out of the shadow world. Everything there was made of shadow elementals. Everything." "Are you trying to say?" "Yes, the angel is a shadow. It seemed real to me, not a shadow. That's because it came from a 100% synchro shadow world." "What?" Charlotte's eyes widened. It was Neo's first time seeing her surprised. "A 100% synchro shadow world? Why did the Shadow Supreme send you to a place like that?" "No, forget that. Tell me, where did you two go? Past? Present? Future? Or was it another world's shadow world?" she demanded, leaning forward, her hands pressing into the desk. Neo remained silent. Charlotte stared at him hard before she sighed again and sank back into her chair. The worn leather creaked slightly under her weight. "Never mind. If you aren't planning to tell me, I can't force you." She looked at Jack and questioned with her gaze sharp. "Is this why he lost his powers?" "Yes," Jack answered. "I was tainted by void." "So you have void affinity now?" "I do." "I see," Charlotte said. She felt a headache incoming. "I don't know if you know this, but among the countless enemies our world has, outer gods are one of them. They are the most dangerous enemies of ours. Just having void affinity means you came in contact with them, since void affinity can be gained only by coming in contact with them. If your void affinity awakens, everyone will know you have the void affinity. It will be believed you are in cahoots with the outer gods. You will be chased to the end of Blood Sea and executed when caught." She rubbed her temples gently. "Don't try to awaken the void affinity," she warned. "Understood," Jack said, but his gaze said something else. "Why can't I have a normal time during my last days?" Charlotte sighed, noting his reaction. She looked at Neo, who remained composed. "The angel you have is a shadow. I suppose you want me to be a witness to that fact." "Yes. Since you are the principal of the Demigod Academy, your words carry a lot of weight." Fine, I will act as your witness, she said reluctantly. Charlotte wanted to refuse, but thoughts of Elizabeth made her agree. She talked a bit more before allowing them to leave. Just as Neo and Jack were about to stand, Charlotte suddenly spoke. Jack, go meet Professor Rundell. He will turn your body's time back and help your physical age return to that of a teenager, Charlotte said. Huh? Jack blinked, confused. Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you going to continue studying in the academy? Charlotte's gaze was calm yet stern. But I'm not a kid anymore. The academy doesn't have an age restriction. We only accept students depending on whether they have talent or not. You have talent. That's why we will help you regain your powers. Of course, if you want to leave the academy, we won't stop you, Charlotte said, folding her hands on the desk. Neo, on the side, was surprised. It was his first time hearing something like this. Does that mean I have talent too? He thought with furrowed brows. Charlotte noticed Neo's expression and offered a bitter smile. Your case is a bit unique. Chapter 341, Thousand-Eyed Despair. You were a containment target. Charlotte's voice was steady, as she noticed Neo's confused expression. Void window number 8477. It destroyed the Hephaestus clan. She paused and looked towards the window. A massive swirling tornado stood on the horizon. The only survivors of it were Henry Hargraves and Neo Hargraves. Both of you brothers must have gained void affinity from that incident, she stated. Neo's expression remained unreadable. Henry never tried to awaken his god blood. We don't need to worry about him awakening his void affinity. In fact, she looked at Neo in the eye. I think that's the reason Henry doesn't try to awaken. He knows he risks awakening void affinity if his god blood awakens. You, Neo Hargraves, were different. The moment you applied for the academy made your intentions of awakening your god blood clear. With Hargraves Corporation's resources, you could have awakened your god blood even without our help and, maybe even void affinity, Charlotte explained. Neo's brows furrowed as he processed her words. I was allowed admission so that I could be monitored more easily within the academy? He asked. Yes, Charlotte confirmed. The academy has more than a few dozen paragons and several exalted demigods. We could have put you down instantly as soon as there was even the slightest chance of you going rogue. Anyone with void affinity was like the carrier of a contagious virus. If they were allowed to live in society and they somehow awakened void affinity, they would corrupt hundreds of people, as soon as they awakened, even if they didn't want to. Void affinity users are like a potential bomb that could explode anytime. Risk, Charlotte continued, lowering her gaze. People like you can't be allowed to live in the same space as the public. She turned toward the window once more. Void was dangerous and powerful. That's why you were allowed admission to the academy. A place where powerful demigods are within a moment's notice distance. Neo remained silent for a few seconds. He opened his mouth after collecting and organizing his thoughts. Why are you helping me if I'm dangerous? You even sent a Templar from the Temple of Death to help me in Auburn. Because it's not your fault if you have void affinity. Charlotte looked at him with a kind smile. The soft glow of the office's ceiling lights reflected in her calm, steady eyes. You never asked for it. We are monitoring you, true, but it's for others' safety. We don't have any negative agenda against you, and we will help you as much as we possibly can, Charlotte said. Got it. Neo stood up. His chair creaked slightly against the polished floor as he moved. He decided to leave the principal's office with Jack, who had been silently observing the exchange. Neo stopped at the doorstep and turned around. The cool breeze filtering through a nearby open window ruffled his hair slightly. What's the name of the void entity who destroyed the Hephaestus clan? Neo asked. The Angel of Thousand Despairs, Valkyria, Charlotte replied without hesitation. She saw no reason to hide the information. Neo froze. Come again, he said. Valkyria, the Thousand-Eyed Despair. That thing defeated the exalted demigods and the paragon demigods of the Hephaestus clan? Neo asked again to confirm. Yes. Is there any problem? No. It was just my curiosity. Neo stepped out of the room and closed the door behind him with a soft click. The sound seemed to echo faintly in the quiet hallway. Valkyria? Did it become strong enough to fight exalted demigods in the present? His thoughts churned as he walked. Thinking about it logically, Valkyria's strength made sense. After Daniel saved the world, Valkyria was not able to invade Earth. It must have gone to other planets and destroyed them, using them to grow stronger. Neo, Jack called out to him. He didn't say it, worried Charlotte might hear it, but his gaze said plenty. You have met Valkyria somewhere, haven't you? Jack did not think Neo had Valkyria with him. Neo wasn't yet strong enough to defeat a being who could kill exalted demigods. Let's go. Neo decided to remain silent. The duo walked through the long corridors and stepped out of the building. The sky outside was painted in shades of deep orange and purple, the setting sun casting long shadows across the academy's courtyard. A cool wind brushed past them, carrying with it the faint scent of fresh air. What are you going to do now? Neo asked Jack. I'll rest for a bit. The trial sucked everything out of me. Jack chuckled. What about you? Going to meet others? Neo's eyes narrowed. He couldn't read Jack's thoughts. Jack had countless voices inside his head, thanks to being a darkness user, and it made his intent entangled. Neo couldn't pinpoint which intent belonged to him. He couldn't read Jack's thoughts unless he concentrated hard. Not like I'm trying to read his thoughts. I respect people's privacy. Besides, I don't need mind reading to know what he is thinking. Lying now, are we? Neo asked Jack. It was clear Jack was going to train. Jack smiled bitterly. How do you know that? Magic. Jack scratched his cheek. He let out a sigh, as if relenting. Fine. I'll do as you say. So, where are we going? The cafeteria for now, Neo said. I'm hungry. We'll go meet others after that. Neo doubted his friends were in the academy. If they were, they would have come to meet him already. They were probably at Hargrave's mansion, waiting for Neo and Jack to return after they recovered from the fatigue of the shadow trial. The duo entered the cafeteria. The air was filled with the aroma of freshly baked bread and savory dishes, while the faint clatter of trays and utensils created a rhythmic background. The line was not long since it was the holiday season. Warm light from chandeliers bathed the room, casting a welcoming glow on the polished wooden tables and marble floors. Jack didn't get much attention in the academy, since most demigods were good-looking. Neo, however, was the center of attention. Some of the demigods recognized him. They wanted to approach him and talk to him. But the air around Neo sent shivers down their spines, and they decided to stay away. Neo and Jack ignored others. They looked around the cafeteria and noticed someone. Morrigan. She was sitting in her usual seat, stuffing herself with bread as usual. Crumbs littered the table around her plate, and a half-empty glass of juice sat nearby. Neo walked towards her with his tray, followed by Jack. They stopped before her. Morrigan raised her head. She looked at Neo, then Jack, then back at Neo. Wukam ba. Her words slurred as she spoke while trying to chew. Pieces of bread puffed out her cheeks comically. Neo and Jack looked at each other. They couldn't hold back and laughed. Oh. Morrigan tilted her head, her brows furrowing slightly. Why are you two laughing? Some things never change. It was just funny to see Morrigan being herself. The sight made them realize again they had left the hell-named Shadow Trial. Okay, Morrigan said, still confused. Chapter 342, New Goal. The trio ate together. The atmosphere remained light and casual. The sound of utensils scraping plates and murmured conversation created a comforting backdrop. Jack noticed Neo's crumpled expression a while later. Why are you frowning? I am thinking how many dishes I can cook with these same ingredients. You can cook? Jack was surprised. It was his first time hearing about this. Yes, I can. Think of me as a royal chef, Neo said with a chuckle. The corners of his lips rose upward. He didn't notice Morrigan's curious gaze when he spoke. The trio left the cafeteria after having their fill. The sun outside cast long shadows across the cafeteria's courtyard. Suddenly, Jack spoke up. You guys go meet others. I'll go to Professor Rundell first and have him alter my physical age. I will wait for you. It's fine. Thank you. Neo understood it was Jack's excuse for being alone. He clicked his tongue and nodded. Jack left before he could change his mind. Instead of going to Professor Rundell, he returned to his room. The space was dimly lit, with the faint hum of the air conditioning unit filling the silence. Jack plopped onto his bed. His body sank into the mattress. A deep sigh left his lips. The light in his eyes disappeared, replaced by an empty gaze. Away from Neo, Jack didn't need to act any longer. He didn't need to act as if he was fine. Damn it! He covered his face with his hand. Tears spilled from his eyes, tracing damp trails down his cheeks. He missed Emma. She must have forgotten him after Neo changed the timeline. But she was alive. It was his only relief in despair. Damn it, damn it. His tears didn't stop. He had continued to ignore Emma's advances for decades. It wasn't because he didn't like her, but because he was worried he would say yes to her. The reason he left the Awakener Association and joined Titan was the same. He had been trying to put some distance between him and Emma. Damn it! If only he hadn't said his feelings out loud back then. If only he had kept the distance between the two of them. Maybe he wouldn't be feeling lost and helpless right now. I miss you. After drying his tears, Jack stared at the ceiling with an empty gaze. He raised his hand as if stretching it towards the sky, trying to hold something that wasn't there. Power. If he had been strong, he could have protected her. He wouldn't have to let Neo carry the burden alone again. He wouldn't need to be protected again. Haha. I used to think why Neo was so obsessed with strength, but I guess I now know why. Power. It was the only truth. A few hours ago, Neo stood outside the cafeteria with Morrigan. Are you going to go after him? She asked, staring at Jack's retreating figure. No, he needs to overcome this himself. Neo trusted Jack. He wouldn't succumb to despair. Shaking his head, he turned to Morrigan. I'll be going back to my house. Are you coming? Going back? She looked at him up and down, scanning his body. Her sharp gaze lingered on his disheveled appearance. You are going back looking like this? Like this what? Like a caveman who came out into the civilization after decades. Neo cleared his throat. It's not that bad. It will give them a heart attack. Morrigan sighed. During the time spent with Felix and others, she noticed each of them cared about Neo. They knew he was a reckless person, but they couldn't hate him. He was the type of person who would give up his life if it could help his friends. He always helped them without asking anything in return. Even during the Shadow Window mission where Leonora and Christian died, it was only due to Neo that others survived. Back then, he stayed behind to help Jack even though it meant putting his life on the line. Maybe because they understood how much Neo cherished their friendship, they also deeply cared about him. Okay, stop right there, Neo said, being able to read Morrigan's thoughts. His face scrunched up. Never think like that again. It gave me shivers. You can do mind reading? No. But your face said plenty about what you were thinking. Morrigan stared at him. She felt something was amiss with his explanation. What should I do now then? Neo asked, trying to divert the topic. Get a haircut first. Okay. Neo took out his device. He bought one before coming to the cafeteria to look for a shop nearby. The soft glow of the screen illuminated his face as he scrolled through options. Before he could book an appointment, Morrigan stopped him. I will do it. What? The haircut. I'll give you one. Are you good at it? Yes. Neo looked at her with suspicion. Have you done it before? No. Neo ignored her and focused on his device. The quiet determination in Morrigan's eyes didn't waver. She placed her hand over his screen to stop him. I won't mess up. Trust me. No. Last time Neo trusted a guy, he fucked his own ancestor and almost created a paradox. You won't cut my... Neo noticed Morrigan's fierce expression. Her face said she wasn't going to back down. Fine, he relented. I will just use a hair growth elixir and get another haircut if she messes up. Don't worry, you won't need to use a hair growth elixir. You can read minds? No. But your face said plenty about what you were thinking. Morrigan smirked. She grabbed his hand and pulled him towards her room before he could change his mind. The corridor echoed with the sound of their footsteps as they moved past rows of closed doors. Her room was not far. She made him sit on a chair by the window, where sunlight poured in, casting a warm glow over the room. The faint scent of lavender lingered in the air. Morrigan tied a cloth around him to keep his hair from falling on his clothes. Chapter 343 Haircut. Her movements were precise, as if she had done this 100 times before. "I always wanted to try this," she said, noticing his expression. Neo nodded with a stiff smile when her hand brushed against his neck. The Morrigan in the novel was interested in cutting people's head, not hair. "Calm down. She is different from the Morrigan in the novel." Neo glanced at his reflection in the nearby mirror. His expression was one of resignation. "If this goes wrong, I'm blaming you. Don't worry. I'm a professional with 0 job experience." Neo kept his thoughts to himself. Morrigan summoned aura scissors made of lightning. Her control of her aura was excellent, evident in the way the lightning danced precisely along the shape of blades. But lightning would burn his hair. Neo stiffened, his body slightly leaning away from her. Before he could voice his protest, Morrigan condensed her aura further. The electric glow faded, replaced by a sleek pair of scissors gleaming in solid gold. The air around them grew warm with the energy. "She can condense her aura into physical substance already?" His brows furrowed. "She is growing too fast." Condensing aura into physical objects signified high control of elementals. It was an advanced skill that required exceptional precision, but it had no direct relation to strength. Neo remained silent and let her proceed. The sound of the scissors snipping through his hair was oddly soothing. Despite his initial apprehension, Neo had to agree. She moved like a professional. It didn't take her long to finish. "How is it?" she asked. "It's good," Neo replied, staring at his reflection in the mirror. The golden glow of the scissors dissipated as Morrigan stepped back, arms crossed, watching him expectantly. His hair now reached only his shoulders, long enough to sway with his movements but no longer cumbersome like before. He took a bathe after the haircut. Bright, sterile light illuminated the polished tiles as Neo stepped into the shower. The droplets cascaded over him and washed away the stray hairs clinging to his neck. He took out his device while in the shower. He scrolled through the internet while resting his head against the tiled wall. "I can't decide if this is good or bad," he murmured, his voice muffled by the steady patter of water. Nothing had changed. Neo frowned, his finger idly scrolling. After Neo left the shadow world, he had a single question at the forefront of his thought. Had his actions in the past caused changes in the present? After several searches, he found no differences. The present seemed the same. Either I was too lucky, and the events did not create any butterfly effect, or the butterfly effect has been created, but I can't find it. Or what I did in the past was what happened in the original timeline too. Neo massaged his head. "I guess I'm not going to find answers anytime soon." While taking a shower, he looked at his own body. With intent, he could look at himself from an omniscient point of view. His arms, torso, legs, neck, and even his fingers had scars. He chuckled softly. "I used to think scars would look cool, but these look ugly." His fingers brushed over the uneven skin on his forearm. "I guess a scar in reality is different from imagination." Neo wasn't ashamed of his scars. They were the proof of his defiance. Proof he never gave up. "Well, I guess I don't have scars in at least one place," he muttered to himself, chuckling. His back. Instead of scars, a symbol of a dragon biting its own tail was etched on his back. Neo had ensured no attack ever landed on his back. The reason? It were Kane's words. "A scar on a swordsman's back is his shame. As my student, I hope you will never bring shame to yourself or your sword." Kane's teachings always remained with him. Neo didn't think Kane would have blamed him if he had scars on his back. After all, he was fighting enemies for centuries who surrounded him and attacked him from all sides. An attack or two landing on his back would have been understandable. But Neo had made sure no attack ever touched his back. Not because he wholeheartedly agreed with Cain's philosophy, but because he respected Cain enough to uphold his wishes and values. The bath helped him sort his thoughts and focus. He stepped out after a while. His damp hair clung to his face. He used Shadow Robe spell to create clothes. "This looks good enough, I guess," he muttered, looking at himself. Neo moved toward the laundry space where the bathroom opened. He noticed men's clothing hanging on the wall with a note. "Wear these. I doubt your clothing choice will be good, seeing what you were wearing until now." The full-sleeved clothes, along with a jacket, minimized the exposed scars. He didn't understand if it was Morrigan's consideration or coincidence. After changing into the clothes Morrigan prepared for him, he stepped into the main hall. Morrigan turned towards him. She looked at him while pondering something. "What is it?" Neo asked. "Don't tell me I still look weird." "No, I was just thinking it was a good choice to choose a bigger number." "Oh?" "I asked Henry for your clothes sizes and then bought a few sizes bigger clothing." Neo was surprised when he heard her. He had grown, but he was supposed to be ageless. It didn't take him long to realize the reason behind his change. Ascension and rank-ups. Those are counted as evolution, not aging. My body must have matured when I ranked up and ascended. Morrigan stood in front of him while he was drowned in thoughts. She used her hand to measure his height. "Yes, you've definitely grown a few inches compared to the you before you entered the shadow world." "Thank." Before he could complete his words, Morrigan leaned towards him. Neo was taken by surprise. Morrigan ignored his expression and stretched her hands towards the back of his head. She tied his hair back, leaving only a few strands to fall across his face. After making a few adjustments, she retreated and looked at him up and down. "This is better. So this is why you gave me that haircut," Neo said, seeing how he looked using intent. He had been confused given the weird haircut he had, but he had to agree it looked good after she tied up his hair. "You?" Morrigan looked at him, unpleased. "Why didn't you say it if you thought the haircut was weird?" "I didn't know it was for tying my hair up." Neo shrugged. She was about to say something when Neo opened his mouth. "Why are you helping me so much?" Morrigan froze. She looked around as if searching for an excuse. Her eyes lit up. "I'm your fiancé. It's obvious I would want you to look good." Her voice grew lighter, and she stopped speaking when she noticed Neo's expression. Finally, she sighed. "You said you could cook good food. So you're doing this to owe me a favor and then—" Neo didn't complete his words. Chapter 344. At Death's Door. Still, it was obvious what he would say. Morrigan clicked her tongue and looked straight at him. "Yes, that was the plan." "What about it?" Neo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, seeing her glare. "Nothing. I was just curious," he said. "Let's go. There is something else I need to do before we can return home." Neo left the dorm building. The crisp, cool air greeted him as he stepped outside. He walked with Morrigan toward a small shop nestled between two tall buildings. He went into the shop and bought a mermaid plushie. "What's that for?" Morrigan asked. "Professor Anna," Neo said, recalling Elizabeth used Anna as an alias in the academy. He moved toward the building where Elizabeth was being treated last time. The guard at the gate stopped them. Neo had to prove his identity before he could be allowed entry into the premises. "Sorry, but we cannot allow you to enter, Morrigan," the guard said. "Only the ruler Neo Hargraves has been given permission by the principal." "Sure." Morrigan didn't understand why Neo was taking a plushie for their homeroom teacher and why she was not allowed to visit her. But she kept quiet instead of questioning Neo in front of everyone. Neo entered the building. The cold marble floors echoed with each step as he made his way toward Elizabeth's room. He opened the door of her room. Neo nearly flinched. The door was sealing Elizabeth's intent and aura. What the hell? Neo had trouble breathing when Elizabeth's powerful intent pressed down on him. Charlotte's and Elizabeth's intent were on an entirely different league. It was like comparing a sniper and a missile. Neo felt he would pass out if he did not leave soon. He clenched his jaw and entered the room. There was no way he was leaving without seeing her. The air grew denser and heavy with the pressure of Elizabeth's intent, making it almost unbearable to stand. It was hard to breathe, and his limbs felt heavier than mountains. Neo tried to calm his trembling body. He placed the mermaid plushie next to her bed and looked at her. Elizabeth was unconscious, and Amelia was nowhere to be seen. Her condition is a lot worse than I was told about. After growing stronger, he could see a lot more. There was hardly any pulse of life left within her. Neo fused his blessing and life elemental into intent. He tried to transfer them into her body. Each moment within the room caused crushing agony to surge through Neo's body. Standing in front of Elizabeth's intent was similar to being flash-banged continuously, only it caused physical and soul pain instead of blindness. Neo tried to resist her intent. His blessing and life elemental accelerated her healing. But, fuck, it was far from enough. What Neo was doing right now was no different from using a tap to fill an ocean. My life element mastery is far from enough. Neo's expression crumbled when he noticed void corruption on Elizabeth's soul. The corruption was weak, couldn't spread, but it would kill her given time. Neo tried to use the holy element to erase the void corruption. Again, it was useless. Something that could harm Elizabeth was not anything he could heal. Fuck. Neo's expression crumbled. He had sent her to eliminate the Temple of Void. After she came back hurt, he told the principal she would survive. She isn't going to survive. Neo's mind churned. Can we ask for help from an exalted demigod with healing skill or high mastery in life and holy elemental? No, that wouldn't work. If it was possible to ask for help from someone like that, the principal would have done so already. Elizabeth had countless enemies. If it was known she was alive and not killed during the Mermaid Country incident, her enemies would spare no effort in killing her. Neo wasn't strong enough to protect her. Ha, fuck. He bit his lip. Unknown to Neo, the world powers had an inkling that Elizabeth was alive. Their idea stemmed from the fact Neo was immortal and had tried to save Elizabeth from the curse in the Mermaid Country. Although it was said he failed, there was a chance he succeeded. After Elizabeth destroyed the Temple of Void, the traces of her battle were left around. Now, it was an open secret that Elizabeth was alive and she was on death's door. The only reason world powers hadn't moved to kill Elizabeth was Charlotte. A few months ago, Charlotte had invaded Zeus clan and warned them. It happened because they tried to kill Neo through Lucas' hand during the Shadow Window mission. The principal of the Demigod Academy had warned that the Academy would go to war if something similar happened again. The world powers did not wish to antagonize the principal. They were not taking any action yet due to her warning. But it was only a matter of time before someone made a move against Elizabeth. Fuck. This is making me feel like shit. Neo clenched his fists. To heal Elizabeth, he needed to improve his life and holy elemental mastery. And it would take a long time. Time Neo didn't have unless he was okay with Elizabeth dying. Her soul might not even enter the underworld. There was a high chance the void corruption would kill her completely. Wait. There is one place where I can improve my life and holy elemental mastery quickly. Underworld. Neo made his choice. He had been planning to go to the underworld already. He had to meet with Leonora and others, and he needed to give a visit to his father and ask him questions. A few minutes later, Neo left the room. The door closed behind him with a soft click, and the presence crushing him disappeared. Neo had to focus to make sure he didn't flop down from exhaustion. He wiped his sweat and returned to Morrigan. Chapter 345. He has changed. You met her? Morrigan asked. Yeah, Neo answered. The duo returned to the Hargraves mansion. The media was lining outside the gates of the academy and the Hargraves mansion. Cameras flashed incessantly, and reporters clamored for information. It was not a problem for Neo and Morrigan. They used a cab, and the media didn't realize it was them in the cab. It didn't take them long to reach their destination. Times like this made Neo think it was a good choice that the Academy and Hargraves Mansion were in adjacent cities. As the cab approached the mansion, the towering gates, wrought iron and gilded with the Hargraves family crest, slowly opened. Neo and Morrigan stepped out of the cab. The cool evening breeze carried the faint scent of freshly trimmed hedges from the landscaped gardens. Felix, Mars, Sean, Clara, Arthur, and the butler were waiting outside the door of the main building. A faint smile appeared on Neo's face. Memories of their last meeting surged in his mind. I think something similar happened long ago too, he thought, but kept it to himself as he walked toward the group. Neo, you're back. And Morrigan too? I thought she said she was busy, Felix said. We met in the cafeteria. Oh, cafeteria. Of course you met her there, she said in a flat tone. Morrigan ignored Felix's jab. Her expression remained stone cold. Her piercing gaze briefly scanned the surroundings before resting on the group. Where is Jack, though? I don't see him, Arthur asked with furrowed brows. He is busy. He will see you guys later, Neo replied. His tone carried a note of finality. Let's talk inside. I'm exhausted. Ah, right, Felix said quickly, stepping aside to make way. The group moved into the main building. Only Mars remained motionless. His gaze was fixed on Neo, and a frown was etched on his face. Mars, Felix called out to him. Something's wrong. Mars didn't look at Felix. He addressed Neo directly. Neo, what's your current rank? The group's smiling faces froze. They had been trying to give Neo space and planned to ask about the shadow trial slowly, but Mars had done the opposite. A palpable unease settled over them. Felix opened her mouth. Mars, not right now. Peak Empyrean demigod, technically, Neo said. Mars had asked for his rank, not his combat strength, and that was what he revealed. Mars seemed unconvinced. His instincts had never been wrong. And right now, Neo seemed unfathomably powerful, as if he was God. Still, he did not pursue the topic further. The group's tension lingered, but they collectively decided to let it go, for now. They sat inside the main hall. Neo had lunch dinner with them. When he asked the butler why Henry was not with them, the butler said Henry was busy with something. The aroma of roasted meats and freshly baked bread lingered in the air, mingling with the faint scent of aged wood and wax polish. The dinner was cheerful. The mood was light. Laughter echoed off the high ceilings as they exchanged stories. Clearly, everyone wanted to know about the shadow trial. Neo, however, had no intention of revealing anything about the shadow trial. Sensing he didn't want to talk, no one tried to question him about it. Where are you going? Arthur asked as Neo stood up after dinner. To meet brother, Neo said. And you guys go get your gears. I'm going to test you. Test us? Sean spoke up. For what? The exoskeleton bone surgery. I told you I'll help you guys get one if you defeat me, remember? We'll have the fight now. What? Felix sprang up. But we barely got any time to prepare. Besides, you are already peak Empyrean. My talk with brother shouldn't take longer than 5 minutes, Neo said, cutting off Felix. Everyone was surprised by Neo's attitude. He seemed to have changed. The light-hearted atmosphere from earlier dissipated as a quiet tension filled the room. Neo ignored their confusion and went upwards to meet Henry. The staircase spiraled toward the upper floors. He knocked on the door at the end of the corridor. Come inside. Henry's voice came from the other side. Neo entered the room. The air was thick with the smell of smoke, and the powerful intent of Henry hit him like a tsunami. A faint orange glow from a desk lamp barely illuminated Henry. He was seated in a leather chair with a cigarette between his fingers. Neo's body froze. His senses were bombarded with too much information from the intent. He felt like he was being stared at by a monstrously powerful, malevolent entity. The oppressive force pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe. Henry noticed Neo's condition. His brows furrowed. He put down the cigarette and called back his intent into his body. Huff! Huff! Neo could finally breathe again. He staggered back slightly as his hand clutched his chest. If Henry had been a second late in suppressing his intent, Neo would have died. I need to learn how to seal my intent senses, or I am going to be flashbanged every time I meet a powerful person, Neo thought. Come, have a seat, Henry said. Thanks. Neo sat before Henry. You weren't there during the dinner. The Templar you messed with after returning from the shadow trial complained to her master. To the senator? Yes, Henry nodded. He took a puff and continued. I was busy handling that matter. I see. Wow, look at this fucker. Not even a sorry for giving me extra work. Thanks for taking care of it for me. Henry raised a brow. He looked at Neo, not expecting him to say thank you when he asked for a sorry. He burst into a chuckle. Seems like the shadow trial taught you a lot. More than I had bargained for. I see. I see. Henry nodded and rubbed the cigarette into the ashtray. Wisps of smoke curled upwards, dispersing into the air. So why did you come to see me? I can't come to meet my own brother without having a reason? Neo asked. I missed you. We met like 8 or 9 days ago. It was longer for me. Henry sighed, leaning back in his chair. The sound of the leather creaking under his weight filled the brief silence. That's why I didn't want you to go to the shadow trial. That thing is a hell. You've gone there. I haven't. But I know some people who did. This time Neo raised his brows. Coming back from a shadow trial was a monumental feat. Only a handful had achieved it in the Earth's history. He knows someone like that? Neo wondered. Or is he talking about someone from the outside? Neo didn't voice out his thoughts. Henry shifted his gaze to the laptop screen. An incoming notification blinked. He began to type on the keyboard while talking to Neo. So what's the real reason you came to meet me? I said I missed. Bitch. Get out if you are going to waste my time. Neo smiled bitterly. It seemed like Henry had more or less an accurate grasp of his personality. I wanted to ask about Mom and Dad. Chapter 346. Tell me everything about Mom and Dad. Henry didn't show much reaction. He kept his eyes on the screen and opened his mouth. Yeah, what about them? Our dad was Hades and our mother was Persephone. Henry stopped. His fingers froze over the keyboard, and he raised his eyes to look at Neo. The tension in the room thickened. Who told you that? That doesn't matter. What I want to know is if you know what I am talking about. I don't. I guess you do. It's clear by your reaction. Neo leaned closer. What I want to know is why our parents, who were gods, lived and died like mortals. And why the fuck no one had any idea they were gods. Neo's voice was sharp. As far as I know, everyone from the Hephaestus clan and their acquaintances used to treat them like normal unawakened demigods. Henry remained silent. He stared at Neo with an unreadable gaze. Are you going to give me answers? Or should I get them directly from Dad when I meet him in the underworld? You can go to the underworld that easily? Henry asked suddenly, surprised. Yes, I'm a Grim Reaper now. Kind of, Neo said, recalling that the timeline where he became a Grim Reaper was erased after Daniel's countless regressions. Kind of, Henry asked, noticing the nuance in his words. His brows furrowed slightly. I don't know about it myself. I need to meet other Grim Reapers and ask them about my position. But that's not the point right now. Why did Mom and Dad act like mortals when they were gods? And why are we both like this? Henry's silence was deafening, broken only by the faint clicking of the clock on the wall. Neo's eyes burned with frustration as he pressed further. I have barely any talent, and you were physically weak during childhood and had trouble awakening your god blood. Shouldn't both of us be more talented if our parents are gods? Neo questioned. Henry closed his laptop. The soft click of the screen shutting echoed in the quiet room. He took out another cigarette and lit it. The sharp scent of smoke curled through the air as he took a puff. The dim glow of the desk lamp flickered slightly, casting long shadows across the room. I guess it's time I tell you about these things. He stood and walked towards the window. His eyes were fixed on the void window number 8477 that loomed far on the horizon. Firstly, Mom and Dad themselves did not know they were gods. They were born as humans and they lived as humans. Henry took another puff and closed his eyes. They recovered their memories only on their deathbed. Deathbed? Yeah. Henry's gaze became distant as he recalled the last moments of their parents. You might not remember this because you were injured back then. Saying Neo was injured was an understatement. He had been on the verge of death thanks to void corruption. After the void entity killed everyone, it moved towards us. It would have killed us too, if not for Dad injuring it lethally, Henry explained. How did they recover their memories? Neo asked. I don't know, Henry answered. Neo frowned. He recalled the meeting of Hades, a reincarnation of Hades, and Zeus, which he had seen during the third vision of the Sphinx. Hades had said something like, "We would meet again" to Zeus back then. It seemed Hades was aware he would reincarnate. In both cases, Dad seems to know who he is during the moments of death. Is it that he can recall his identity as a god only when he is about to die? Henry did not notice Neo's confusion. He continued, while Dad was holding back the void entity, Mom healed us both and brought us out from the window number 8477 and... Henry's voice wavered slightly. He took another puff from his cigarette. His hand trembled just a bit. She died as soon as she brought us to safety. What about Dad? Neo's voice was barely above a whisper. Henry shook his head. The words he couldn't say lingered in the air like a ghost. He did not survive either. He turned back to the window. The reason I think both of us have low talents is because our parents were mortals, until they awakened their memories at least, Henry said. Silence blanketed the room. Neo went over Henry's words. His mind churned. Something is weird here. When Neo was in Shadow World, the Grim Reapers of Underworld told Daniel that Hades always remained within his castle to protect. If Neo's dad was in his palace in the Underworld, how was he reincarnating in the world of living? Does Dad have a way to be at two different places at the same time? Neo kept his thoughts to himself. Is that all you know? Yes. Thank you for answering my questions. Neo stood up to leave. The creak of his chair sounded unusually loud in the quiet room. He expected Henry to say something like, "Look at this little shit," leaving as soon as he got what he wanted, even though he said he was here as he missed me. Henry remained silent, contrary to his expectations. His eyes followed Neo as he walked to the door. After Neo left, Henry let out a long sigh. "Fuck," he muttered under his breath. He massaged the scar that ran across his face. The silence of the room broke when Henry suddenly frowned. "Shut the fuck up. I don't need your moral lessons." I lied to him, but it was for his own good. His voice was filled with irritation and directed at the empty air. "Damn it. You blabber so much that it gives me a headache." The room seemed to grow colder. "Why are you even talking?" He paused. His gaze narrowed as if he was listening to a voice only he could hear. "What? What do you mean you sensed a similar presence on him?" Henry's voice grew sharper. His eyes darted toward the door Neo had exited moments ago. "Are you sure it was something similar to you?" He had not peeked into Neo's shadow space as he respected Neo's privacy. After listening to it, he seemed to believe Neo was hiding something in his shadow space. "It's fine. I don't mind if he is hiding something. He is old enough to make his own decisions," he said to no one. Neo walked down the long hall. His mind kept returning to what he had heard from Henry. He learned two things from it. Mom and Dad seem to recover their memories right as they are about to die. They don't recover their full strength. If they could, I doubt they would have failed to kill the void entity that wiped out the Hephaestus clan. Neo's parents had been defeated by the void window. Void window number 8477. It was visible from anywhere on the continent. Many demigods had entered it, boasting they would avenge the Hephaestus clan. None had returned. The void window remained impenetrable to this day. However, unlike normal windows that grew over time, its size never expanded. Neo's thoughts came to a halt as he stepped into the backyard of the mansion. The soft crunch of gravel underfoot gave way to the earthy scent of the forest that spread beyond. Towering trees framed the area. His friends stood in a clearing ahead. Their faces were taut with tension. They carried weapons and wore sleek combat gear. Neo's gaze landed on Felix, who held a gun tightly in her hands. "You bonded with the true soul weapon already?" he asked. Chapter 347. Battle. The group exchanged wary glances. Neo studied them for a moment before continuing. I'll suppress my strength to peak awakened demigod. It's a rank you all can defeat easily if you fight together. As Neo spoke, a dark, oppressive energy began to emanate from him. The grass at his feet wilted slightly, as if recoiling from the aura. His aura surged like an invisible tidal wave. He condensed his death aura into a solid pendant and he tied it securely around his neck. The pendant, dark as obsidian, glimmered faintly. If you guys can break this pendant before I take all of you down, you will win. Is that enough for a handicap? The group's expressions turned grim. Even if Neo suppressed his stats, he was leagues beyond them. His advantage in reaction speed, combat experience, stamina, and physical defense made him nigh undefeatable. Are you really planning to fight us? Mars suddenly broke the silence. Why are you asking? Worried? No, Mars replied with a wide grin. I'm just excited. Without warning, flames erupted around Mars. The heat distorted the air. The dry grass beneath him ignited, crackling loudly. His body became a blur as he bolted toward Neo. It's fine if we start now, right? Mars shouted. Yes. Neo twisted his head just in time to dodge Mars's blazing fist. The strike whizzed past his cheek, leaving a faint scorch mark in the air. Mars twisted mid-motion. His arms moved like snakes as he attempted to grapple Neo into a chokehold. It was a diversion and his aim was to steal the pendant. Before Mars could complete the move, Neo's fist shot forward and dove into Mars's abdomen like a battering ram. Mars's body arched. He flew backward like a ragdoll and crashed into the ground, skidding to a halt amidst the singed grass. No one moved for a few seconds. What are you guys doing? Neo's voice boomed. It resonated with such force that the surrounding trees seemed to tremble. Mars created the perfect opportunity for you to attack me by surprise. Why didn't you move? Are you guys waiting for me to tell you to attack? Neo's glare made them flinch. He always maintained a cold expression, rarely allowing even a faint smile to cross his face. Despite his apathetic persona, he spoke to everyone politely. This time, however, was different. It was the first time anyone saw Neo furious. The atmosphere grew suffocating as Neo's bloodlust surged. The wind seemed to die, leaving only an eerie stillness in the air. Ha! Neo let out a disappointed sigh. Two of you are absolute geniuses. One can control time, one can control space, and another one has a true soul weapon, he said. His cold gaze moved, landing on each of them in turn, Arthur, Mars, Sean, Clara, and Felix. I know this fight must be sudden, but try to fight at least. Or are you guys hoping that the enemies you face in the future will always be within manageable levels? You! Neo abruptly stopped. A faint smile appeared on his face. Yes, fight like that, he said. The sound of a sharp blade slicing through the air came without warning. Neo stepped back just in time. The sword missed him by inches and slashed through the spot where he had stood moments ago. The air next to Neo distorted like ripples in a pond. Arthur had been hiding, using his air mirage spell to stay concealed. A flicker of surprise crossed Arthur's face as his sneak attack failed. He had left a mirage clone to distract Neo while he prepared to strike from behind. Arthur launched a flurry of attacks. Meanwhile, Mars took advantage of the distraction. He slammed his fist into the ground. Massive flames erupted. Walls of fire roared to life, engulfing the area. The heat warped the air, and visibility plummeted as smoke curled around them. Sound kaleidoscope! Arthur chanted a spell. Suddenly, the clearing was filled with a cacophony of noises, footsteps, the clash of blades, and indistinct shouts. The sounds came from all directions, disorienting anyone who heard them. Neo used one hand to parry Arthur's sword attacks. Then, with startling speed, Neo's free hand shot out. He intercepted Mars's punch aimed at his nape. The impact of Mars's flaming fist against Neo's palm created a brief shockwave that extinguished some of the surrounding fire. I thought you wouldn't attack me from behind, Neo said. That's exactly why I attacked from there. Mars retorted with a wide grin etched on his face. He pushed forward with another fiery strike. Then another. Arthur jumped in before Neo could attack Mars and allowed Mars to retreat. Elemental energy roared in the surroundings. Two eastern flame dragons coiled around Mars's hands. Their scales shimmered like molten lava. Fire dragon technique. Flame fist. Mars lunged forward again, punching toward Neo. The serpentine fire dragons surged toward Neo. They spiraled around him, leaving no room for escape. The heat they emitted was suffocating, causing the nearby grass to smolder and blacken. At the same time, Arthur used his air affinity to amplify the flames, feeding them oxygen to grow even larger and more intense. They turned into infernos. Their flames hungrily ate the air. Neo remained unfazed. He summoned a massive sphere of water. The water rippled and swirled as he directed it to douse the flames. Steam hissed violently as the water collided with the fire. The dragons devoured the water ball with ease. I can create a stronger water ball, but that would mean using strength beyond awakened demigod rank, Neo thought as he assessed the situation. His grip tightened around his sword. Divine swordsmanship 5th. Before Neo could complete his incantation, an invisible force yanked at Obitus. The sword wrenched itself free from his grasp and flew through the air. Psychokinesis? Is that Clara? Neo wondered. Clara's voice echoed, confirming his suspicion. I've got his sword. Now, he can't use that sudden burst of strength of his. This is our chance. Get him. Neo raised an eyebrow. It seemed they had been strategizing and looking into his weaknesses. Seems like they know I use Obitus to remove my debuff, he thought. The fire dragons closed in. Their blazing maws snapped hungrily at Neo. He quickly conjured a coffin of darkness and remained inside it. The dragons crashed against the coffin repeatedly. Sparks flew as fire clashed against darkness. Suddenly, the space around Neo began to ripple and distort. A massive surge of space elemental energy swamped him. Neo vanished. The coffin of darkness became empty as he reappeared high in the sky. Oh! Neo muttered, his voice carrying a note of surprise. Clara's mastery of space element seemed to have reached adept low rank. Don't be impressed just yet. Arthur's voice rang out from above, carried by the wind. Neo, still plummeting through the sky, tilted his head upward. He saw Arthur, who had been teleported even higher, standing confidently in midair. There's a lot more to come, Arthur declared, raising his sword high. Golden lightning coiled tightly around the blade. Invincible! Arthur's aura erupted like a blinding star. The golden lightning wrapped around him flared. His sword cut downward in a deadly arc. Neo, still in midair, noticed another surge of power from below. His eyes flickered to the ground, where Mars stood smirking. Fire dragon technique. Flame fist. Mars unleashed an attack. The flame dragons were larger and denser than before. Clearly, Mars had been holding back earlier. Neo found himself trapped between the two attacks, the golden lightning from above and the blazing fire dragons from below. That's a good strategy, Neo muttered. He raised his hands, one toward Arthur's lightning and the other toward Mars's fire dragons. Neo's aura darkened. He used his shadow affinity. Chapter 348. Battle 2. Black flames surged from one hand, twisting into a massive tornado of burning darkness. It descended upon the fire dragons like an hammer and crushed them. From his other hand, black lightning crackled and shot toward Arthur's golden lightning. The collision shook the air. Shockwaves thrashed around wildly. Neo and Arthur were thrown off course by the sheer power of the blast. Neo flipped midair and landed gracefully on the scorched ground below. Meanwhile, Clara quickly swapped Arthur's position with a stone using her space affinity, teleporting him safely back to the ground. Your last attack was better, Neo began, but his words were abruptly cut off. A silenced bullet tore through the wall of flames and struck Neo in the temple. Neo barely flinched. TSK. I missed, Felix muttered, lowering her sniper rifle. She had been made invisible using Arthur's spell, and was waiting for the perfect moment to take her shot. The bullet was meant to destroy the pendant Neo wore, exploiting his distraction after he dealt with Arthur's and Mars's combined attack. "Sean, do it!" Felix shouted urgently. Sean closed his eyes and focused inward. The energy within his core churned violently. Using his time affinity, Sean reached out to the river of time. A massive, invisible wave slammed into him, threatening to sweep him away. He struggled to push forward, swimming against the overwhelming current. Time became a blur. Weeks, months, maybe even years seemed to pass. His resolve wavered, but he pressed on. Just a bit more. Suddenly, the sensation disappeared. Sean's eyes snapped open. Huff! Huff! He had successfully traveled back in time by 6 seconds. He looked around and saw Neo falling from the sky. Arthur's and Mars's attacks sandwiched Neo. Neo, however, was prepared to retaliate. "Felix!" Sean called out. His chest heaved as if he had just run a marathon. Time traveling took a huge toll on him. He had done it only 3 times during this battle. It made him feel as if he was on the brink of death itself. His body screamed in protest, and his limbs felt heavier with every passing second. "Did I miss?" Felix's voice reached his ears. She stayed hidden, her sniper rifle steady, cloaked by Arthur's invisibility spell. "Yes," Sean panted, gasping for air. "Huff, huff. You aimed a bit high." The bullet hit his temple. "Huff. Got it," Felix responded quickly. "Okay, you should rest now." "I can," Sean began, but his words were drowned out by a deafening explosion in the sky. A massive shockwave rippled across the battlefield, shaking the ground beneath their feet. The air shimmered from the intense heat, and small fires erupted on the trees around them. Neo and Arthur were thrown off balance by the force of the blast. Neo flipped in the air and landed gracefully on the scorched earth. Clara swapped Arthur's position with a nearby stone, teleporting him safely back to solid ground. "Your last attack was better," Neo's words abruptly cut off. A silenced bullet tore through the flaming walls with pinpoint accuracy. It flew straight for the pendant around his neck. Neo reacted instantly. His hand shot up, and he caught the bullet between his fingers just before it reached its target. "Come on, really?" Neo's gaze swept the area. "You've regressed 1, 2, 3 times now, and you still use the same attack?" He held the bullet up for them to see. "You should have tried to change the pattern after I dodged it the first time." Felix, still cloaked by invisibility, felt a bead of sweat slide down her temple. Neo's words confirmed her fears. He knows Sean has been regressing. That means his time element mastery is at least expert level. She swallowed hard. The shadow trial Neo had gone through must have been a nightmare, if it forced him to grow to his current level of power. "Get back, Felix. He can see you." Arthur's shout cut through the air, snapping Felix out of her thoughts. She prepared to retreat when Neo raised a hand. "Okay, that's enough." Neo dusted off his clothes. "I've got the gist of your current level. We can stop the training." "Training?" Felix froze. Neo's true aura burst out from his body. The sheer intensity crushed the surrounding miles of forest, flattening trees and sending wildlife scattering in terror. The ground beneath him cracked and trembled. The once lush greenery was reduced to ash and dust. Everyone was forced to their knees by the oppressive weight of his presence. Mars' flames were extinguished in an instant. Arthur's invincible skill shattered. Neo's shadows began to stir. From the inky blackness, a humanoid shadow monster emerged. It had the body of a human and the head of a dog. "Get them to stand in line," Neo said. The summon bowed to him before moving towards others. It picked everyone up one by one and placed them before Neo in a neat line, standing side by side. Neo didn't retract his aura. He made sure it was just barely enough to not kill them. Although his current method seemed harsh, it would help them face stronger enemies and not be rattled by their auras. "You need to get used to this," Neo said. "Stronger enemies won't be as forgiving as I am." He turned to Sean. "Sean, good work. The use of your time affinity was excellent. You just need to work on your stamina." "Okay." Sean's head bobbed weakly in a nod. "Practice by doing short time travel dozens of times," Neo said. Neo's gaze shifted to Clara. Clara, I'll be honest, you surprised me the most. I never thought you would reach such a level in space affinity in just a few months. I had some help, Clara replied with a weak grin. She tried to raise her head to meet his eyes, but Neo's aura pressed down on her like a mountain. Even attempting to smile felt like an impossible task. That's good. You supported everyone with good timing. Are you planning to shift from being a damage dealer to a support role now that you can use space affinity in battles? Neo asked. I'm thinking about it. Tell me when you are sure. I'll give you a training manual. Neo passed her and stood before Arthur. His gaze bore into him like a drill. How many elements did you use during the fight? Air, sound, and lightning, Arthur answered through his gritted teeth. Exhaustion was threatening to drown him after his invincible skill was forcefully cancelled. He was struggling to stay awake. How many elements have you awakened? 12, Arthur replied. Why didn't you use them? No time to use and low mastery. I see. Neo gave a short nod before moving on without further comment. Arthur frowned, confused by the lack of advice. Next, Neo stood before Mars. Mars, you need to work on your team skills. Your walls of flames blocked my vision. It was a good trick. But the walls of flames were a bigger hindrance for your teammates than they were for me. Mars nodded. Unlike his usual chatterbox reply, he listened carefully. Finally, Neo stood before Felix. I thought you said you could use the True Soul weapon. I didn't see you using it. Chapter 349. Veneth. I did use it, Felix said. She held up her sniper rifle for Neo to see. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, and spoke in her mind. Veneth, change your shape to a handgun. Okay, responded the snake-shaped spirit resting lazily around her neck and shoulders. Only Felix could see the snake-shaped spirit. It was the spiritual manifestation of Veneth, the youngest spirit among the 4 sister spirits used to create the 4 true soul weapons. The sniper rifle began to shift. Its form morphed and transformed into a sleek handgun that fit snugly in Felix's hand. The bullets are formed from my divine energy, and Veneth can change its shape depending on. Is that how you told her to use you? Neo asked the spiritual manifestation of Veneth. The snake spirit emerald eyes widened in surprise. You can see me? It asked with its tongue flicking nervously. I can, Neo replied. The snake's tongue flickered again, and its face contorted into an expression of wonder. Why, you can see my spirit? Felix asked. I can see it. Maybe I can do it as our spirits are sisters, Neo explained. But I can't see your spirit, Felix said. Mine doesn't like to stay in a spiritual form, Neo replied. A flood of foreign emotions surged within Neo's mind. Refusal, shyness, doubt. Huh! Neo froze, his thoughts interrupted by the sudden intrusion. Do you mean you didn't manifest until now because you were too shy? Worried if I would like your appearance or not? Yes, came the hesitant reply. Neo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry about those little things, he said gently. I will like you no matter how you look. More emotions surged through him, carrying a sense of bashfulness. Before Neo could say anything further, Veneth let out an audible click of her tongue. What? Neo asked, turning his attention back to the snake spirit. For a brief moment, the spirit regarded him with a look of pure disgust before quickly masking it with a forced smile. I was just wondering what you meant by saying my master was not utilizing me perfectly, Veneth asked. The others were unable to hear the spirit. They exchanged confused glances but chose to remain silent. I will explain it now. First you need to return to your original shape, Neo said. The spirit stared at him, took no action. Felix sighed, shaking her head slightly. Just do as he says, Veneth, Felix said. Understood, master. The snake spirit replied obediently. Neo frowned as he observed Veneth's compliance. Look at this fucker. It didn't even tell Felix how to use itself properly, and it's acting submissive like that, he thought. The gun in Felix's hand transformed smoothly into a bullet. Neo stepped forward and grabbed it. Felix, every true soul weapon has a unique ability. So my weapon's unique ability is shapeshifting? No. Neo shook his head. Shapeshifting and infinite growth are abilities common to all true soul weapons. What I'm saying is every true soul weapon has its own unique ability. He threw the bullet towards Mars, who stood a few feet away. Mars, drop your blood droplet on it, Neo instructed. Okay, Mars replied, confused. Blood already trickled from his lips, thanks to Neo's presence pressing down on his shoulders. He wiped his thumb against the bloodstream and rubbed it onto the bullet. Veneth's expression twisted. Clearly didn't want to reveal its ability. However, Neo's piercing gaze suggested he already knew the secret, leaving Veneth with no choice but to comply. The bullet, Veneth's physical manifestation, began absorbing the blood. The crimson liquid disappeared into its surface like water into dry sand. Is it absorbing my blood? Mars asked, surprised. Yes. Now give it back to me, Neo said, extending his hand. Mars complied, handing the now blood-infused bullet to Neo. Neo turned to Felix. Do you have a gun? Why, yeah, Felix stammered. She carefully loaded the bullet into the chamber of her handgun. Shoot it at that tree, Neo said, pointing at a massive tree standing far from their location. Its trunk was thick and gnarled. Felix's heart raced. She had an inkling too as what the Veneth's unique ability, and it excited her. The gunshot shattered the silence. The bullet shot through the air in a blur of motion before slamming into the tree. A split second later, it exploded into a burst of flames, engulfing the tree. Flames? Felix muttered as she struggled to suppress her excitement. Veneth's unique ability is to copy a power of anyone whose blood it absorbs. The power it can copy depends on Veneth's current level of strength. Since Veneth is weak right now, it could copy only flames of Mars, Neo explained. Felix's eyes were shining with fascination. Her brows furrowed suddenly as a thought struck her. But I shot the bullet already. Do I have to go and pick it up before using it again? She asked. That would be a problem during the fight. Haven't you been training with Veneth for weeks? You should know by now it will return to you if you will for it to return, Neo replied. Oh, I didn't know that, Felix admitted sheepishly. So how do I do it? Neo looked at her with a weird expression. He clicked his tongue before answering. Just close your eyes and think of calling it back. Felix nodded and did as she was told, closing her eyes. A beat later, she felt a sudden weight in her hand. She opened her eyes to see the bullet, Veneth's physical manifestation, resting in her palm. Wow, true soul weapons are awesome, Felix muttered in awe. She glanced at Neo. Is the ability it gains from blood permanent? It's one-time use, Neo answered. Despite his response, Felix was almost bouncing with excitement. She believed the reason why Veneth hadn't told her about its unique ability was due to the fact Veneth was a young spirit, and it was unaware of its own unique ability. It's good, right? Neo asked. Yup, it's the best, Felix replied, not noticing the subtle shift in Neo's expression. Chapter 350. Killing Felix. Arthur flinched as he caught sight of Neo's face. Neo ignored him and spoke to Felix. Felix, I think you understand why true soul weapons are precious? He asked with a serious tone. I do, Felix exclaimed, still excited. She failed to notice the coldness in Neo's gaze as he continued. That's why you need to prove to me you are worthy of that weapon. Huh? Felix blinked in confusion. Her excitement faltered. Veneth can make a beggar into a king. I can't waste on someone who has no drive to improve, Neo said. Felix stared at him, stunned. Neo, of course, understood how wrong his words were. Mars had bought Veneth with money and given it to Felix. The weapon belonged to Felix and Felix only. Neo had no control over its ownership. However, true soul weapons, especially Veneth, are dangerous, he thought grimly. Either Felix conquers it, or Veneth will turn Felix into her puppet. Neo had to force Felix to grow stronger. That was the only way Felix would not fall to Veneth's mind manipulation. What are you trying to say? Felix questioned. The Academy's ranking tournament will happen soon. You got second rank last time thanks to Arthur's help. Maintain that rank in this tournament without any help, Neo stated. Felix chuckled nervously. She stopped when she realized Neo wasn't joking. Me? Rank 2? That's impossible. True soul weapons are technically spirits. Neo continued. But unlike normal spirits that die with their users, true soul weapons don't. Of course, true soul weapons will follow you to the underworld too. But they won't get erased if you die in the underworld again. I can take the weapon from you there. What? Felix struggled to process his words. People could die in the underworld. Neo could go to the underworld. Her mind raced as a nervous smile crept onto her lips. Are you saying you will kill me to take Veneth's ownership? She asked hesitantly. I'm glad you catch on quick, Neo replied in a voice devoid of emotions. That has to be a joke. Wait. Sean suddenly jumped between Neo and Felix, forcing a distance between Neo and Felix. His wide eyes darted towards Neo's hand resting on his sword. Sean turned to Felix with a desperate expression. Say yes. Huh? Why do you look afraid? Felix asked. Say yes, Sean shouted, grabbing her shoulders. Felix flinched at his sudden forcefulness. Are you okay? I just regressed. Sean's breathing was ragged. His chest heaved as his bloodshot eyes darted between Neo and Felix. His voice cracked with urgency. Please say yes or... Felix froze. She understood the meaning of his words. Her eyes slowly moved towards Neo's hand, still resting on the hilt of his sword. The glint of metal sent a chill down her spine. She raised her gaze to meet Neo's cold eyes. Her heart hammered in her chest. The oppressive weight of Neo's presence made it harder for her to breathe. I hope that makes it clear that I was serious, Neo said. Felix couldn't answer. Her lips trembled. Neo had killed her. Sean had regressed to stop him. What? What would you have done if Sean had not been able to regress? He is too tired. What if he had failed? Felix asked, her voice shaky. I would have died. Neo clicked his tongue in irritation. The sharp sound cut through Felix's stupor like a whip. Are you fucking kidding me, Felix? What would I have done if Sean hadn't regressed? Neo's pressure increased manifold. Felix felt a few of her bones snap under the strain. A gasp of pain escaped her lips as she was forced to her knees. She braced her hands against the ground to stop herself from being completely crushed. Neo crouched in front of her and looked into her eyes. The first thing that came to your mind was what I would have done? Do you even take a moment to think about what you would have done to protect yourself? He grabbed her face, forcing her to look at him even as the pressure threatened to pull her gaze downward. I could understand it before. You weren't talented and had no way to grow beyond your limits. But what about now? Neo's voice grew sharper. Why didn't you think that you wouldn't be helpless now if you had trained diligently with Veneth? Better yet, do you realize I killed you because you said you would never be able to get the second rank? Why didn't you say you could get the second rank? Neo questioned. There is YU, Mars, Arthur, Morrigan, and other God Clan members. There is no way I can win against everyone, she stammered. You have the true soul weapon. Felix couldn't meet Neo's eyes. Her head hung low. Shame and despair weighed on her shoulders heavily. She had accepted, deep in her heart, that she could not grow stronger. History's weakest demigod, that was her nickname. She was the butt of joke for everyone, whether they had awakened their godblood or not. I have said my piece. Neo stood up. If you fail, I will take the true soul weapon from you. Neo stared at Felix. He hated the way he had treated her. However, it was better to force her to grow stronger. Veneth was dangerous. The spirit would try to take over Felix if Felix couldn't get it under control. Felix had to be strong if she didn't want to be devoured by Veneth. Neo's gaze shifted to Arthur. The latter was glaring at him, his body trembling as he tried to rise. A few moments ago, he was desperately trying to stand up and shield Felix from Neo, only stopping when Neo stood up. Neo ignored Arthur and swept his gaze over the group. I used my true aura to subdue you all. But it was only at the rank of an awakened demigod. You guys lost. Since Neo had gone through countless tribulations, his aura, even if he suppressed his strength to awakened demigod rank, was enough to knock out mythic demigods. I will give you one last chance. Neo stepped toward the devastated forest. The forest behind the Hargraves mansion was larger than a dozen stadiums combined. This place should be good enough, Neo thought. Neo's aura surged. It filled the region of the forest that was destroyed during the earlier fight. The aura of death began to condense. It transformed into a metallic platform.
Hello everyone. We now have a Discord server. Join us for faster updates, discussions about your favorite novels, and exclusive Discord-only content. Don't miss out. See you there. Scan the QR code on the screen or enter any of the displayed links into your browser to join our Discord.